5 years before the shot heard round the world at Lexington, a different shot echoed through the Carolina backcountry. It was the sound of a cannon firing into a crowd of 2,000 farmers, men who had stood their ground against a disciplined army and roared back a phrase of pure Appalachian defiance: "Fire and be damned." They called themselves the Regulators, and their rebellion was drowned in blood. The history books often call it a riot. The locals know it was a war. What could drive God-fearing men to wage war on their own government years before America was even a dream? Today, we will dig into the blood-soaked soil of Alamance and unearth the forgotten story of America's first armed uprising. To understand the fire, you must first understand the forest. Picture the Carolina backcountry in the 1760s. This wasn't the manicured world of coastal plantations with their grand houses and ships sailing for London. This was the edge of the map. It was a land of tangled forests, where ancient oaks stood shoulder to shoulder, and the ground was a web of creeks and rivers with names like the Haw and the Eno. The air here was different, thick with the smell of pine and damp earth, and the only authority was the changing of the seasons and the word of God. The people who carved a life from this wilderness were as rugged as the terrain itself. They were mostly Scots-Irish and German immigrants, families who had fled the famines, wars, and religious persecution of the Old World. They came here not for riches, but for something far more precious: a piece of land to call their own and the right to be left alone. They were dissenters, Presbyterians and Lutherans, who held a deep and abiding suspicion of any government that smelled of the high and mighty Anglican Church they'd left behind. Their lives were a testament to pure grit. A man would build his cabin with his own 2 hands, felling the trees and notching the logs himself. He'd clear his fields one back-breaking stump at a time, his wife working right alongside him. They hunted for their meat, grew their own corn, and spun their own wool. Survival was a daily struggle against rocky soil, harsh winters, and the ever-present threat of raids. This constant hardship forged them into something tough, fiercely independent, and loyal only to their family, their clan, and their creator. In this world, money was a ghost. A farmer might go an entire year without seeing a single silver coin. The economy ran on barter and good faith. A bushel of corn might be traded for a new axe head. A day's labor might be paid with a salted ham. A man's worth wasn't measured by the gold in his pocket, but by the strength of his handshake, the straightness of his rifle shot, and the honor of his family name. But this isolated world of sweat and scripture was not its own kingdom. It was ruled from afar, from the balmy coastal cities, by a class of wealthy English gentlemen appointed by the royal governor. These men, in their powdered wigs and silk stockings, looked upon the backcountry settlers as little more than savages, crude, uneducated, and most importantly, a resource to be squeezed. A shadow was creeping west from the coast, a shadow of tax collectors and corrupt officials who spoke the language of coin and contracts. Little did the farmers know, this modern world was about to come knocking at their cabin doors, not with a friendly hand, but with a battering ram. This explosion of rage didn't come from nowhere. Its seeds were sown in the rocky soil of Scotland and the war-torn fields of Germany generations before. These families didn't come to the backcountry with land grants from a grateful king. They came as refugees. They bought their homesteads not with royal paper, but with the sharp steel of the axe and the cold lead of the long rifle. They carved their existence directly from a hostile wilderness, fighting the land, the weather, and the native tribes for every single acre. In their minds, this land wasn't given to them by a government. It was earned through a covenant of sweat, blood, and prayer. The old scars of history ran deep, carried across the Atlantic in their very bones. The Scots-Irish in particular had a long and bitter memory of English authority. For a century, they had been used as a buffer by the British Crown in the violent plantations of Ulster, only to be squeezed by the same government with crippling rents and religious persecution. When the king's new taxman, with his arrogant sneer and his stack of legal papers, showed up at their cabin door in Carolina, they didn't just see a colonial official. They saw the same old ghost of the English landlord they thought they had finally escaped. This created a division in the colony far deeper than any river or mountain range. It was a chasm of culture. On one side were the coastal elites, who saw themselves as Englishmen, loyal to the crown, the Anglican Church, and the intricate dance of colonial politics. On the other were the backcountry settlers, who felt no loyalty to a distant king or a governor who had never walked a furrow in his life. Their allegiance was to their own kind, to the Presbyterian meeting house, and to a simple, unwritten code of honor that valued a man's word over a lawyer's contract. In these mountains, a family name wasn't just a label, it was a legacy. A name like Fanning or Tryon carried the weight of unearned privilege and a history of looking down on the common man. But a backcountry name, a hunter, a husband, a Pugh, carried the heavy burden of generations of struggle. It was a quiet promise to work hard, to stand by your neighbors, and to never, ever let an outsider push you off your land. To be a backcountry farmer meant you bent the knee to God alone. To be one of the governor's men meant you expected the world to bend the knee to you. A collision was not just likely, it was inevitable. The conflict didn't begin with a gunshot. It began with a whisper. A whisper at the grist mill, a bitter complaint muttered over a fence post, an angry prayer offered in the quiet of a cabin. The ground for this rebellion was salted with years of personal insults and public humiliations, all stemming from a group of men the farmers called the Courthouse Ring. This wasn't some shadowy conspiracy, it was a cancer of corruption that operated in plain sight. At its heart was Edmund Fanning, a man who became the living symbol of everything the backcountry had come to despise. He was a Yale-educated lawyer who wore fine clothes, lived in a mansion built with stolen money, and looked at the calloused hands of a farmer with open contempt. The old wounds were everywhere, festering in nearly every family. You see, the system was designed to break a man. A farmer might ride for 2 days to register the deed to his land, only to have a clerk, Fanning's cousin perhaps, charge him a filing fee that existed in no law book. Then the sheriff, another crony, would demand the annual poll tax be paid in hard coin, knowing full well the farmer dealt in tobacco and deer hides. When the farmer couldn't produce the silver, that same sheriff would seize his plough horse or his only milk cow, selling it at a rigged auction to another member of the ring for a fraction of its worth. This venom dripped into the community through the wellspring of gossip. After the Sunday sermon, men would gather under the shade of an oak, their voices low and hard. They'd share stories of the latest outrage. One man lost 10 acres over a debt of 5 shillings that had been bloated by illegal court costs. Another had been thrown in jail for daring to question the sheriff's math. These stories spread from homestead to homestead like a fever, each telling making the injustice feel more personal, more suffocating. The courthouse ring wasn't just stealing their property, it was stealing their dignity. Slowly, the atmosphere began to change. The respectful nod once offered to the county clerk was replaced by a cold, hateful stare. A trip into the county seat of Hillsborough felt less like going to town and more like walking into a nest of snakes. Every official document, every tax notice, every court summons was now seen not as the law of the land, but as another turn of the screw. The laughter in the local tavern grew harder, edged with a bitterness that wasn't just from the corn whiskey. A land dispute between neighbors was no longer just about a misplaced fence. It was interpreted as one side currying favor with the corrupt judges. A simple fistfight at a market fair became an act of class warfare. Every small misunderstanding, every past slight, was now magnified through the dark lens of this great grudge. The air itself grew thick with suspicion and resentment, turning old friends into potential enemies and transforming the quiet valleys of Carolina into a powder keg, just waiting for a single, careless spark. Before the storm breaks, the air always goes dead still. In the hills of Carolina, that stillness was filled with a rising dread. The old women, who carried the superstitions of Scotland and Germany in their bones, began to whisper. They spoke of the panther's scream sounding less like a cat and more like a woman mourning a child not yet lost. They saw bad signs in a flock of crows that flew silently over a homestead, and they claimed the daytime hoot of an owl from the deep woods was a certain omen of death. The land itself seemed to be holding its breath, waiting for the coming violence. Then came a different kind of omen, not from the woods, but a man on horseback. His name was Herman Husband, and he was a Quaker, a man of peace. But he wasn't preaching peace now. He was a pamphleteer, a man who wielded a printing press like a weapon. His fiery, biblically charged words began to circulate through the backcountry, passed from one calloused hand to the next, read by flickering candlelight in hushed cabins. He gave their anger a voice, framing their struggle not as a squabble over taxes, but as a holy war against the forces of greed and tyranny. His pamphlets were prophecies, laying out two clear paths. One led to liberty, the other to a life of perpetual slavery to the corrupt coastal elites. This sense of impending doom settled on the men like a shroud. You can just imagine a farmer sitting on his porch at dusk, cleaning his long rifle, the familiar weight of it in his hands. The evening is quiet. The crickets are chirping their usual song, but he feels a coldness creep into his gut that has nothing to do with the evening air. He looks at his wife and children through the cabin window, bathed in the warm glow of the hearth, and then he looks out at the dark, looming tree line. For the first time, he doesn't see a source of firewood and game. He sees a place to hide, a place to fight, a place to die. It was a premonition, a gut-wrenching certainty that the time for petitions and prayers was over, and the time for powder and shot was drawing terrifyingly near. For years, the farmers had tried to fight the system with its own weapons. They wrote petitions, polite and humble, begging the colonial assembly for relief. Each one was ignored, dismissed with the contempt a lord might show a serf. They tried to sue the corrupt officials, only to find the courts were run by the very same snakes who were robbing them blind. Every legal door was slammed in their faces. The pressure had been building for years, and in September of 1770, in the town of Hillsborough, the dam finally broke. This was no spontaneous riot. It was a calculated act of defiance. 150 regulators, their faces grim and set, marched into town on court day. They weren't a disorganized rabble. They were a determined force, armed with heavy sticks, farm tools, and a righteous fury that had been simmering for a decade. Their target was the courthouse, the very symbol of their oppression. They stormed the building, a wave of muddy boots and homespun cloth overwhelming the shocked officials. Their first act was to find Edmund Fanning. They dragged the despised official from the judge's bench, his fine clothes tearing in their grip. They threw him into the dusty street and beat him, not to kill, but to humiliate. Each blow was a release of years of pent-up rage for every illegal fee, every stolen horse, every contemptuous sneer. When they were done with Fanning, they turned on his house, a mansion so luxurious the farmers called it a palace built on their tears. They didn't just vandalize it, they dismantled it, brick by brick, until nothing was left but a pile of expensive rubble. Back in the courthouse, they held a mockery of justice. They dragged the judge from his seat and put one of their own in his place, going through the court docket and striking down the cases against their fellow farmers. This was more than a protest. It was a revolution in miniature. They weren't just attacking a man, they were attacking the entire legal and political authority of the royal governor. When news of the Hillsborough riot reached the coast, it was seen as a declaration of war. Governor William Tryon, an arrogant and ambitious military man, could not let this stand. This was a direct challenge to his power and, by extension, the power of the king. The line had been crossed. There would be no more petitions. There would be no more negotiations. The only answer now would come from the barrel of a gun. The first drops of blood had been metaphorical, spilled in the beating of a corrupt official and the destruction of his home. The next would be real. On the morning of May 16, 1771, Two armies faced each other across a quiet field bordering Alamance Creek. On one side stood Governor Tryon's militia, over 1,000 men in disciplined lines, their bayonets glinting in the spring sunlight. Before them sat the dark, menacing mouths of several cannon. On the other side, scattered amongst the trees and rocks, were 2,000 regulators. They were not an army. They were a gathering of fathers and sons, armed with the old hunting rifles and farm tools they used to feed their families. When the governor's final demand for surrender was met with that thunderous cry, "Fire and be damned," the fate of them all was sealed. There was no warning shot. The first sound was a deafening physical blow that seemed to tear the very fabric of the sky. The cannon spoke, and the world dissolved into smoke and a hellish roar. For the farmers, who had only ever known the sharp crack of a squirrel rifle, it was the sound of the apocalypse. The ground shook beneath their feet, and the air, which moments before had carried the scent of honeysuckle, was instantly choked with the bitter, sulphurous stink of black powder. Through the eyes of a young boy hiding behind a wagon, the battle was not a series of heroic charges, but a terrifying blur of chaos. He saw the man who had been his neighbor, a man he'd known his whole life, suddenly stagger and fall as if tripped by an invisible hand. There was no dramatic cry, just a quiet, heavy collapse into the grass. He heard the pop, pop, pop of the regulator rifles, a desperate and scattered sound, answered by the terrifying, unified crash of hundreds of militia muskets firing as one. It was the sound of a handful of pebbles thrown against a stone wall. The air itself became a lethal thing, filled with a constant, high-pitched whine. Leaves and twigs were clipped from the trees as if by an unseen scythe. Men would duck behind an ancient oak for cover, only to have the bark explode into splinters beside their head. The orderly commands of Tryon's officers were a distant, chilling murmur, while the sounds on the regulator side were a desperate chorus of individual shouts, screams of pain, and cries of encouragement that were swallowed by the unending noise. When the smoke momentarily cleared, the field was a landscape of surreal and terrible images. A farmer's broad-brimmed hat lay upside down in the grass, a small dark hole punched through its crown. A heavy iron pitchfork stood upright, its tines buried in the soft earth, its owner nowhere to be seen. The disciplined red lines of the militia advanced slowly, relentlessly, a machine of death that seemed unstoppable, firing and reloading with a terrifying, practiced rhythm. After 2 agonizing hours, the sporadic resistance finally broke. The farmers, their courage no match for cannons and disciplined volleys, fled. They melted back into the deep woods from which they had come, their retreat covered by the smoke and confusion. And then, an even more terrifying sound descended upon the field: silence. Not the peaceful silence of the morning, but a heavy, profound stillness, broken only by the low moans of those who could not run. The battle was over. The rebellion was crushed. The spring grasses of Alamance Field were trampled and stained, littered with the abandoned tools and weapons of men who had gambled everything for justice and lost. The smoke slowly drifted away, revealing not a field of victory, but a scene of profound and brutal sorrow. The first American Revolution had ended not with a declaration, but with a slaughter. To understand a man like Governor William Tryon, you must understand that he never once saw the regulators as aggrieved citizens. In his mind, they were simply an infection. He was not a governor responding to a protest. He was a surgeon cutting out a tumor from the body of the colony. His entire career was built on the rigid structure of the British military, a world where orders were given and followed without question. To him, the farmer's defiance was not a plea for justice. It was a breakdown in the fundamental order of civilization itself, a direct and personal insult to his authority and the king's. Tryon's logic was cold, sharp, and utterly devoid of empathy. These were not men who had lost their farms. They were traitors who had defied the law. They were not fathers trying to feed their children. They were a rabble who had assaulted an officer of the crown. In his dispatches, he referred to them as banditti and insurgents. He believed, with an unshakable conviction, that the only way to deal with such a chaotic force was with overwhelming, brutal, and public displays of power. Mercy, in his view, would be interpreted as weakness, and weakness would only invite more chaos. The switch likely flipped in his mind the moment he heard the details of the Hillsborough riot. The image of Edmund Fanning, a man of his class, a Yale-educated official, being dragged from a judge's bench and beaten in the street by a mob of coarse, uneducated frontiersmen must have been horrifying to him. It was a vision of the world turned upside down. It was the peasants storming the castle. From that moment on, his response was not a political calculation, but a visceral, almost aristocratic rage. He wasn't just marching to restore order, he was marching to put these people back in their proper place. After the cannons fell silent at Alamance and the farmers had fled, Tryon likely felt not a shred of remorse, but a grim sense of satisfaction. The feeling would have been one of triumph, of order restored. As he rode across the silent, blood-soaked field, he wouldn't have seen the bodies of his fellow countrymen. He would have seen the evidence of a necessary and successful operation. The hanging of James Few on the battlefield without a trial was not an act of cruelty in his mind, but a necessary piece of political theatre. It was a clear, unambiguous message sent to every cabin in the backcountry. This is the price of defiance. This is the fate of those who challenge my authority. It was the cold, calculated logic of an empire that saw dissent not as a voice to be heard, but as a disease to be eradicated. When the last of the fleeing farmers had vanished into the woods, a new kind of silence fell on the Alamance battlefield. It was not a peaceful silence. It was a heavy, suffocating stillness, thick with the smell of spent gunpowder and blood. Governor Tryon's victorious militia moved across the field, their discipline holding firm even in the face of the carnage they had wrought. They collected the wounded, counted the dead, and secured a handful of prisoners who had been too slow or too injured to escape. For them, it was a clean, decisive victory. For the backcountry, it was the beginning of a nightmare. For the surviving regulators, the fight was over, but the struggle for survival had just begun. They were no longer farmers or protesters, they were fugitives. They scattered into the familiar dense wilderness of the Carolina Piedmont, the woods that had been their larder and their sanctuary now becoming their last hope of survival. Wounded men staggered through hidden ravines, while others made desperate journeys back to their homesteads, not to stay, but to grab a handful of supplies and whisper a frantic goodbye to their families before disappearing again into the shadows. They were hunted men in their own land. Tryon's vengeance was as swift as it was pitiless. He wanted to make an example, to burn the lesson of Alamance into the memory of the backcountry for a generation. Among the prisoners was a man named James Few, a simple carpenter who had been driven to rebellion. Without the pretense of a trial, without a prayer or a final word, Tryon ordered him hanged right there on the battlefield. His body was left dangling from an oak tree, a grotesque scarecrow meant to terrorize anyone who might still harbor defiant thoughts. He was a sacrifice, a bloody warning nailed to the barn door of the entire region. The battle was over, but the war on the regulator's spirit continued. Tryon turned his militia into an occupying army and unleashed them on the surrounding counties. They marched from farm to farm, a wave of red coats and cold steel, living off the land and terrorizing the populace. They were hunting for the regulator leaders, men like Herman Husband and James Hunter, and a handsome reward was offered for their capture, dead or alive. The soldiers interrogated wives and terrorized children, turning the once peaceful homesteads into places of fear and suspicion. This was not just a manhunt, it was a campaign of subjugation. Tryon issued a proclamation. Every man in the backcountry was to come forward and sign a binding oath of allegiance to the king and his government. To refuse was to be branded an outlaw. Over the next month, more than 6,000 farmers, their spirit broken and their leaders in hiding, were forced to make the humiliating journey to a militia camp to sign the document. effectively swearing loyalty to the very men who had crushed them. And as they did, Trajan's men were busy confiscating the property of known regulators, ensuring their families would face ruin and starvation. The ashes of Alamance had settled, and in the silence that followed, there was only fear and the cold grip of defeat. The smoke from the Battle of Alamance didn't just drift over the battlefield, it seeped into every cabin, every church, and every general store in the backcountry, poisoning the air between neighbors. The community, once united by common hardship, was now fractured, split by fear and the bitter question of who was right and who was wrong. A line had been drawn in the dirt, not by a surveyor, but by bloodshed, and every family was forced to choose which side they were on. The Presbyterian meeting houses, once the heart of the community, became cauldrons of quiet tension. Some preachers had thundered from the pulpit in support of the regulators, calling their cause a righteous one. Others, fearing the governor's wrath, now urged their congregations to submit to authority and pray for peace. Friendships that had been forged over decades of shared harvests and barn raisings now buckled under the weight of suspicion. Was the man who helped you clear your field last spring secretly reporting your movements to the militia? Was the family you shared bread with now loyal to the governor? A suffocating conspiracy of silence fell upon the region. The few who had witnessed the hangings or knew the hiding places of the regulator leaders were gripped by a primal fear. To speak the truth to the authorities was to risk being labeled a sympathizer, inviting the wrath of the occupying militia. But to stay silent was to betray their own conscience. Many chose a third option. They saw nothing, they heard nothing, they knew nothing. Their faces became blank masks, their conversations carefully pruned of any mention of the recent unpleasantness. It was a collective act of amnesia born of pure terror. Yet, even in this climate of fear, small acts of both courage and cowardice became the true measure of a person's soul. A brave farmer's wife would leave a basket of bread and salted meat at the edge of the woods, a silent signal to a husband or neighbor in hiding. A blacksmith, under the watchful eye of a militia patrol, would deliberately botch the shoeing of their horses, slowing them down just enough. But for every act of quiet defiance, there was an act of betrayal. A struggling farmer, tempted by the reward money or hoping to curry favor with the new powers, would lead a patrol to a hidden cabin. A merchant would provide a false alibi for a government loyalist, condemning an innocent man with his lie. The regulator war was no longer a battle fought with rifles on an open field. It had become a silent, vicious war fought with whispers, glances, and closed doors. It tore at the very fabric of the community, turning the backcountry into a place where the deepest loyalties were tested, and the truest nature of a man's heart was laid bare for all to see. With the rebellion crushed, the final act of Trajan's vengeance began, the hunt for the ringleaders. This was not a simple matter of law enforcement. It was a grim, relentless pursuit through the unforgiving Appalachian foothills. Trajan's militia, composed of Easterners who viewed the backcountry as a savage wilderness, formed the core of the posse. They were joined by a motley collection of local loyalists eager to prove their allegiance, and a few opportunistic bounty hunters who smelled blood money on the wind. Their mission was simple: bring back the leaders of the regulators, preferably in chains. The chase became a brutal contest between the hunters and the hunted, with the mountains themselves as the main character. The fugitives, men like James Hunter and the pamphleteer Herman Husband, knew this land like the back of their own hand. They knew every hidden valley, every secret pass, every cave where a man could disappear. They moved like ghosts through the dense forests, subsisting on wild berries and whatever game they could kill without a gunshot giving away their position. They were aided by a silent network of sympathetic farmers who would leave them food, warn them of patrols, and lead the militia on wild goose chases into impassable swamps. For the pursuers, the hunt was a descent into a green hell. The rugged terrain was their enemy. They were tormented by biting insects, venomous snakes, and the constant, unnerving feeling of being watched from the shadows. Their brightly colored uniforms made them easy targets, and their ignorance of the land led them into ambushes and dead ends. More than one militia patrol found themselves hopelessly lost, forced to abandon the chase and struggle back to camp, humiliated and exhausted. The mountains, which had nurtured the regulators' independence, now served as their greatest fortress. Despite the difficulties, the net slowly tightened. Herman Husband, the intellectual soul of the movement, was a writer, not a woodsman. He was captured relatively quickly, his spirit broken. Others, however, were harder to corner. The general of the regulators, James Hunter, remained at large, a phantom who seemed to be everywhere and nowhere at once. The final moment of capture for most of the key leaders wasn't a dramatic firefight in a mountain pass. It was a slow, grinding process of attrition. Exhausted, starving, and betrayed by informants, they were picked off one by one. Often, they were found not in a heroic last stand, but sleeping in a barn or accepting a meal from someone they mistakenly trusted, too worn down to run any longer. The hunt in the shadows was over, and the stage was set for the governor's final act of justice. The captured regulator leaders were dragged back to Hillsborough, the very town they had once triumphantly seized. But now, it was an armed camp. Governor Tryon's militia stood guard on every corner, their bayonets fixed, turning the colonial courthouse into a fortress. The air inside the courtroom was thick with the metallic tang of fear and the stench of foregone conclusions. On one side of the room sat the coastal gentry and loyalists, their faces smug with victory. On the other, huddled in silence, were the wives and families of the accused, their faces etched with a despair that knew there was no hope here. In the defendant's box sat the 6 captured leaders. They were not cowering criminals. They were broken, exhausted men, but their eyes held a hard, defiant glint. There was no remorse on their faces, only the quiet dignity of men who had fought for what they believed in and lost. They looked out at a courtroom where the judge, the prosecutor, and the jury were all part of the same corrupt system they had risen up against. Their trial was a piece of theater written by the victors, a legal ritual designed to give the veneer of law to an act of pure political vengeance. The proceedings were a farce. Witnesses for the prosecution, likely motivated by fear or reward, gave their testimony. Any evidence of the years of extortion and abuse that had led to the rebellion was dismissed as irrelevant. The charge was not assault or rioting, it was high treason. By firing on the king's representative, they had, in the eyes of the law, fired upon the king himself. It was a charge from which there was no escape. The verdict, when it came, was a foregone conclusion, delivered with cold, formal gravity: guilty. The sentence: death by public hanging. A wave of shock and grief washed over one side of the courtroom, while satisfied murmurs rippled through the other. 6 men, who had stood up for their neighbors against a tide of corruption, were now to be strung up like common murderers. But the story of this trial does not end with the judge's gavel. It ends on the gallows, with a man named James Pugh. As the noose was placed around his neck, he refused to play the part of the penitent traitor. Instead, he turned to the crowd and began to speak. For nearly half an hour, Pugh delivered a fiery, damning sermon from the scaffold. He condemned the cowardice of Edmund Fanning and the tyranny of Governor Tryon. He spoke of the justice they had sought and the violence they had received. He prophesied that a day of true reckoning would come for these corrupt men. He was still speaking, his voice ringing with righteous fury, when the sheriff, impatient with this final act of defiance, gave the order to cut him down. The court of law had delivered its verdict. But from the gallows, the justice of the mountains had delivered its own. The law of men had won the day, hanging its enemies and silencing dissent. But the question hung in the air, far longer than the bodies of the condemned. Was this justice? Or was it merely the law, a tool in the hands of the powerful, used to crush the powerless? The hangman's rope cast a long shadow over the Carolina backcountry, a shadow that would linger for years. For the families of the executed and the thousands of other regulators, life after the verdict was a bitter cup to drink. Those who remained on their land lived as a conquered people. They plowed their fields and harvested their corn under the watchful eye of a government they now knew was their enemy. Every tax notice was a fresh wound, every court summons a reminder of their powerlessness. They had been forced to sign an oath of loyalty, a piece of paper that felt like a brand on their soul, a public declaration of their own humiliation. But not everyone stayed. For many, the memory of Alamance was a poison in the soil, and the oath of allegiance was a chain they refused to wear. They saw only one path to freedom: west. In a great, silent exodus, hundreds of defeated regulator families packed their meager belongings, turned their backs on the homes they had built with their own hands, and began the perilous journey over the Appalachian mountains. They were branded as outlaws, but they saw themselves as pilgrims. They illegally settled in the river valleys of what would one day become Tennessee, forming a new society called the Watauga Association. Here, beyond the reach of Governor Tryon and his corrupt courts, they created one of America's first independent, self-governing communities, a place where the law would be their own. The spirit of the regulators was not dead, it had simply moved over the mountain. And what of the men who had crushed them? Did they face a curse, an atonement for the blood on their hands? Not at all. In the world of colonial politics, brutality was often rewarded. Governor William Tryon, his reputation enhanced by his decisive victory over the traitors, was soon promoted to the prestigious post of Governor of New York. Edmund Fanning, the architect of the farmer's misery, also left Carolina, continuing his career as a loyal servant of the crown. They faced no justice, no ostracism, no reckoning. They simply moved on, leaving a broken land behind them. Their only curse would come years later, when the fires of revolution they had helped to stoke would finally consume the entire British system they served. Back in Carolina, the community tried to heal by forgetting. The story of the Regulator War became a dangerous and painful memory, a ghost to be locked away. The word regulator itself became a whisper, a name associated with defeat and treason. People got back to the hard work of survival, focusing on the seasons and the soil, burying the trauma of Alamance under a blanket of collective silence. They tried to move on, to pretend it never happened. But a wound that deep doesn't heal just because you stop talking about it. It festers in the darkness, waiting for a chance to break open once more. Decades pass. The powdered wigs and red coats are gone, but the echoes of Alamance never truly faded. They can be found in the bloodlines of the families who fought there. Many of the sons of the regulators, raised on bitter stories of Tryon's tyranny, picked up their rifles again just 4 years later. The British made the fatal mistake of assuming these backcountry men, once crushed by a royal governor, would be loyal to the crown. They couldn't have been more wrong. The men who fled over the mountains to Watauga became the legendary Over-Mountain Men, and at the Battle of Kings Mountain, they unleashed a frontier fury that annihilated a British army and helped turn the tide of the entire Revolutionary War. It was the regulators' final, posthumous revenge. Today, if you visit the Alamance battlefield, you won't find an army. You'll find a quiet state park, a peaceful expanse of green grass where children fly kites and families have picnics. But if you stand there as the sun sets and listen to the wind in the tall oaks, you can almost hear it, the ghostly roar of cannon fire, the defiant shouts of dying farmers. Monuments now stand on that field, naming the men who were once condemned as traitors and honoring them as patriots who bled for liberty, a testament to how the truth, buried for so long, can eventually rise from the earth. The memory also clings to the land in the form of legend. For generations, people in Hillsborough would point to the spot where James Pugh and his fellow regulators were hanged. They swore that on that patch of ground, cursed by Pugh's final defiant words, no grass would ever grow. It was a physical scar on the landscape, a constant, eerie reminder kept alive not by historians, but by the folk memory of a people who refused to let the story die completely. And while the names and dates may have faded from the nation's memory, the spirit of the regulators has soaked into the very soul of Appalachia. That fierce independence, that deep and abiding distrust of distant, powerful governments, that unshakable belief that a man has the right to stand his ground against injustice, that is the true living legacy of Alamance. The textbooks might forget, the politicians may never learn, but the mountains remember everything. So we return to the question that started our journey, the question that hangs in the smoke of the Alamance battlefield. What could drive God-fearing men to wage war on their own government? The answer, we now see, is both simple and profound. They didn't fight to create a new nation or to overthrow a distant king. They fought because the boot of a corrupt and arrogant power was pressing down on their necks. And they believed, with every fiber of their being, that a free man does not endure such a thing without fighting back. They fought for the most fundamental of all rights, the right to enjoy the fruits of their own labor and to be treated with dignity. This is a story that teaches a hard lesson about the price of liberty. It reminds us that the first people to stand up are often the first to be cut down. The regulators lost their battle, their property, and in some cases, their lives. They were branded as traitors, and their story was buried. But their spirit did not die on that field. The blood they shed at Alamance was not wasted. It seeped into the ground and watered the roots of a tree of liberty that would burst into full, revolutionary bloom just a few short years later. Their defiance became a legacy, a fierce whisper of warning passed down through generations of mountain folk that the law and justice are not always the same thing. Their struggle is a testament to the indomitable Appalachian spirit, a spirit that bends for no man and bows only to God. It's a timeless reminder that when every legal door is slammed shut, when every petition is met with contempt, ordinary people will eventually seek their justice not in a courthouse, but in the open field with whatever tools they have at hand. Their voices were silenced by the rope and the cannon, but if you listen closely, you can still hear their echo in the Carolina hills. And now, my friends, you know the rest of the story. Imagine waking one morning to find a bundle of freshly cut willow branches tied to your front door. In the lawless hills of 19th century Kentucky, this wasn't a gift. It was an ultimatum, a final warning from a secret army that judged you in the dead of night. They called themselves the White Caps, angels of justice who promised to bring order to a land drowning in chaos. But the whispers that still echo through these hollers tell a different story. A story of how saviors became monsters and how the quest for justice turned into a thirst for blood and power. How did a committee of concerned farmers become a hooded terror that ruled by the whip and the rope? Today, we separate the legend from the brutal truth and uncover the story of the Whitehead clan. To understand the White Caps, you first have to understand their world. Picture the mountains of eastern Kentucky in the years after the Civil War. This wasn't just a place, it was a world apart, a labyrinth of fog-shrouded hollows and impassable ridges that kept the modern world at bay. Life here was governed not by clocks or calendars, but by the rising of the sun and the turning of the seasons. Families lived on isolated farmsteads, miles from their nearest neighbor, carving out a life from the stubborn, rocky soil. The creek was their water, the forest their larder, and the Bible their law. The people who called these mountains home were a proud and fiercely independent stock. They were veterans of a bitter war, farmers and blacksmiths who asked for little and expected even less from outsiders. Their lives were hard, a constant struggle against the elements and the land itself, but there was an honesty to it. A man's worth was measured by the strength of his hands and the truth of his word. They wanted nothing more than to raise their children, work their land, and be left in peace under the watchful eye of God. But a shadow was falling over this simple life. In the dark corners of this isolated world, a rot had begun to set in. With no effective law to speak of, the worst of human nature was allowed to fester. There were the drunks, who would trade their family's last bit of flour for a jug of corn liquor. There were the petty thieves who would steal a neighbor's livestock in the dead of night, knowing there would be no consequences. And there were the family tyrants, men who ruled their homes with a fist, whose wives and children suffered in terrified silence. For these people, justice was a distant rumor, a story told about faraway cities. The local sheriff was often a man who either lacked the courage to enforce the law or was corrupt enough to ignore it for a price. To take a grievance to the county court was an expensive days-long journey that most couldn't afford, and even then, a mountain man's word meant little to a flatland judge. Honest, hard-working families felt powerless, watching as the fabric of their community was torn apart by men who feared neither God nor government. A quiet desperation began to settle over the valleys. It was a feeling shared in hushed conversations around the pot-bellied stove at the general store and in prayers whispered in small clapboard churches. People felt abandoned, left to fend for themselves against the growing chaos. And in that fertile ground of fear and frustration, a dangerous seed was planted. It was the old mountain idea that when the law fails, men must make their own. They didn't know it yet, but they weren't just seeking justice. They were about to unleash a terror far worse than anything they had ever known. The change didn't happen overnight. It didn't start with a gunshot or a hanging, but with a whisper. A whisper that traveled from farm to farm, a shared frustration that finally found a voice in a secret meeting in an old barn. They were respected men, farmers, veterans, even a preacher or two, men who had simply had enough. They decided that if the law wouldn't protect their families, they would become the law. They took a name for themselves, the White Caps, and for their uniform, they chose the simplest, most terrifying disguise imaginable, a plain white sack with holes cut for eyes. Their first target was a man known throughout the valley for his drunken cruelty, a man who beat his wife and starved his children while he spent his days in a stupor. One morning, he awoke to find that silent message on his door, a bundle of willow switches. It was a clear ultimatum, understood by everyone in the mountains. Straighten up or face the consequences. The man, arrogant in his belief that no one would dare challenge him, laughed it off. He threw the branches into his fire and went back to his bottle. It was the last mistake he would ever make in that county. A few nights later, the community learned what happened when a warning was ignored. A procession of silent riders, their faces hidden beneath those stark white hoods, descended on the man's cabin. There were no shouts, no threats. They moved with a chilling purpose, pulling the terrified man from his bed. They dragged him out into the cold night air, his wife's pleas echoing unanswered in the darkness. They tied him to a tree and one by one took up the same kind of willow switches he had burned and delivered their brutal judgment. It wasn't just a beating, it was a ritual of public shaming, a message delivered not only to him, but to everyone. When it was over, they gave him a new ultimatum: be gone by sunrise, or they would return. The next morning, the man, broken and bleeding, gathered his few belongings and left the county forever. And a strange quiet fell over the valley. The theft stopped. The town drunkards stayed home. For the first time in years, there was a sense of order. The White Caps had proven that their methods worked. They had tasted power, the absolute power to inspire fear and enforce their will. And in that moment of victory, without realizing it, they had crossed a line from which there was no return. The first drops of blood had been spilled not to kill, but to correct. Yet they had watered a seed that would soon grow into a monstrous tree. The taste of power is a poison. And it didn't take long for it to blacken the souls of the white caps. The original mission of punishing drunks and thieves was forgotten, replaced by a much more profitable enterprise, fear for hire. Now, a man could pay the clan to settle a land dispute in his favor. A jealous husband could arrange a visit for a rival. The white hood was no longer a symbol of justice. It had become a mask for greed, revenge, and pure, unadulterated terror. The willow switch was no longer enough. The lessons they taught now were final. Their new reign was cemented not by punishing the guilty, but by making an example of the innocent. Consider the story of a farmer, a man respected for his honesty and hard work. His only crime was courage. He had stood up in a public place and called the white caps what they had become, a gang of cowardly bandits who hid their faces. He refused to join them, refused to be silent. He knew the risk, but his mountain pride would not let him bow to them. The white caps heard his words, and a death sentence was passed in the shadows. One moonless night, the family's dogs, usually fierce protectors, let out a single terrified yelp before falling silent. A moment later, the cabin door didn't just open, it exploded inward, splintering off its leather hinges. Silent figures, more like ghosts than men in their white hoods, filled the small room. They said nothing. They simply pointed a finger at the father of the house, who had just sat up in his bed. The children, frozen in terror in their small cots, could only see flickering shadows and hear the sounds of a nightmare that would be seared into their memory forever. His wife threw herself at the intruders, begging, pleading, but she was thrown aside like a rag doll. They dragged the man from his home, his bare feet scraping on the cold, hard-packed dirt of the yard. His family was forced to remain inside the cabin, captives in their own home, made to watch through the shattered doorway. They saw the torchlight glinting on a rope as it was thrown over the thick branch of an old oak tree. They were being made to bear witness. This wasn't just a murder, it was a lesson, and his family were the first pupils. The children covered their ears, but it did no good. The night was filled with the sounds of a brief, desperate struggle, a man's choked gasps for air, and then a sickening, heavy snap that echoed through the hollow. After that, nothing. Just the creak of the rope and the chirping of the crickets, who seemed entirely indifferent to the horror that had just unfolded. The world had turned into a hell of screams, followed by a ringing, absolute silence that was somehow even worse. The hooded figures didn't linger. They melted back into the woods as silently as they had come, leaving the torch sputtering in the dirt. They left behind a grieving family and a dark shape twisting gently in the night breeze. When the first grey light of dawn touched the mountain, the neighbors would find the scene. They would see the unspeakable trophy hanging from that oak tree, and they would understand the white cap's new gospel. Keep your head down, keep your mouth shut, because in these mountains, speaking the truth was a sin punishable by death. When the sun finally rose, its light did little to chase away the darkness. It only served to illuminate the horror. The first neighbor to pass by stopped dead in his tracks, his breath catching in his throat. He didn't run for the sheriff. He didn't cry out in alarm. He simply turned his wagon around and went to fetch other men, speaking in low, grim whispers. There was no question of who had done this. The sight of the body, a terrible monument to the price of defiance, was a signature left by the white caps. Quietly, with grim reverence, the men cut him down and carried him back to his grieving family, their faces hard masks of fear and fury they dared not express. For the widow and her children, the world had ended. Their home was no longer a sanctuary, but a tomb haunted by the final moments of a man they loved. Every creak of the floorboards, every rustle of leaves outside was a fresh wave of terror. They couldn't stay. There was no justice to be found here, only the constant, suffocating presence of the murderers, who could be any of the men they saw every day. Their fight was not for justice, but for survival. Within a week, they packed what little they could carry, abandoned the farm their family had worked for generations, and disappeared, becoming refugees from their own home. Their departure sent a clear message to the entire county. The Whitecaps had won. A thick, suffocating blanket of silence fell over the hills and hollows. No one spoke of the murder above a whisper, and never to an outsider. The code of silence was now absolute. A new, more insidious fear took root, a paranoia that turned neighbor against neighbor. Who was hiding beneath those hoods? The man who sold you flour at the general store? The blacksmith who shod your horse? Even the preacher who spoke of God's law on Sunday? You could trust no one. An invisible empire was being built, and its mortar was the blood of good men. The local sheriff eventually rode out to the abandoned farmstead. He looked at the rope burns on the oak branch, asked a few half-hearted questions to neighbors who suddenly couldn't remember a thing, and wrote a report he knew would lead nowhere. Perhaps he was a coward, too afraid of the hooded men to conduct a real investigation. Or perhaps, and this was the most chilling thought of all, he was one of them, his badge just another mask he wore during the day. His visit was a formality, a hollow gesture that only proved one thing: the law of men had no power here anymore. The hunt for the culprits never began. How could it? You can't arrest a ghost, and the Whitecaps had become something more than men in the terrified minds of the people. They were specters of vengeance, ghost riders who emerged from the night fog to enforce their own brutal commandments. The story of the murdered farmer became a cautionary tale whispered to children, a local legend born from a truth too terrible to confront directly. The ashes of his life had fertilized the soil of their fear, and from it, the Whitecaps' reign of terror would grow unopposed, casting a long, dark shadow over the mountains. Terror cannot last forever. Eventually, a monster will devour itself. The Whitecaps grew too bold, too greedy, and their violence became indiscriminate. When they murdered the family of a state legislator over a petty land dispute, they finally crossed a line that even the cowed local authorities couldn't ignore. The outside world came flooding into the mountains, not with sheriffs this time, but with stone-faced U.S. Marshals and companies of the National Guard, men who didn't know the local families and who weren't scared of shadows in the night. Arrests were finally made, and the stage was set for a trial that would pit the law of the state against the law of the clan. The county courthouse became the center of a storm. The small town swelled with newspaper reporters from as far away as Cincinnati, with curious onlookers who wanted a glimpse of the monsters, and with the grim-faced families of both the victims and the accused. Armed guards stood on the courthouse roof, their rifles glinting in the sun, a clear sign that this was not ordinary justice. It was a war being fought in a courtroom. Inside, the air was thick with tension and sweat. Every man on the jury knew his decision would follow him home. They knew that no matter what the verdict, they would have to live with the consequences in a land where memories are long and grudges are passed down like heirlooms. The prosecution's case seemed impossible. How could you convict men when every witness was paralyzed by fear? The answer came in the form of a captured white cap, a young man facing the gallows who was offered a deal, his life for his testimony. The dam of silence finally broke. He was brought into the courtroom in chains, and with a trembling hand, he pointed out his former brothers. He named the leaders, described the secret oaths, and recounted the grim details of their night rides. You can just imagine the scene. A man confessing his sins, his voice cracking, while across the room, the men he condemned stared at him with a look of pure, cold hatred that promised a retribution beyond any courtroom's power. The defendants themselves were a portrait of mountain defiance. They weren't cowering criminals. Many of them, particularly the leaders, sat with a quiet, arrogant dignity. They stared back at the jury, not with remorse, but with contempt, as if they were the true judges in the room. In their eyes, they weren't murderers. They were soldiers who had brought order to a lawless land. And this trial was nothing more than a betrayal by the Flatlanders who didn't understand their ways. Their leader, a man known for his cunning and ruthlessness, barely paid attention, projecting an unnerving calm, confident that the web of fear he had spun for years would hold firm. Finally, the jury delivered its verdict. The room held its breath. For the men who were merely followers, the enforcers who carried out the orders, the verdict was guilty. Sentences of life in prison and the hangman's noose were handed down. A quiet wave of relief and victory washed over the prosecution and the families of the victims. But then the jury foreman came to the last name, the mastermind, the man who had orchestrated the entire reign of terror. After a long pause, the words echoed in the stunned silence. Not guilty. A collective gasp filled the room. The architect of it all, protected by intimidated witnesses and a terrified jury, stood up, gave a slight nod to his lawyer, and walked out of the courtroom, a free man, disappearing into the same mountains he had terrorized. Was this justice? A few branches of the poisoned tree had been lopped off, but the root was left untouched, allowed to burrow back into the dark soil. The trial had proven that the law of men could reach into the mountains, but it also showed its limits. It could punish the soldiers, but it couldn't touch the king. For the people who had to go back to their isolated farms, the fear didn't end that day. It just took on a new, more patient form. The Whitecaps were broken as an organization, but their shadow remained, a permanent reminder of a time when justice wore a white hood and innocence was no protection at all. The trials that broke the Whitecaps are now just faded ink in dusty courthouse ledgers. The men who were sent to the gallows have long since turned to dust, their names a footnote in a violent chapter of Kentucky's history. But what of the leader, the man who walked free? He returned to his mountain home and lived out the rest of his days. Officially, he died a peaceful old man in his own bed. But the old-timers in these mountains tell a different story. They say that while the law of men couldn't touch him, the justice of the mountains is patient. They whisper that his final years were haunted by the faces of those he condemned, and that his name, once spoken with fear, is now spoken with a quiet, knowing curse. The scars left by the Whitecaps run deeper than a single generation. To this day, there are family names in those hollows that carry the weight of that time. Descendants of the Whitecaps live alongside the descendants of their victims. The story is a ghost that sits at their dinner tables. For some, it's a source of quiet shame, a dark secret to be kept buried. For others, it's a painful heirloom, a reminder of a resilience forged in terror and loss. The blood feuds may be over, but the memory lingers in the bloodline, a quiet rift that separates neighbor from neighbor even now. You can still find the physical traces of that time if you know where to look. The old county courthouse still stands, its brick walls a silent witness to the drama that unfolded within. On a quiet afternoon, you can almost hear the echoes of the prosecutor's accusations and feel the weight of the jury's fear. Not far from there, in a small, overgrown cemetery, you can find the tombstones of the men the Whitecaps murdered. The weathered inscriptions are simple and direct, telling you the day they were born and the day they died, but they leave out the most important part of the story: how they died and why. The oak tree where the farmer was hanged may or may not still stand, but its legend does, a dark landmark in the collective memory of the community. Most people have forgotten this story. The world has moved on, and the violent nights of the Whitecaps seem like a tale from another world. But the mountains remember. They hold these stories in the deep shadows of their hollows and in the rustle of the leaves on a moonless night. The official histories may have been written, but the true story, the human story of terror, courage, and survival, is preserved in the oral tradition passed down from one generation to the next. It has become a part of the landscape itself, a ghost that walks these hills, reminding us that the past is never truly gone. It's just waiting in the silence to be heard. So we come back to the question we started with. the one that hangs over this entire story like a mountain fog. How did a group of men who only wanted to protect their families become the very monsters they sought to destroy? The answer is as simple as it is terrifying. The White Caps weren't born evil. They were created by a vacuum, a space where law and order had died, and something had to take its place. They set out to be the cure, but without any checks on their power, the cure became a poison far deadlier than the disease. They learned that the power to punish is the power to control, and the power to control is the most addictive drug on earth. This isn't just a story about a band of hooded night riders from a bygone era. It's a timeless warning about the darkness that lies dormant in the human heart, waiting for the right circumstances to be unleashed. It's a testament to the fact that the road to hell is truly paved with good intentions. The White Caps are a brutal lesson in how easily the thirst for justice can curdle into a lust for blood, and how the hero who slays the dragon can, in time, grow scales of his own. It's a story of the indomitable Appalachian spirit, yes, but it reveals the dark side of that spirit, a fierce, unforgiving independence that, when twisted, respects no law but its own. The men who wore those white hoods are long gone. The ropes have rotted, and the willow trees they used for their warnings have grown old and died. But the story remains. It's been passed down, whispered from father to son, a chilling bedtime story that just happens to be true. It serves as a permanent reminder, etched into the very soul of these mountains, that the most dangerous men are often those who believe they are doing God's work. They teach us that fear is the cruelest of masters, and that true justice can never, ever be found hiding behind a mask. On the 4th of May, 1903, Judge James B. Markham stood on the steps of the Breathitt County Courthouse. He was a man of the law, a symbol of order in a land that had forgotten the meaning of the word. A single shot echoed from a nearby window, sharp and final. The judge staggered back into his own courthouse and fell dead, a public execution designed to send a chilling message. In this corner of Kentucky, the only law that mattered came from the barrel of a gun. This was not an isolated act. It was a declaration of war in a place that had already earned its name, bloody Breathitt. Was this a county of savages, or was it a place where honorable men were locked in a desperate battle for the very soul of the mountains? The truth, as always, is far more complicated and far more terrifying. Today, we trace the story of how power, greed, and an ancient code of honor turned a quiet county into a battlefield. To understand the blood that was spilled, you must first understand the ground that soaked it up. Late 19th century Breathitt County was a world unto itself, a labyrinth of fog-choked hollows and ancient hills that guarded its secrets fiercely. It was a place where the rhythms of life were dictated by the seasons, not by the clocks of a distant government. The people here were bound to the land and to each other by ties of blood and shared hardship. They were proud, self-reliant, and deeply suspicious of any authority that didn't carry their last name. The deepest scar on the soul of these mountains was the Civil War. Kentucky was a border state, a fractured land where loyalties were a personal and often fatal choice. In Breathitt, neighbor fought neighbor, and in some tragic cases, brother fought brother. When the official war ended, the fighting did not. Men returned home not to peace, but to simmering resentment. They brought their rifles with them, along with the grim knowledge that violence was a swift and effective way to settle a dispute. The old Union and Confederate grudges never truly died. They just became the fault lines for the family wars that would follow. This brutal history reinforced an older, unwritten law, the Code of the Mountains. In this isolated world, family was everything. It was your government, your army, and your only true safety net. An insult delivered to your cousin was an insult delivered to you, and it demanded an answer. Justice wasn't something you waited for a judge in a powdered wig to dispense. It was something you took yourself, often at the end of a path with a rifle in your hands. This wasn't seen as murder, it was seen as balancing the scales. This code was born of necessity. When your nearest neighbor is a mile away and the county seat is a day's hard ride, you learn to solve your own problems. A man's word was his bond, and his honor was his most valuable possession, worth more than his land, his livestock, or even his life. To have it challenged publicly was an unforgivable offense. It was this fierce, uncompromising sense of personal honor that would serve as the trigger for so much of the violence to come. Into this crucible of old wounds and rigid honor, a new element was introduced: progress, or what passed for it. Timber and coal barons from the north began to see the mountains not as a home, but as a treasure chest to be plundered. The railroad snaked its way into the hollows, bringing with it outside money, slick lawyers, and a lust for the region's vast natural wealth. Suddenly, control of the local courthouse wasn't just about settling local disputes. It was about controlling land deeds, mineral rights, and fortunes beyond imagination. This collision of worlds created the men who would fight the Breathitt County War. They were forged by the Civil War's lingering hatreds, governed by an ancient code of clan loyalty, and now tempted by a wave of new greed. They were men who believed their honor was worth dying for, and who were now being told that their entire world was for sale to the highest bidder. The storm was inevitable. Before the assassinations and the arrival of the state militia, there was a tense, fragile peace in Breathitt County. You have to imagine the town of Jackson in those days, a place of dusty streets and watchful eyes, where the future of the entire region was being decided not in an election booth, but in the quiet conversations held in hotel lobbies and general stores. It was a community living on a powder keg, but for a time, it was still a community. At the center of one world was Judge James "Jim" Hargis. To his enemies, he was a tyrant, a corrupt political boss who ruled with an iron fist. But to his supporters, and there were many, he was the patriarch of Breathitt County. The Hargis Hotel wasn't just a building, it was the capital of an unofficial kingdom. On any given day, you could find Jim Hargis there, holding court. A farmer might come to him to settle a land dispute. A young man might ask for a loan to start a family. Hargis was the law, the bank, and the government all rolled into one. He understood the mountain people because he was one of them. He provided a kind of stability, a predictable order. It was his order, to be sure, but in a chaotic world, that was something. He had built a dynasty of power, and he aimed to protect it and the people who lived under his influence. On the other side stood men like Judge James B. Markham and Ed Callahan. They represented a different vision for the mountains. Markham wasn't a patriarch, he was a lawyer. He believed in the power of books, of precedent, of a justice that was blind and applied equally to all men, regardless of their last name. He saw the Hargis machine as a cancer, a corrupting force that kept Breathitt County trapped in a cycle of poverty and violence. He fought his battles in the courtroom, armed with legal briefs and righteous indignation, seeking to dismantle the little Tsar's empire from within. Ed Callahan was the embodiment of that same fight, but he met it on the streets. He was a respected and fearless lawman, a man who believed his badge should mean something. Where Hargis commanded loyalty through favors and fear, Callahan earned respect through raw courage. He was the man who would walk into a saloon to disarm a drunkard when no one else dared, the man who would serve a warrant on a known killer. He and Markham were the face of the Reform Party, and they were fighting for a future where a man's success depended on his merits, not on his allegiance to a political boss. For a while, these two worlds coexisted. The Hargis men would walk on one side of the street, the Callahan men on the other. Business was conducted, families were raised, and life went on under a veneer of civility. But everyone knew the peace was hollow. These were not just two political factions, they were two fundamentally different futures vying for control of the same small patch of earth. One side was fighting to protect the world they had built, the other was fighting to build a new one. Both believed they were in the right, And in the mountains of Kentucky, when two sides both believe they are right, the result is almost always bloodshed. But peace is a fragile thing, and in every great tragedy, there is a crack in the armor of the men who stand at its center. For James Hargis, that flaw was a pride as old and unyielding as the mountains themselves. His control over Breathitt County was not a political office, it was his birthright. He had built his world through sheer force of will, and he could not tolerate the slightest challenge to his authority. To him, opposition was not a difference of opinion. It was a declaration of personal war. This wasn't the hot-headed pride of a young brawler. It was a cold, calculating force. They say that years earlier, a merchant in town had dared to publicly support one of Hargis's political rivals. Hargis didn't send men with guns. He did something far worse. He quietly passed the word. The man's credit was cut off at the bank. His suppliers suddenly had trouble filling his orders. Friends who had known him for 20 years would cross the street to avoid speaking to him. Within a year, the man was bankrupt and broken, forced to leave the county in shame. Jim Hargis didn't just defeat his enemies, he unmade them. This absolute refusal to share or cede power was his great strength, and it would become the engine of the coming war. The fatal flaw of the reformers, of men like Judge Markham and Ed Callahan, was the mirror image of Hargis's pride. It was a rigid, almost naive faith in the power of the law itself. They truly believed that the system, if followed correctly, was strong enough to protect them. They believed that a court order held more power than a Winchester rifle, and that a properly filed indictment could bring down a king. They saw the corruption of the Hargis machine and believed they could dismantle it piece by piece with the tools of their trade: legal arguments, witness testimony, and appeals to a higher authority. When the threats against them began, whispered in the street and delivered in unsigned notes, their response was to seek injunctions and write letters to the governor in Frankfurt. They trusted in a process that Jim Hargis had spent a lifetime learning how to manipulate and control from the inside. They were honorable men trying to play by the rules in a game where their opponent had already burned the rulebook. This faith in paper and ink, in a world that still answered to lead and steel, would prove to be a fatal miscalculation. And so the stage was set. On one side, a man whose pride would not allow him to bend. On the other, men whose principles would not allow them to break. It was a collision of two opposing kinds of stubbornness, two incompatible definitions of justice. In the suffocating quiet of the Kentucky mountains, there was no longer any room for compromise. A single spark was all that was needed to make the whole valley burn. The spark finally landed in 1902. It wasn't a public argument or a contested election. It was the sharp, ugly crack of a rifle in the dark. The target was James Cockrell, the town marshal of Jackson. But Cockrell was more than just a lawman. He was Jim Hargis's right hand. He was the muscle that backed up the little Tsar's quiet orders, the walking, breathing symbol of the Hargis machine's control over the streets. When Cockrell walked by, people understood who was in charge. His authority flowed directly from the rocking chair in the Hargis Hotel. One evening, he was cut down from ambush. It was a classic feud-style killing, a shot from the shadows, with no warning and no chance to fight back. In the code of the mountains, this was more than murder. It was an act of profound disrespect. It was a message, written in gunpowder and blood, sent directly to Jim Hargis. It said, "Your man is not safe. Your power is not absolute. Your walls can be breached." For a man like Jim Hargis, whose entire world was built on a foundation of unshakable authority, this was the ultimate insult. His pride, the very core of his being, had been publicly challenged in the most brutal way imaginable. This wasn't a legal matter to be sorted out by investigators and juries. This was a personal attack on his house, his name, and his honor. The gears of the official law were too slow, too uncertain. The only justice that mattered now was the swift, terrible justice of the clan. The Hargis faction didn't wait for proof. In their minds, there was only one group with the motive and the audacity to carry out such an act: the Callahan-Markham reformers. The accusation was made instantly and publicly. The word went out through the hollers and across the ridges. The opposition had crossed a line from which there could be no return. They had spilled first blood. That single shot changed everything. It tore away the thin veil of civility that had covered the county's tensions. The conflict was no longer about politics or legal maneuvering. It had become a blood feud. The time for filing motions in court was over. The time for filing coffins had begun. The cycle of vengeance, that terrible grinding engine of mountain warfare, had been switched on. And once it starts, it doesn't stop until it runs out of bodies to consume. In the days that followed James Cockrell's murder, a heavy silence fell over Breathitt County. It was the silence of a held breath, the kind of quiet that comes before a lightning strike. The elders of the community, men who still carried the scars of the Civil War, saw the signs. They had seen this kind of storm gather before. Preachers took to their pulpits, pleading for peace. Respected old men, who owed allegiance to neither faction, went as intermediaries, their hats in their hands, begging for calm and reason. They warned that this was a fire that, once lit, would consume the innocent along with the guilty. These warnings fell on deaf ears. They went to the Hargis Hotel and spoke to the little Tsar himself. Jim Hargis would listen to them patiently, his face a mask of cold granite. He would offer them a drink, thank them for their concern, and then show them the door. In his mind, their pleas for peace were an insult. How could there be peace when his man lay in the ground, struck down from the dark? To compromise now, to let the matter be handled by a slow and corruptible legal system, would be a show of weakness. It would be an admission that his power, his very authority over the county, could be challenged with impunity. His response was not to de-escalate, but to tighten his grip. Known gunmen and loyalists, men like Curtis Jett and Tom White, began to appear more frequently on the streets of Jackson, their presence a silent promise of retribution. On the other side, the same desperate pleas were made to Judge Markham and Ed Callahan. Friends and family begged them to be careful, to leave town for a while and let the situation cool down. A living dog is better than a dead lion, they were told. But their own unbending principles made this impossible. Judge Markham saw it as his sworn duty to uphold the law, especially when it was under attack. To flee would be to surrender the courthouse and the very idea of justice to the forces of intimidation. He believed with every fiber of his being that the shield of the law was strong enough to protect him. Ed Callahan, a lawman to his core, refused to be intimidated. He continued his patrols, served his warrants, and walked the streets of Jackson as if nothing had changed. He rejected the idea of surrounding himself with a heavy guard, arguing that a sheriff who had to hide behind a wall of rifles was no sheriff at all. They put their faith in the system. They wrote letters to the governor detailing the threats. They tried to empanel a grand jury. They fought back not with guns, but with affidavits and legal motions, believing that the truth written on paper would ultimately prevail over the lies whispered in the shadows. Every attempt at peace became just another step towards war. When neutral citizens tried to form a committee for public safety, both sides accused it of being a front for the other. When the governor sent a tepid message urging a peaceful resolution, it was seen as a sign of weakness from the state, emboldening the hardliners. The town of Jackson was no longer a community. It was two armed camps staring at each other across a dusty main street. The path of compromise had vanished, overgrown with pride on one side and principle on the other. Every man in Breathitt County had to choose a side, and everyone knew that the talking was over. The air in Jackson had grown so thick with hate you could taste it. The threats against Judge Markham were no longer whispers. They were shouted in the street. His friends stopped visiting after dark. Notes were left on his doorstep, crude and clear in their meaning. The world was closing in on him, and everyone knew a final terrible line was about to be crossed. This was the moment for one last off-ramp, one final chance to turn back from the abyss. That chance came, as it so often does, in the quiet of his own home. The story goes that on the night before he died, his wife came to him, her face pale with a fear that was beyond tears. She begged him, not as a political figure, but as her husband and the father of her children. "James, let us leave this place," she pleaded. "Let's go somewhere the names Hargis and Callahan mean nothing. What good is the law if it leaves your children without a father?" It was the clearest choice a man could face, his duty on one hand, his life and family on the other. It was a direct plea to the man, not the judge. For a long moment, Markham was silent. He was not a fool. He knew the danger was not just real, it was imminent. He could see the logic in his wife's plea, could picture a life of peace far away from the blood-soaked soil of Breathitt County. He could have packed a bag, taken his family, and been gone by sunrise. No one would have called him a coward. They would have called him a sensible man who chose to live. This was the crossroads. He could choose to be a husband and father, or he could choose to be a symbol. But the judge's faith in the law was as unbending as a rod of iron. He looked at his wife, and with a heavy heart, he made his decision. If a circuit judge can be run out of his own courthouse by threats, he told her, then there is no law in these mountains. There is only the rule of the gun. And if that is the case, then our children have no future here anyway. I will not run. He believed to his very soul that to back down would be to hand a final victory to the forces of anarchy. He had to believe the system he served was worth dying for. In that moment, he consciously rejected the path of peace and fully committed to his tragic course. He sealed his own fate not with anger or pride, but with a quiet, resolute sense of duty. The conversation was over. The last chance for a different outcome had passed. He would go to the courthouse in the morning, as he had every other morning. He would stand on those steps and face whatever came. He had made his choice. The morning of May the 4th, 1903, dawned like any other. The sun cast long shadows across the dusty main street of Jackson. Inside the Breathitt County Courthouse, the air was thick with the familiar smell of old paper and stale tobacco. Judge James B. Markham presided over his cases, his voice calm and steady, a small island of order in an ocean of simmering chaos. When the day's business was done, he walked out onto the front steps, pausing for a moment to speak with a friend, the tension of the courtroom momentarily behind him. The world seemed to hold its breath. Then, a sound, sharp and violent, cracked the afternoon calm. It was not a firecracker. It was a single, deliberate report that echoed off the brick buildings and sent a flock of birds scattering into the sky. For a split second, there was only confusion. Judge Markham felt a tremendous, invisible force strike him in the chest, a blow so powerful it staggered him backward and stole the air from his lungs. He looked at his friend, a question in his eyes, his mind struggling to understand what had just happened. He looked down. On the crisp white fabric of his shirt, a dark stain was beginning to bloom, spreading like a fatal flower. The abstract threats, the whispered warnings, the pleas of his wife, it all became real in that single, horrific instant. The long, complex legal argument he had been making against the powers that ran Breathitt County was over. A final, brutal rebuttal had just been delivered from a window across the street. His instincts, the instincts of a man whose entire life revolved around that building, took over. He did not cry out. He did not fall to the ground. With the last of his strength, he turned and stumbled back through the courthouse doors. He was a man of the law, and in his final moments, he sought sanctuary in the house of the law. He made it a few feet into the main hall before his legs gave out. Judge James B. Markham collapsed onto the hard wooden floor, his life ending at the very heart of the institution he had died trying to defend. For a long moment, nobody moved. The echo of the shot faded, replaced by a silence that was heavier and more profound than any noise. The people on the street were frozen, their faces a mixture of shock and terror. They had just witnessed the unthinkable. the public execution of a circuit judge on the steps of his own courthouse. It was an act of such brazen contempt for the law that it felt like the end of the world. This was not just a murder, it was a coronation. It was a statement, clear and undeniable, about who truly held the power in bloody Breathitt. The assassins, identified as Curtis Jett and Tom White, were known Hargis men. And the message they sent was simple and terrifying. No one was safe. No office was high enough. No principle was strong enough to protect you. The little Tsar's reign was absolute, and the courthouse itself was no longer a symbol of justice, but a tombstone for the man who dared to believe in it. From the dusty window of the building across the street, Curtis Jett and Tom White watched their handiwork unfold. The sharp, acrid scent of spent gunpowder hung in the still air of the room, a smell of finality. They saw Judge Markham stagger, saw him disappear back into the courthouse he loved. There was no panic, no rush of adrenaline-fueled fear, only the cold, clean satisfaction of a job well done. They were soldiers who had just successfully completed a mission for their commanding officer. Their next move was a testament to their chilling confidence. They didn't scramble to escape into the mountains. They didn't have a fast horse waiting in a back alley. They simply broke down the rifle, wrapped it in a cloth, and walked down the back stairs. They emerged into the pandemonium of the street, not as panicked fugitives, but as silent observers. They melted into the very crowd that was gathering in horrified knots, their faces as blank and unreadable as any other bystander. They were hiding in plain sight, protected by a shield of terror so absolute that no one dared to even meet their gaze. In the hours that followed, a strange paralysis gripped the town of Jackson. The body of Judge Markham was carried from the courthouse. The local law enforcement made a great show of securing the scene, of asking questions they already knew the answers to. Everyone knew who had pulled the trigger. The motive was as plain as the hole in the judge's chest. But who would dare to make the arrest? The town's legal system had just been decapitated, and the message was clear. Any lawman who tried to bring in Jett and White would be the next one to lie on a cold slab. And so, the killers did not run. They didn't have to. Later that day, they were seen openly in a Jackson store buying tobacco. They walked the streets with a new kind of swagger, the swagger of men who had proven they were untouchable. They were not fugitives cowering in the woods. They were conquerors, and the town of Jackson was their occupied territory. Their freedom in those first hours and days was the ultimate demonstration of Jim Hargis's power. The law was dead, and its assassins were calmly walking over its grave. The end of the road had not come for them. It had come for the rule of law in Breathitt County. The bullet that struck down Judge Markham didn't stop in the courthouse hall. It traveled onward, a phantom projectile that tore through the fabric of his family. For his wife, the abstract fear she had voiced just the night before had become a brutal, life-altering reality. She was now a widow in a town ruled by her husband's killers. His children were now orphans, their name a mark of defiance that placed them in constant, unspoken danger. The very community they had lived in became a prison of watching eyes and silent whispers. Friends who once greeted them warmly now averted their gaze, not out of malice, but out of a primal fear of being associated with the losing side of a war. For the Reform faction, Markham's assassination was a catastrophic blow. He was their legal champion, the man who believed he could slay the dragon with a well-aimed lawsuit. His death was the brutal answer to that belief. It ripped the heart out of their movement, replacing their hope for a lawful victory with the cold, hard reality of terror. A cloud of fear, thick and suffocating as mountain fog, descended on his allies. Men who had spoken boldly of reform now fell silent. The choice they faced was stark and immediate. Flee Breathitt County, bend the knee to the little Tsar, or pick up a rifle and answer violence with violence. The murder's ripple effect spread through the entire community. The town of Jackson became a place of profound paranoia. Shutters were bolted earlier in the evening. The streets, once a place of commerce and conversation, grew quiet and empty after dusk. Business between factions ceased entirely. A man's last name became his uniform, and the simple act of walking down the street was a declaration of allegiance. The courthouse, once the center of civic life, was now viewed with dread, no longer a house of law, but a monument to a failed idea. The assassination didn't end the violence, it guaranteed its escalation. The scales of justice, or what passed for it in the mountains, were now grotesquely unbalanced. Such a public and high-profile killing demanded an answer. The cycle of vengeance now required a blood payment of its own, and the Callahan faction, robbed of their legal path, began to see the gun as their only remaining option. The murder of the judge directly led to the murders that followed, of the sitting sheriff and then of his successor, Ed Callahan himself. The tragedy of Judge Markham's death was not just his own. The wreckage left behind wasn't just a grieving family and a dead lawman. It was a shattered community, a broken faith in the idea of civilization itself. Jim Hargis had not just eliminated a rival, he had murdered hope. And in its place, he had enthroned fear as the one true king of bloody Breathitt. The murder of a circuit judge was an act so audacious it could not be ignored, not even by the distant state government in Frankfurt. The carnage in Breathitt County had become a national embarrassment. In 1904, the governor declared the county to be in a state of insurrection and sent in the militia. This was not a small detachment of men. It was an invasion force. Hundreds of soldiers armed with modern rifles and Gatling guns arrived on the train, marching through the streets of Jackson with fixed bayonets. They were a foreign army, sent to impose a foreign law. Their primary mission was to ensure that Curtis Jett and Tom White could be tried without the jury being intimidated or the courthouse being burned to the ground. The trial became a spectacle. The courthouse was no longer a public building. It was a military fortress. There were soldiers on the roof, a guard with a bayonet at every door. The proceedings inside were a perfect illustration of the clash between two worlds. The prosecution came with law books, eyewitness testimony from terrified citizens, and the complex machinery of the state's legal system. And on the other side sat Jett and White. They did not carry themselves as common criminals racked with guilt. They sat with a quiet, defiant arrogance, like captured soldiers being tried by an enemy tribunal. In their minds, and in the minds of their supporters, they had broken no real law. They had acted according to the ancient mountain code, loyalty to their chief. They had eliminated a threat to their clan and its leader. Their defense was not one of innocence, but of justification. They were merely the instruments of a will greater than their own, soldiers in a war that the men in powdered wigs could never understand. Outside the courthouse walls, Breathitt County held its breath, deeply and bitterly divided. To the Hargis loyalists, Jett and White were martyrs, loyal men being sacrificed to appease the Flatlanders in Frankfurt. They were symbols of resistance against an outside force trying to change their way of life. To the friends of James Markham and the shattered Reform faction, they were simply assassins. The trial was the last, desperate hope that the rule of law might mean something after all, that a killer could be held to account, no matter who he worked for. After weeks of testimony that kept the entire nation spellbound, the jury, protected by a wall of state rifles, returned its verdict: guilty. Both Curtis Jett and Tom White were sentenced to life in prison. The newspapers declared it a victory for justice. But in the hollows of Breathitt County, the question lingered. Was it justice? The trigger men were going to prison, but the man who had almost certainly loaded the gun and given the order, the man whose power they were protecting, James Jim Hargis, was never even charged. The law had proven it could cage the wolves, but it seemed powerless to touch the man who owned the forest. With Jett and White behind bars, you might think justice had finally, imperfectly, triumphed. But the other side of the coin was still in play. James Jim Hargis, the little Tsar, the man at the center of the storm, remained. The state militia eventually packed up their Gatling guns and went home. The trials were over, and Jim Hargis was still the king of Breathitt County. For years, he walked the streets of Jackson, a living testament to a chilling truth. The law could punish the soldiers, but it couldn't touch the general. He had won. He had broken the reform movement, eliminated his chief rival, and survived the full might of the state's intervention. But the mountains have their own way of balancing the books. The justice that finally found Jim Hargis didn't come with a judge's order or from the rifle of a sworn enemy. It came from inside his own house, from his own blood. In February of 1908, 4 years after the Great Invasion, a bitter argument broke out between Hargis and his son, Beach. We don't know for certain what it was about: money, power, a personal slight. But it was a fire that could not be put out. The very culture of violence that Hargis had cultivated to maintain his power had taken root in his own family. On a cold winter day, on a public street in the town he ruled, the final act of the tragedy played out. Beach Hargis confronted his father, and the argument ended the only way such disputes seemed to end, in bloody Breathitt. He pulled a gun and shot his father dead. The man who had orchestrated assassinations from the shadows, who had treated the county as his personal chessboard, was brought down not by the law or his political enemies, but by a simple, brutal family quarrel. There's a terrible poetic irony in his end. The state of Kentucky had failed to hold him accountable. The code of the mountains, which he had so expertly manipulated, was ultimately what destroyed him. He had lived by the sword of clan loyalty and died by the sword of a family feud. His death was not justice in the legal sense, but it was a grim and fitting final chapter for a man whose greatest legacy was the violence he left behind. With the little Tsar in his grave, put there by his own son, a strange and unfamiliar quiet settled over Breathitt County. The empire Jim Hargis had built through a lifetime of cunning and intimidation crumbled like a house of sand. There was no one to inherit his throne. The machine he had created was powered by his will alone, and without him, it ground to a halt. The name Hargis, once a word of power, became a whisper of shame, a cautionary tale of a man who ruled a kingdom and lost his own family. His descendants scattered, many leaving the county to escape the long, dark shadow of their name. On the other side of the ledger, the name Markham became something else entirely. It became a symbol of a lost cause, a ghost of what might have been. Judge Markham's family, seeking the peace he could not find for them in Jackson, eventually left the mountains. But they left his name behind, etched into the memory of the place. To this day, it stands for an honorable, if tragic, idea that the law should be something more than the will of the strongest man. But for the common folk of Breathitt, the years after were not about legacies. They were about survival. A profound and deliberate silence fell over the history of the feuds. It was a collective act of forgetting, a necessary amnesia. Fathers stopped telling their sons the stories. The names of the dead were still on the tombstones, but the reasons they were there were buried deep. To speak of the war was to risk reopening wounds that had barely begun to scar over, to reignite embers of hatred that still glowed in the dark. The community healed itself by cauterizing its own memory, choosing a future of silence over a past of pain. And into this silence, a new kind of power moved in. With the old patriarchs dead or disgraced, the county was left rudderless. The timber and coal companies from the outside no longer had to negotiate with a powerful little Tsar. They could now deal with a fractured, exhausted populace and a pliable local government. The great fight for Breathitt's soul did not end with the feuds. It had only entered a new phase. The rifle was put away, and the lawyer's briefcase took its place. The land and its wealth, which had been fought over with blood, would now be claimed with ink. The men who fought the Breathitt County War are long gone. Their rifles have turned to rust, their bodies to dust, but their story has not disappeared. It has seeped into the soil of the county itself, a permanent part of the landscape. And the most enduring echo of that bloody time is the name it earned, Bloody Breathitt. For more than a century, the people of this place have lived with that nickname. It clings to them like morning fog in the hollows, a ghost of a reputation they can never fully shake, a constant reminder of the time when their home was a battlefield. If you walk the streets of Jackson today, you can still touch the past. The old courthouse still stands, a silent brick-and-mortar witness to the murder that defined an era. And a persistent local legend says that the judge never truly left. On quiet nights, when the building is dark and empty, some people claim you can hear the faint sound of a man's footsteps, pacing the hall where Judge Markham fell. It's the ghost of a man who died for the law, still restlessly seeking the justice that was denied to him in life. Not far from there, in a quiet cemetery, you can find the weathered tombstones of Markham, of Hargis, of Callahan, their names worn by 100 years of rain and wind, the silent epilogue to a violent history. The story of the feuds is rarely found in official history books. It lives on in the way mountain people preserve their past, in stories told on a front porch, in hushed tones from one generation to the next. It has become a cautionary tale, a lesson taught to the young about the terrible price of pride and the destructive power of vengeance. The specific details may blur, the names may fade, but the core of the story remains, a warning about the darkness that can be unleashed when good men do nothing and powerful men do as they please. The spirits of the two main antagonists still haunt the county in their own ways. The ghost of Judge Markham is a sad one, a symbol of principle and sacrifice. But the ghost of Jim Hargis is something else entirely. It is the ghost of absolute power, of a time when one man's will could override all law and morality. He represents the old, untamed spirit of the mountains, both its strength and its terrifying brutality. Though the man is gone, his shadow, the memory of that kind of power, lingers as a reminder of what this place once was. So we come to the end of the trail and return to the question that started it all. Was this a land of savages or a place of honorable men locked in a desperate struggle? The truth is, it was both. There were no simple heroes or villains in the story of Bloody Breathitt. There were only men, forged by their time and place, and trapped by the very codes that gave them their strength. Jim Hargis was not a monster. He was a king from an older, fiercer world, a mountain patriarch who ruled by a law of loyalty and fear, and who defended his kingdom with savage brutality when it was threatened. And Judge James Markham was not a naive fool. He was a prophet of a new order, a man who believed that the rule of law could tame the wilderness and bring a just peace to the mountains. His tragedy was that he was a man ahead of his time, who fatally underestimated the violence with which the old world would resist its own death. They were two titans of two different ages, standing on the same small piece of earth, and there was simply not enough room for both of them. In the end, this is not just a story about a feud. It is the story of a painful, bloody transition. It's the story of what happens when the unwritten law of the mountains, a code of honor, clan, and vengeance, collides with the written law of the state. The gunshots that echoed through the hollows were the death rattle of an entire way of life, a brutal response to the encroaching forces of industry, money, and a government that the mountain people had never trusted. The blood that soaked the courthouse steps was the terrible price of that change. And that, my friends, is the ballad of Bloody Breathitt. It is a grim and lasting reminder that a man's greatest strength can become his most profound weakness, and that when the old ways of a place are forced to die, they seldom die quietly. Imagine the Tennessee frontier in the dead of night. A settler family huddles in their small cabin, listening to every snap of a twig outside. Suddenly, the air explodes with the terrifying gobble of a Cherokee war cry. But amidst the chaos, another sound cuts through the fear, a sound so unnatural it freezes the blood. It's a voice, shouting orders to the painted warriors in perfect, unaccented English. This is a story whispered in terror around the campfires of the first American frontier. A story of a raid led not by a native, but by a man with white skin. How does a settler's son, born to fear and fight the Cherokee, become their most cunning and brutal war chief? What can happen to a man in the depths of the wilderness to turn his soul inside out, making him a monster to his own people and a legend to his sworn enemies? The newspapers called him a traitor, a turncoat. But the men and women who lived in these mountains knew the truth was something far darker, far more complex. Tonight, we will peel back the layers of rumor and time to find the real story of the man they called Nickety Jack. Before the legend of Nickety Jack was ever whispered, there was just a boy and a world built on the knife's edge of hope and terror. To understand the man he became, you must first walk through the world he lost. This was late 18th century Appalachia, a labyrinth of misty hollows and shadow-choked forests that the settlers called Tennessee. The mountains themselves were the first great character in this story. They were ancient, indifferent, and possessed a beauty that could steal your breath one moment and your life the next. The morning fog clung to the valleys like a shroud, and the creeks whispered secrets that only the Cherokee, who had lived there for generations, could understand. The people who came to this land were a hard breed, mostly Scots-Irish, who had traded the tyranny of landlords in the old country for the freedom of this new, wild world. They were clannish, stubborn, and deeply suspicious of any authority beyond their own family and a long rifle. For them, the land was a promise from God, a thing to be wrestled from the wilderness tree by tree, rock by rock. Life was a cycle of back-breaking labor, clearing fields, splitting rails for fences, and building stout log cabins with loopholes cut into the walls, just in case. In one of these cabins lived a boy well called Jack. He was a product of this harsh Eden. Before he had a man's beard, he could track a deer for miles, skin it with a hunter's knife, and handle an axe with grim efficiency. He knew the relief of a heavy bar locking the cabin door at night, and the deep, gnawing fear that came with every owl's hoot or snapped twig from the dark woods that pressed in on all sides. His world was simple, carved in the stark black and white of the frontier. His people were the settlers, the families who gathered to raise a neighbor's barn or share a prayer on Sunday. The enemy was the Cherokee, a shadowy, terrifying presence in the forest. This was a life lived under a constant, low-burning siege. Peace was a fragile thing, an illusion that could be shattered in an instant. Every man who went to the fields carried his rifle. Every woman knew the quickest way to gather her children and bolt the door. The silence of the forest wasn't peaceful. It was watchful. It was a silence that held its breath, waiting for the single gunshot or the blood-chilling war whoop that would signal the end of everything. Yet, there were moments of grace. The scrape of a fiddle by the hearth on a cold winter night, the shared laughter over a successful harvest, the simple dream of a future where their children wouldn't have to live with a gun in their hands. They dreamed of turning this dangerous wilderness into a home, a legacy. They saw themselves not as invaders, but as pioneers, fulfilling a destiny written for them in the pages of the Bible. They were building a new world on this land they had claimed. But the land itself seemed to remember. The Cherokee called this place the Dark and Bloody Ground, and that name clung to the air like the mountain mist. The treaties signed by men in powdered wigs hundreds of miles away meant little here. There was a debt on this land, a tension in the very soil, and every settler, in the quietest corners of their heart, knew that a day of reckoning was coming. The calm they cherished was nothing more than the deep breath a predator takes before it strikes. This wasn't empty land that Jack's family and others had settled. To them, it was a wilderness to be tamed, a future to be built. But to the Cherokee, every river bend, every mountain pass, every clearing had a name, a story, and a spirit. Their claim wasn't written on a piece of parchment from a distant king. It was etched into the land itself, in the bones of their ancestors, buried in the sacred mounds that dotted the river valleys. The conflict that would swallow Jack whole wasn't born from a single act of violence. Its seeds were sown generations before in two completely different ways of seeing the world. The great fire that forged these lasting hatreds was the American Revolution. While men in the East fought for liberty from a king, the war in these mountains was a brutal, intimate affair. Most of the Cherokee, seeing the insatiable hunger of the American settlers, had sided with the British. It wasn't out of love for the crown, but from a cold, hard calculation. The British, for their own reasons, had tried to draw a line along the crest of the Appalachians, forbidding colonial expansion. To the Cherokee, the redcoats were the devil they knew. The land-hungry settlers were a plague that could never be stopped. When America won its independence, it was a death warrant for the Cherokee way of life. The line on the map was erased. The veterans of the Revolution, having bled for this new nation, felt they had earned this land as a spoil of war. They came flooding over the mountains, armed with land grants given in lieu of pay, a sense of righteous purpose, and a deep-seated hatred for the people who had sided with their former enemy. Every raid was seen as a continuation of that war. Every act of resistance by the Cherokee was seen as treachery. In these mountains, a family name was a heavy thing to carry, a story in itself. For the settlers, a name like Sevier or Shelby was a banner of leadership, of Indian fighting, of a divine mandate to push civilization westward. A boy like Jack grew up knowing these names, knowing that his own family name carried with it a duty to stand your ground, to protect your kin, and to never, ever yield to the wilderness or its people. But the Cherokee had names that carried an even older weight. Their great war chief, Tsiyugunsini, or Dragging Canoe, had a name that was a living promise. It was a vow of unending resistance, a declaration that the sale of their ancestral land was a crime that would be paid for in blood. To be a follower of Dragging Canoe meant you never forgot a broken treaty. It meant you fought until the last warrior fell. This was the world Jack was born into, a place where the lines weren't drawn in the dirt, but in the blood of a war that had never truly ended. In a world this isolated, news traveled on the wind, and it was almost always bad. The ground for the conflict that would claim Jack's identity was made fertile by a web of rumors and old, festering grudges that poisoned the very water in the creeks. The settlers were not one unified people. There were the hardliners, men who had lost family in previous raids, whose hearts were calcified with a hatred so pure they believed the only good Indian was a dead one. They were the first to grab a rifle and the last to ask questions. Then there were others, quieter families, who just wanted to farm their land in peace, who might even trade a bit of corn for a well-cured deer hide with a Cherokee hunter they knew. To the hardliners, this was treason. These small, personal interactions were a constant source of friction, but it was the bigger events that fanned the flames. Just a season before, after a few horses were stolen from a homestead, the local militia had formed up. Blind with rage, they bypassed the warrior towns of the Chickamauga and fell upon a small, peaceful Cherokee village known for trading with the whites. They burned the lodges and killed whoever they could catch, arguing later that any Cherokee was a potential enemy. To the settlers in their forts, it was a necessary act of frontier justice, but to the Cherokee, it was an unforgivable massacre of innocents. The story of that raid spread like a wildfire through the Cherokee nation. Runners carried the news from town to town, the story growing more horrific with each telling. It was the proof they needed that the white man's peace was a lie. that his true goal was not just to take the land, but to exterminate their people entirely. This one act of undisciplined vengeance became a rallying cry. It drove neutral bands into the arms of dragging canoe. It turned young men who had never held a weapon into warriors screaming for revenge. Back in the settlements, the air grew thick with paranoia. The fear of retaliation was a physical presence, sitting at the dinner table with every family. Neighbors started looking at each other with suspicion. Who among them was trading with the enemy, giving them food, or worse, gunpowder? Who was the weak link in the chain of defense? Rumors slithered from one cabin to the next like black snakes in the high grass, turning small misunderstandings into deadly accusations. This wasn't a conflict of armies meeting on a field. It was a war of the soul, fought in the whispers between neighbors and the stories told to children. Every past slight, a dispute over a hunting ground, a trade deal gone sour, a drunken insult at a horse race, was dug up from its shallow grave. These old wounds were now infected with the fresh poison of fear and hatred, and the community was rotting from the inside out. The stage was set not just for a war between settlers and Cherokee, but for a war within the hearts of the people themselves. In the weeks leading up to the tragedy, the very air in the hollows grew heavy, as if the land itself knew what was coming. The old people, those with one foot still in the superstitions of the Scottish Highlands, saw the signs and spoke of them in hushed tones. They said the cry of the painter, the Appalachian mountain lion, had been heard too close to the settlements, its scream sounding unnervingly like a woman in mourning. Flocks of crows would gather in the skeletal branches of a lightning-struck oak, sitting in unnatural silence, watching the cabins below with their black, intelligent eyes. It was a bad luck moon, they whispered, a time when the veil between the world of the living and the world of spirits was thin and torn. Then came the human omen, not a single stranger, but the news he carried. A trapper, passing through on his way back east, brought a rumor that spread faster than fire. He spoke of new talks, of another treaty being planned by the far-off government, one that would demand the Cherokee give up all the hunting grounds between the Cumberland and Tennessee rivers. To the settlers, this news was a poisoned promise, a green light to push deeper, to stake claims on land that wasn't yet theirs. But to the Cherokee, and especially to the warriors of the Chickamauga, this rumor was the final insult. It was proof that every treaty was a lie, every promise a trap. The time for talk was over. The time for war was now. And a young Jack, who knew the forest as well as he knew the lines on his own hand, felt it too. He couldn't put a name to it, but there was a change in the woods. The familiar sounds of the wilderness were off-key, strained. The deer were gone from their usual trails, and an eerie quiet had fallen over the paths he used to walk. One afternoon, while checking a trap line near the creek, he was overcome by a sudden, gut-wrenching feeling of being watched. He spun around, long rifle ready, but saw nothing but the deep, impenetrable wall of the forest. The feeling didn't pass. It was a cold dread that settled deep in his bones, a premonition that the shadows under the trees were no longer empty. Something was coming. The world he had always known was holding its breath, waiting for the first drop of blood to fall. The breaking point came not with a negotiation or a declaration, but in the grey, misty hour just before dawn. The silence of the forest didn't break. It shattered. It started with a single sharp report of a rifle, followed an instant later by the sound that every settler dreaded more than death itself, the terrifying, gobbling war cry of the Chickamauga. It erupted from all sides at once, a wave of pure, predatory sound that washed over Jack's small, isolated settlement. The attack was not a battle. It was a storm, a whirlwind of violence that descended with shocking speed and precision. For Jack, the world dissolved into a blur of smoke, muzzle flashes, and painted faces that seemed to materialize from the fog. He was on his feet in an instant, long rifle in hand, his heart hammering against his ribs. The splintering crash of the cabin door being forced inward was followed by the acrid smell of gunpowder and burning pine as torches were thrown onto the roof. There was no time for strategy, no time for anything but the primal instinct to fight for his life and the lives of his family. He fired his rifle, reloaded in a desperate, fumbling motion, and fired again into the chaos. He was young, strong, and knew how to fight, but he was one man against a tide. He saw his world coming apart in flashes of horrific violence. He swung his rifle like a club, fighting with the ferocity of a cornered animal, but he was overwhelmed. A blow from a war club sent him reeling, his vision exploding in a shower of stars. He was subdued, his arms wrenched behind his back and bound tightly with leather thongs. He was not killed. For reasons he couldn't comprehend in that moment, he was being kept alive. Forced to his knees in the dirt outside his burning home, Jack watched the end of his world. The raid was over as quickly as it had begun. The warriors, their work done, melted back into the forest, taking their captives and their spoils with them. The only sounds left were the crackle of the flames devouring his cabin and the terrible, unnatural silence that follows a slaughter. As he was hauled to his feet and dragged away into the dark woods, he took one last look back. He was leaving behind not just a smoking ruin, but the body of the boy he used to be. The line had been crossed. The first drops of blood had been spilled, and they were his own family's. The feud was no longer a distant rumor. It was now the only thing he had left. For Jack, helpless on the ground, the world became a series of horrific sounds and fractured images, a nightmare seen through a haze of smoke and terror. Time seemed to warp and stretch. Seconds felt like hours. He heard his father's voice, not in a plea for mercy, but in a defiant roar of rage, a sound of pure, untamed frontier spirit. And then he heard that roar cut short, replaced by a wet, choking gasp that was swallowed by the surrounding chaos. The sound was so final, so absolute, it felt like the whole world had tilted on its axis. He couldn't see everything. The swirling smoke and the flickering firelight played tricks on the eyes, creating monstrous shadows that danced and writhed, but he could hear. He heard a scream from the cabin, a high, sharp sound of a woman's terror that was suddenly silenced. It wasn't followed by another scream, but by the heavy, rhythmic thud of a war club against the cabin's thick wooden door, a sound of methodical, relentless destruction. Every impact was a blow against his own heart. Through a momentary clearing in the smoke, his eyes fixed on a single, heartbreaking image. His little sister's corn-husk doll, the one she took everywhere, lay on the ground, trampled into the mud. Its simple, stitched smile seemed to mock the carnage, a tiny, innocent casualty in a war it could never understand. Nearby, his mother's rocking chair lay on its side, one of its rockers split clean in two. These were the small, mundane pieces of his life, now shattered and desecrated, silent witnesses to the end of his world. The warriors moved with a terrifying efficiency. This was not a mindless rampage. It was a practiced military operation. They flowed through the settlement like a dark river, their movements economical and purposeful. One warrior emerged from the cabin not with a weapon, but with a sack of flour slung over his shoulder. Another calmly collected the long rifles that had been mounted over the fireplaces. They were not just destroying, they were erasing a life and taking its resources for their own. Then, a figure of authority emerged from the smoke. He was taller than the others, his face a mask of grim purpose, not rage. He walked over to Jack and looked down at him, not with hatred, but with a cold, appraising stare. His eyes were like dark chips of flint. He looked at the bound, terrified boy. Then his gaze shifted to the burning cabin, then back to Jack. No words were spoken, but the meaning was as clear as a rifle shot. This is what your people have earned. This is the price of the land you stole. As the warriors began to pull him away, dragging him toward the dark tree line, the main roof beam of his home finally gave way. With a great groan, it collapsed into the heart of the inferno, sending a massive plume of orange sparks spiraling up into the pre-dawn sky. It was a funeral pyre for his family, for his name, for the boy he once was. The sound of the flames was the last sound he heard from his old life. And then there was a new sound, the unnatural quiet of the forest, broken only by the soft tread of moccasins on the damp earth. As they marched him deeper into the wilderness, away from the glowing embers of his past, he felt nothing. The shock had scoured him clean, leaving a hollow, echoing void. All he could see, burned into the back of his mind, was the image of that small, mud-stained doll, its vacant eyes staring into an empty sky. To the settlers, the war chief who led this raid was a monster, a devil from the deepest hell. But in his own mind, he was a surgeon performing a painful, necessary operation. Standing on the ridge overlooking the settlement, watching the orange glow of the fires, he felt no sadistic pleasure. He felt the cold, heavy weight of a man trying to save his people from a plague. His logic was as sharp and brutal as the edge of his tomahawk. For every broken treaty, there must be a price. For every acre of stolen land, there must be a reckoning. For the massacre of his people in the peaceful village just a season ago, there must be a response so terrible it would be spoken of in whispers for generations. This wasn't about hatred for the white man as a person. He had seen their courage and their stubbornness. He hated what they were collectively. A tide of locusts that consumed the forest, drove away the game, and plowed over the sacred bones of his ancestors. They did not understand the land. They only understood how to own it. To him, every new cabin was a tombstone for the Cherokee way of life. He was not the aggressor. He was the antibody, the fever that must burn the infection before it killed the host. His violence was a form of medicine, bitter and agonizing, but in his mind, it was the only cure. The moment that changed everything for Jack was a moment of cold calculation for the chief. He had seen the boy fighting. While others screamed or fled, this one fought back with a cornered wolf's fury. He saw past the pale skin and the settler's clothes and recognized a spirit that was worth more alive than dead. Killing another settler would send a message for a day. But turning one? That was a weapon that could last for years. In his mind, the switch flipped from destruction to opportunity. He saw the boy not as a victim, but as a piece of raw material, a lump of iron to be heated in the fires of their ways, hammered into the shape of a warrior, and quenched in the cold waters of their revenge. As he and his warriors melted back into the forest with their captive, there was no feeling of triumph. There was only a grim, chilling sense of balance restored. He had answered their violence with his own. He had shown them that the dark and bloody ground would live up to its name. The raid was a success, but the war was far from over. He looked at the bound, silent boy being marched through the trees and felt not a shred of pity, but a flicker of strategic hope. He had lost warriors. His people were hungry. But in this one act of calculated cruelty, he believed he may have just forged the one weapon the settlers would never see coming, a ghost with their own face. As the sun finally rose, its clean morning light fell upon a scene from hell. The raid was over. The warriors were gone. In their place, they left a profound, unnatural silence. The birds did not sing in the trees surrounding the clearing. The usual sounds of a frontier morning, the crow of a rooster, the lowing of a milk cow, the ring of an axe, were gone, replaced by the soft, hissing whisper of the smoldering cabin. A thick, greasy smoke, smelling of burnt pine and something else, something sickeningly sweet, hung heavy in the humid air, clinging to the valley floor. The cabin itself was no longer a home. It was a blackened skeleton, its chimney rising into the sky like a tombstone. The first to find it was a neighbor from the next ridge over, a man named Miller, who had come looking to borrow some shot. He approached cautiously, his long rifle held at the ready. He'd heard the faint echo of gunfire before dawn, but had prayed it was just a hunter. As he entered the clearing, he stopped dead. The scene before him was so absolute in its devastation that his mind couldn't immediately process it. He took in the trampled garden, the slaughtered livestock, and the gaping, fiery maw of the cabin. His breath caught in his throat. He saw the bodies then, scattered where they fell, and the hard, grim mask of the frontier fell over his face. He became a machine, his eyes scanning for any sign of life, for survivors, for tracks. The alarm was raised by hoofbeats and a hoarse voice screaming a single word: "Raid!" The news spread like a contagion of fear from one isolated homestead to the next. Barricades were dropped into place on cabin doors. Women gathered their children, their faces pale and drawn, while men took their rifles down from the mantels, their knuckles white as they checked the flint and powder. The fragile peace of the frontier had been a comforting lie, and now the brutal truth had returned. Every shadow was a warrior, every rustle of leaves a threat. The entire community was now a fortress under siege, locked in the grip of a cold, collective terror. Back at the smoking ruins, a small party of men gathered. They moved with a grim purpose, their faces set like stone. They were there to bury their dead, a task performed with a terrible, silent reverence. But as they accounted for the fallen, a chilling realization dawned on them. Jack, the family's eldest son, was not among the dead. His body was nowhere to be found. The immediate assumption was that he had been taken captive, dragged away for a fate many considered far worse than a quick death. A tiny, desperate flicker of hope was born, the hope of a rescue, but it was quickly choked by the dark possibilities of what captivity meant. This was not a crime to be solved by sheriffs and judges. This was an act of war, and it demanded a warrior's response. The local militia captain, a veteran of countless brutal skirmishes, declared an immediate pursuit. A posse of grim-faced men was formed on the spot, neighbors, relatives, and seasoned Indian fighters whose eyes burned with a cold, patient fire. There was no talk of justice, only of vengeance. A bounty was offered, not for the return of a captive, but for Cherokee scalps. It was a hard, jagged promise of revenge, a vow to repay blood with blood. As the sun climbed higher in the sky, the posse rode out, their horses kicking up dust and ash, and disappeared into the same vast, silent wilderness that had swallowed the boy called Jack. In the wake of the slaughter, the community didn't come together. It clenched like a fist, tight and trembling. The open-hearted frontier spirit vanished overnight, replaced by a lockdown of suspicion and fear. Families that once shared meals and helped raise barns now looked at each other from behind barred doors and through the narrow slits of rifle loopholes. The local blockhouse, once a place for social gatherings, became a grim refuge where the air was thick with the smell of unwashed bodies, fear, and the bitter taste of fresh grief. It was here, in the cramped, suffocating confines of the fort, that the first cracks began to show. The lines were drawn in the dirt floor. On one side stood the militia captain and the families who had lost kin, their faces masks of cold rage. Their argument was simple and brutal. Every man who could hold a rifle needed to join the posse and ride until they had burned the Chickamauga towns to the ground. To them, any hesitation was cowardice. Any argument for caution was a betrayal of the dead. Their grief had burned away all nuance, leaving only the white-hot desire for vengeance. On the other side were the quieter folks, the families whose cabins were furthest out on the fringe of the settlement. They didn't speak up in the public meetings, but their silence was a heavy, stubborn presence. They knew a terrible truth. If every able-bodied man rode out on a quest for revenge, their own homes would be left defenseless, ripe for the picking. They were caught in an impossible choice: join the posse and risk their own families, or stay behind and be branded cowards and traitors by their neighbors. The war was no longer just outside the walls. It was inside, dividing them man from man. This division was fed by a conspiracy of silence, born not of guilt, but of pure, rational terror. Many of the settlers knew the woods. They knew there were Cherokee who wanted peace, and there were the implacable warriors of the Chickamauga who wanted war. Some may have even seen the direction the war party fled. But to speak that knowledge aloud was to paint a target on your own door. The warriors of Dragging Canoe had eyes and ears everywhere. To be seen as an informant for the militia was a death sentence. one that would be carried out in the dead of night, swift and silent. So people who knew things said nothing. They became deaf and blind, their fear a gag in their mouths. In this atmosphere of paranoia, small acts of character were magnified. A woman whose own pantry was nearly bare secretly left a small sack of cornmeal on the doorstep of a widowed neighbor. A quiet act of courage that risked angering those who believed every family should fend for itself. But there were acts of cowardice too. A man who was questioned by the posse gave them a deliberately vague direction, sending them on a wild goose chase into the swampy lowlands, simply because he wanted the trouble as far away from his own land as possible. The community was breaking under the strain, revealing the true nature of its people, not in their loud proclamations of unity, but in the quiet, desperate choices they made when they thought no one was watching. The posse that rode out from the settlement was not a disciplined army. It was an instrument of pure, hot-blooded vengeance. At its head rode the militia captain, a man whose face was a roadmap of past sorrows and old hatreds. Beside him was a grizzled tracker named Elias, a man so thin he looked like he was made of sinew and wood smoke, a man who could read a broken twig the way a preacher read scripture. Behind them came the farmers and blacksmiths, their jaws set, their eyes scanning the tree line. They were not lawmen seeking justice, they were hunters, and their prey was human. For the first day, they made good time, following the clear, brutal trail of the war party through the lowlands. But as they climbed into the tangled green maze of the mountains, the world changed. The forest deepened, the air grew cooler, and the sun became a distant, mottled light through the thick canopy of leaves. They were entering the Cherokees' domain now, and the wilderness itself seemed to rise up to protect its own. The trail became a phantom, a whisper of a moccasin print here, a displaced stone there, signs only Elias could see. The pursuit slowed from a gallop to a grim, plodding walk. Days bled into a week. The hunt became an ordeal, a war not just against the Cherokee, but against the mountains themselves. They clawed their way through rhododendron thickets so dense they called them hells, their clothes and skin torn to ribbons. A sudden, violent thunderstorm turned the ravines into raging torrents, nearly sweeping away their horses. Rations dwindled, and the men's burning rage cooled into a sullen, gnawing exhaustion. The mountain was wearing them down, sanding away their resolve, and Elias grew quieter, his eyes darting nervously. He knew this feeling. They weren't just following a trail, they were being led. The trap was sprung at a place called Cutter's Gap, a narrow pass flanked by high, rocky cliffs. Elias found the sign they were meant to find, a single discarded feather from a warrior's headdress lying in the open. It was a taunt, a dare. As the posse filed into the gap, a sudden, chilling war cry echoed from the rocks above, and the air was instantly filled with a deadly swarm of arrows and rifle balls. Chaos erupted. One man fell from his saddle with a cry, an arrow buried in his chest. Another screamed as a ball shattered his arm. The posse was caught in a perfect crossfire, unable to charge and with no cover to speak of. They fired their rifles wildly at the cliffs, but they were shooting at ghosts. They could see nothing but puffs of smoke from behind the rocks. The militia captain, his face a mask of fury and desperation, saw the truth in an instant. This wasn't a fight. It was a slaughter. "Back!" he roared. "Fall back!" The retreat was a panicked, desperate scramble. They dragged their wounded with them, firing blindly over their shoulders as they fled the gap. As quickly as it began, the attack stopped. The forest fell silent once more, the only sound the ragged gasps of the retreating men and the moans of the injured. The posse limped back into the settlement days later, a beaten and broken thing. They returned with empty saddles and hollow eyes. They had not found the war party. They had not recovered the captive boy. All they had found was the chilling, undeniable proof that out here, in the heart of the shadows, they were not the hunters. They were the prey. The hunt was over. Jack was gone for good, swallowed by a wilderness that would not give him back. And so, my friends, there was no grand trial in a courthouse. There was no judge in a black robe, no jury of 12 good men and true. The Cherokee warriors who burned the settlement and stole the boy were ghosts. You cannot put a shadow in the dock, but a trial did happen nonetheless. It took place in the dusty, crowded courtyard of the blockhouse, under the harsh glare of the afternoon sun, and the verdict handed down would poison the community for years to come. The defendants were the returning members of the posse, hollow-eyed men who walked with the stoop of the defeated. The jury was the rest of the settlement, the women, the old men, the children, who stared at them with a mixture of pity and accusation. There were no lawyers, but there was a prosecutor. He was a raw-boned farmer whose younger brother had been one of the men left behind in Cutter's Gap. He stood before the militia captain, his face contorted with grief and rage, and spoke in a voice that trembled but did not break. He accused the captain of incompetence, of pride, of leading good men into a slaughterhouse just to satisfy his own hatred. "You didn't hunt them," he spat. "You fed them our kin." The militia captain stood and took it. He didn't offer excuses. He didn't smirk with defiance. He looked like a man who had aged a decade in a week, his shoulders slumped under an invisible weight. When the farmer was finished, the captain spoke, his voice low and gravelly. He described the impossibly rugged terrain, the cleverness of the trail, the perfect, deadly precision of the ambush. He spoke not of savages, but of a masterful enemy fighting a brilliant defensive war on their own ground. He admitted his failure, but his words carried a chilling undertone. They had not simply been beaten, they had been profoundly outclassed. He had brought the law of men into the mountains, and the mountains had laughed. There was no gavel to announce the verdict. It was written in the averted eyes and the hard, unforgiving set of the jaws of the other settlers. The farmer who had spoken the accusation turned his back on the captain and walked away. Others followed. The posse, the symbol of their collective strength and law, was broken. The captain was not formally stripped of his rank, but he might as well have been. He was a leader with no one left to follow him. The community had found him guilty, not of malice, but of something worse on the frontier: weakness. He had failed to provide the only kind of justice they understood, the justice of blood for blood. And so the central burning question remained unanswered, hanging in the air like smoke. Was this justice? The system of the settlers, their organized militia, their belief in their own strength, had failed completely. The raiders were free, roaming the mountains, perhaps even watching them from the ridges. The boy was gone. The dead were in the ground. The verdict of the blockhouse trial was clear. The law of men was useless here. The only thing left was the justice of the mountains, a bitter personal code of survival and revenge, where every man was his own law and every stranger was a potential enemy. The verdict of the community trial, delivered in silence and turned backs, settled over the settlement like a permanent winter fog. Life went on, but it was a stunted, withered version of what had come before. The militia captain, the man who had led the failed posse, became a ghost at his own hearth. He still worked his fields, but he moved with the heavy, shuffling gait of a man carrying a corpse on his back. His authority was gone, his name a quiet synonym for failure. The community didn't banish him, but they didn't have to. They simply looked through him, and in doing so, they erased him. This was his curse, to live out his days among his people, but to be utterly alone. But while the settlement was turning inward, licking its wounds and slowly burying the memory of its own failure 100 miles away in the deep green shadows of the mountains, Jack was being unmade. His life after the verdict was not a curse or an atonement, it was a crucible. He was not being punished in the way the settlers imagined. He was being systematically taken apart, piece by piece, and put back together in a new and terrifying shape. The Cherokee chief who had captured him was now his teacher. The boy's old life was burned away, not with cruelty, but with a relentless, immersive education. He was forced to learn the Salagi language until his English tongue grew thick and clumsy in his mouth. He was taught to hunt, not with the loud boom of a rifle, but with the silent flight of an arrow, to move through the forest without snapping a twig, to become another shadow among the trees. This was more than just learning new skills. It was a reprogramming of his very soul. They did not just teach him how to fight, they taught him why they fought. By the light of the council fire, he heard the history of his new people. It wasn't a story of savage raids, but a long, heartbreaking litany of broken promises, of sacred lands stolen, of women and children murdered by the very people he had once called his own. The massacre that had destroyed his family, which had once been a singular, world-ending tragedy, was now presented to him as a single link in a long, unbroken chain of violence initiated by the settlers. He was being given a new truth, a new history, and it was a story that, to his broken and betrayed heart, made a terrible kind of sense. Back in the settlement, the scars were fading by force. The community, in a desperate act of self-preservation, began to forget. The burned-out ruins of Jack's cabin were slowly swallowed by the aggressive green of the wilderness, becoming a taboo place no one visited. The names of the men who died in Cutter's Gap were spoken less and less, and the name of the lost boy, Jack, was buried the deepest of all. It became a lesson whispered to children before bed, not a story of heroism, but a grim warning about the price of weakness, a ghost story to keep them close to home. They were trying to heal by cutting out the memory, but they had left the wound to fester in the dark. Years turn into decades, and decades into centuries. The official histories of Tennessee, written in neat ink in leather-bound books, rarely mention a boy named Jack or a warrior called Nicotee. The records of that time are a chaotic jumble of land deeds, militia muster rolls, and faded letters. A story this personal, this brutal, this shameful simply slips through the cracks. But it didn't vanish. It did what all powerful stories in these mountains do. It went to ground, seeping into the folklore of the region like water into limestone, whispered from one generation to the next. For the descendants of the settlers, the name Nicotee Jack became a boogeyman, a cautionary tale told to frightened children who wandered too far from the cabin. He was the ultimate horror, not the savage from without, but the traitor from within. To this day, there are places on old maps, hollows and ridges, that carry names whose dark origins are long forgotten by most. A place called Cutter's Gap still exists, a name that means nothing to the tourists who drive through it, but to a few old families, it's a place where the air still feels heavy. The story of Nicotee Jack became a part of their DNA, reinforcing a deep-seated distrust of outsiders and the ever-present fear of the wilderness's power to change a man for the worse. But there is another echo, one that is rarely heard. Among the descendants of the Cherokee, particularly those whose ancestors fought with dragging canoe, the story is different. They remember the white Indians, the captives who were adopted and became fierce defenders of their new people. In their version, a man like Jack is not a traitor, but a man whose eyes were open to the truth. His story is not one of shame, but of a spirit that was Cherokee in its heart, regardless of the skin it was born in. It is a haunting and powerful thought that somewhere today, among the members of the Cherokee Nation, there are people who carry the blood of this lost boy, a forgotten link in a chain of survival they may not even know exists. You cannot go and find a monument to Nicotee Jack. There is no tombstone with his name on it, neither his settler name nor his Cherokee one. If you knew where to look, you might find a slight depression in the forest floor, a place where a cabin once stood, now marked only by a few moss-covered foundation stones and a patch of ground where the wild blackberries refused to grow. This is the only physical trace left of the world that was lost. His real monument is the story itself, the chilling echo of his name that has managed to survive the centuries. Because while people forget, and the paper they write on turns to dust, the mountains remember. The ancient, silent ridges that witnessed the raid are still standing. The creek where he was taken captive still carves its path through the valley. They hold the memory of the gun smoke, the blood, and the impossible choice a young boy was forced to make. The mountains saw it all, and in their deep, enduring silence, they keep the truth of the story safe, waiting for those who are quiet enough to listen. So we return to the question that hung in the air at the very beginning, like smoke from a dying fire. How does a boy become a monster to his own people? The easy answers are the ones history prefers. He was a traitor, a turncoat, a man whose mind was broken by captivity. But the truth, my friends, is far more unsettling. The wilderness didn't turn Jack into a savage. It simply burned away the boy he was and showed him the man he was always capable of becoming. His old world, built on a foundation of righteous belief, was shattered by a single act of violence. His new world, though brutal, offered him something he had lost: a family, a purpose, and a cause that felt righteous in its own terrible way. He wasn't stolen so much as he was forged anew. This is more than just the story of one man. It's the story of the Appalachian frontier itself. It is a timeless lesson that the line between civilized and savage is a fragile thing, a line drawn not on a map, but in smoke and blood. It reminds us that every story of heroism has a shadow, and every act of monstrous violence has a logic, however twisted it may seem. This is a story not just of cruelty and hatred, but of the indomitable human spirit in its most extreme form, the desperate need to belong to a tribe, and the terrifying lengths a person will go to defend it, especially when he has to choose that tribe himself. The name Nicotee Jack no longer belongs to a boy or a warrior. It has become a piece of the mountain itself, a haunting whisper on the wind that reminds us of the true cost of this land. He is a ghost born of two peoples, belonging to neither, but a timeless reminder that the deepest battle lines are not drawn between forts and villages, but are carved directly through the human heart. And now, my friends, you know the rest of the story. Imagine walking into a clearing deep in the woods of North Carolina. The air is so cold it burns your lungs. The mist clings to the trees like a shroud. You are looking for your husband. You are looking for your brother. And then you see the disturbance in the snow. It wasn't a battlefield. There were no cannons here, no flags waving in the wind, no generals watching from a hilltop. This was a ditch. A shallow depression in the frozen earth, hastily covered with leaves and dirt that hadn't quite done the job. The women who walked up that valley road didn't find soldiers. They found their neighbors. They found 13 of them. The bodies were tangled together, frozen in the grotesque shapes of their final moments. But the horror wasn't just in the death itself. It was in the details, the way the frost had settled on their coats, the way the local wildlife, wild hogs, desperate for food in the harsh winter, had already found the site before the families did. What happened in this ravine wasn't a battle, it was an execution. And the men holding the rifles weren't foreign invaders speaking a different language. They were men who knew the names of the people they were killing. They had bought corn from them. They had sat in the same churches. This event, known today as the Shelton Laurel Massacre, is often a footnote in the massive history of the American Civil War. We are taught about Gettysburg. We are taught about the grand strategies of Lee and Grant. We are taught about a war fought between the North and the South. But there was another war. A war fought in the shadows of the mountains, where the lines weren't drawn on a map, but across dinner tables. A war where the enemy wasn't the man in the blue uniform, but the man living 1 mile down the creek. To understand why 13 men were left in a ditch to be eaten by the wilderness, we have to stop looking at the history books and start looking at the geography. Because in Madison County, the mountains didn't just trap the fog, they trapped the hate. And on that cold January morning, the hate finally boiled over. Madison County, North Carolina, is a place carved by geology and time. It's a labyrinth of steep mountains and deep, isolated valleys, what the locals call hollers. In the 1860s, traveling just 10 miles could take an entire day. This geography didn't just shape the land, it shaped the people. It bred an independence that bordered on outright defiance. This was not the Confederacy you see in movies. There were no sprawling plantations with white columns, no fields of cotton stretching to the horizon. The rugged terrain couldn't support that kind of agriculture. Instead, life was lived on small, family-run farms clinging to the mountainsides. Here, people grew what they needed to survive, and they owed allegiance to no one but themselves and their kin. Crucially, this meant the institution of slavery had very little foothold. Most families in Madison County owned no slaves at all, so when North Carolina seceded from the Union in 1861, many people in these mountains asked a simple, dangerous question. Why? Why should they send their sons to die for an economic system they weren't a part of, to protect the wealth of plantation owners 100 miles away? Their loyalty wasn't to a flag sewn in Richmond, it was to the soil under their feet and the Union their grandfathers had fought for. And so, Madison County became a pocket of resistance deep within enemy territory, a pro-Union island in a sea of Confederate gray. To the Confederate government, this was more than an annoyance. It was a strategic threat. Union sympathizers here could guide escaped prisoners, spy on troop movements, and raid supply lines. This pocket of rebellion had to be crushed. And so, the war came to them. Not with grand armies marching in formation, but with whispers, ambushes, and nighttime raids. It became a war of lists. Names of Union men were passed to Confederate home guards. Names of Confederate sympathizers were given to Unionist guerrillas. While the rest of the country fought North versus South, these people were fighting house against house, road against road, brother against brother-in-law. This was the war within the war, a brutal, intimate conflict where your greatest enemy might be the man who helped you build your barn last spring. A place where a political disagreement wasn't settled with an argument, but with a rifle shot echoing through the trees. The mountains that had protected their independence for generations were about to become their cage. Because the larger war, the one hundreds of miles away, was about to reach into their isolated world and cut off the one thing they all needed to survive the coming winter. It was a simple, white mineral. But in 1863, it meant the difference between life and death. Salt. Today, we think of it as a cheap commodity in a shaker on the table. We're told to consume less of it. But in the 19th century, salt was life. It was the only reliable way to preserve food through a long winter. It was, in a very real sense, the refrigerator of the 1800s. And in the fall of 1862, it was disappearing. For the families in Madison County, the entire rhythm of the year built towards one crucial period: hog killing time. As the first frosts hardened the ground, families would butcher their livestock. The meat would then be packed in barrels, layered with salt. The salt would draw out the moisture, curing the pork and beef, preventing it from rotting. This salted meat, hanging in a smokehouse, was the food that would keep a family alive from November until the first spring thaw. Without salt, the entire year's worth of meat would spoil within a week. Without salt, winter meant starvation. As the Civil War raged, the Union Navy tightened its blockade around the southern ports. Shipments of everything, including salt, dwindled to a trickle. Inland, key salt mines like the one in Saltville, Virginia, were now heavily fortified military targets. The Confederacy needed every ounce of salt it could get for its own armies to preserve rations for the soldiers on the front lines. So, the government in Richmond did what all desperate governments do. It seized control of the supply. What little salt made its way into the mountains of North Carolina was now a strategic weapon. It was distributed by Confederate officials, and it was given almost exclusively to families loyal to the cause. If your husband was fighting for the Confederacy, you got salt. If he was known to be a Union man or was hiding in the woods to avoid the draft, your family got nothing. Imagine the quiet panic spreading through the Unionist homes in Shelton Laurel. They had the livestock, they had the smokehouses, they had the knowledge passed down through generations, but they didn't have the one ingredient that made it all work. They watched their pro-Confederate neighbors preparing for winter, the familiar smell of curing meat in the air, knowing their own families were being deliberately starved out. It was a cold, calculated strategy. Force the Union men out of hiding. Break the back of the resistance not with bullets, but with hunger. By January of 1863, the situation was dire. The window for preserving meat was closing. The whispers in the valley grew more desperate. They could appeal to the local authorities, but the authorities were the ones denying them. They could watch their families grow weaker day by day, or they could take the salt by force. When the law denies you the means to survive, you stop obeying the law. And about 60 men, armed with rifles and a righteous fury born of desperation, decided to do just that. Their target was the county seat, the town of Marshall. They came down from the mountains like ghosts, emerging from the frozen woods that surrounded the town of Marshall. 60 men, their faces hardened by the cold and a desperate resolve. This wasn't an army, it was a posse, and they fell upon the town with a fury that had been simmering for months. Marshall was the heart of Confederate authority in Madison County. It had the courthouse, the sheriff's office, and most importantly, the warehouses where the Confederate government stored its precious supplies. The raiders hit these first. Doors were kicked in, locks were shattered, sacks of salt, flour, and coffee were hauled out into the street. For men whose families were facing starvation, this was a moment of wild triumph. But this was never just about food, it was about payback. After securing the public stores, the mob fanned out through the town. They didn't target indiscriminately. They went to the homes of known Confederate officials and wealthy sympathizers. They settled old scores, taking not just food, but blankets, clothes, and anything of value. They were sending a message. Your loyalty to Richmond will not protect you here. Then they made a fateful decision. They went to the home of Colonel Lawrence Allen, the commander of the 64th North Carolina Regiment. Allen himself wasn't there. He was away on military business, but his house was a symbol of Confederate power, and the raiders decided to tear that symbol down. They ransacked his home from top to bottom. They emptied his pantry, stripped his beds, and terrorized his family with their presence. For the men of the mountains, this was justice. For Colonel Allen and the rest of the Confederacy, this was an unforgivable insult. You don't just steal from a man. You don't cross the threshold of his home and threaten his family. It was a violation of a code more ancient than any government. As the sun began to set, the raiders melted back into the wilderness, their mules loaded down with salt and stolen goods. They returned to the Shelton Laurel Valley as heroes. They had stared down the enemy and won. They had secured enough salt to see their families through the winter. They thought the story was over. They believed they had struck a blow for their own survival and gotten away with it. But the news of the raid, and especially the violation of Colonel Allen's home, traveled fast. The insult demanded a response, and the response was already being prepared. The men who had just saved their families from starvation had, in reality, just lit the fuse on a powder keg, and the man they had just humiliated was about to be put in charge of the response. The response from the Confederacy was swift and decisive, but they didn't send an army of strangers from Virginia or Georgia. That would have been a mistake. Strangers wouldn't know the terrain, wouldn't know the families, wouldn't know who was loyal and who was a traitor. No, to hunt men in the mountains of Madison County, you needed mountain men. So they sent the 64th North Carolina Regiment. The 64th was a unit composed almost entirely of men from western North Carolina and eastern Tennessee. Many of them knew Madison County like the back of their hand. They knew the hidden paths, the remote cabins, the family names. They also knew the politics. This wasn't an abstract mission to them. They were Confederates who held a deep, personal animosity for their Unionist neighbors. They called them Tories, traitors, and bushwhackers. They saw them as a cancer that needed to be cut out. And the man they put in charge of the operation was none other than Colonel Lawrence Allen, the very same man whose house had been ransacked. The mission was now personal. Joining Colonel Allen was Lieutenant Colonel James Keith. Keith had a reputation for brutality. He was a man who believed in total war, who saw any sympathy for the Union as treason deserving of the ultimate punishment. Under the command of these two men, the 64th wasn't just a military unit. It was a weapon of vengeance. Word spread through the pro-Confederate communities that the army was coming to clean house, and suddenly people were eager to help. They didn't send strangers to restore order. They sent the neighbors, and they sent them with a list of names. As the several hundred soldiers of the 64th marched towards Madison County, they weren't just following orders. They were on a mission to settle a blood feud. They were empowered by the Confederate government to use any means necessary to suppress insurrection and restore order. It was a blank check for violence. The men in Shelton Laurel, who had celebrated their successful raid a few days earlier, now heard the rumors. The army was coming. Not just any army, but Allen's men, Keith's men. They knew what that meant. The salt they had fought for suddenly felt like a curse. Many of them fled, disappearing deeper into the caves and forests of the Blue Ridge, places they had known since they were boys. They thought that if the soldiers couldn't find them, their families would be safe. It was a fatal miscalculation, because the 64th wasn't just coming for the raiders. They were coming for everyone. The invasion began not with a battle cry, but with the quiet, methodical tramp of boots on frozen ground. The soldiers of the 64th Regiment poured into the Shelton Laurel Valley, their grey uniforms a stark, unnatural presence against the winter landscape. They moved with a grim purpose, splitting into smaller units, each with a list of names and a map of the local homesteads. They found what they expected to find. The men were gone. The cabins were occupied only by women, the elderly, and those too old or infirm to flee. The soldiers' questions were met with a wall of silence. These were mountain people. You didn't betray your own, especially not to armed men who were once your neighbors. Frustration quickly curdled into rage. If the traitors wouldn't show themselves, then the 64th would burn them out. The campaign shifted from a manhunt to an exercise in collective punishment. The first thing to go was the food. Soldiers stormed into smokehouses and barns, bayoneting sacks of grain, overturning barrels of salted meat, the very meat the raiders had risked their lives for. What they couldn't carry or spoil, they set on fire. Then came the livestock. A family's milk cow, a priceless source of sustenance, was shot in its pen. Hogs and chickens were killed where they stood. This wasn't about foraging for the army. It was about erasing a family's ability to survive the winter. It was a sentence of slow starvation. Black smoke began to rise from the valley floor, thick and oily. Barns, full of hay and corn shucks, went up like torches. The sound of splintering wood and the terrified cries of animals echoed off the mountainsides. From a distance, it looked as if the entire valley was on fire. For the families watching from their cabin doorways, this was a vision of the apocalypse. Everything they had worked for, generations of labor, was being turned to ash in a matter of hours. Their world was being systematically unmade, and there was nothing they could do. What force can a lone woman with a half-empty pantry raise against 100 men with rifles and torches? By the end of the day, the soldiers were no closer to finding the men they were hunting. The valley was a smoking ruin, but the fugitives remained hidden in the cold embrace of the mountains. Colonel Allen and Lieutenant Colonel Keith now faced a choice. They could admit defeat and leave the valley, having inflicted only material damage, or they could escalate. They could change their tactics. They still believed the women knew where the men were hiding. And if burning their homes and killing their livestock wouldn't make them talk, they would have to find another way, a more direct way. The violence now turned inward. It moved from the barns and the fields into the cramped, cold cabins. The soldiers of the 64th, their faces smeared with soot and their patience worn thin, began a new phase of their operation, the interrogation. They didn't ask questions politely. They dragged the women out of their homes into the freezing air, their bare feet stinging on the icy ground. They'd hold a mother and scream questions at her, demanding to know which cave her husband was hiding in, which rock shelter her brother had fled to. When she refused to answer, they turned on the things she loved. They would press the cold steel of a bayonet against a wooden cradle, a silent, chilling threat. They would hold a torch menacingly close to the only blanket a family owned. It was a war of nerves, a campaign of psychological terror designed to break the will of people who had very little left to lose. The soldiers' cruelty became more inventive, more personal. According to witness accounts that would later surface, they subjected some of the elderly to agonizing forms of torture. One 85-year-old woman was allegedly hung by her thumbs from a tree branch, the soldiers trying to force a confession from her lips until she passed out from the pain. The methods were brutal, designed to inflict maximum suffering without the finality of a gunshot. But the women of Shelton Laurel did not break. These were people forged from hardship, whose entire lives were a testament to resilience. They stared back at the soldiers with a silent, defiant contempt. They gave them nothing. The silence in the valley held, a shield against the invaders. For the men hiding in the mountains, the sounds of this new phase of the invasion were an agony worse than any physical threat to themselves. They could hear the distant screams. They could see the smoke from their own chimneys and know that soldiers were inside. They had fled to protect themselves, believing their absence would shield their families. Now they understood the horrifying truth. Their hiding was the very thing causing their families to suffer. Every minute they stayed in the safety of the wilderness, another minute of terror was inflicted upon their wives, their mothers. The choice became unbearable. They could stay hidden and listen to their world being tortured apart, piece by piece. Or they could surrender. They could walk out of the forest, offer themselves up, and hope, pray, that their sacrifice would buy their families safety. One by one, and in small groups, they began to make their decision. They walked out of the tree line, not with rifles raised, but with hands held high. They emerged from the rhododendron thickets and the dark mouths of caves, their faces gaunt from hunger and cold. This wasn't a surrender in battle. It was a trade. Their lives for their families' safety. Some of the men gave themselves up directly to the soldiers. Others were tracked down. The hunt continued for a full day, the 64th sweeping the mountainsides, their knowledge of the terrain now a deadly weapon. They cornered men in icy ravines and pulled them from the hollow logs where they had taken shelter. In the end, 15 men were rounded up. They were a collection of farmers and laborers, related by blood and by their shared belief in the Union. 2 of them were immediately identified as deserters from the Confederate Army. They were taken aside and shot without ceremony. Their deaths served as a grim warning to the remaining 13. The 13 prisoners were exhausted, half-frozen, and terrified. They were now completely at the mercy of Lieutenant Colonel Keith and his men. They were lined up, their hands bound tightly behind their backs, and they braced themselves for the worst. But then, the soldiers told them something unexpected. They told the prisoners that they were being marched to Knoxville, Tennessee. There, they would be handed over to the proper authorities and face a military tribunal as prisoners of war. They would have a chance to state their case. They would be subject to the rules of war. It was the first lie of many. For the prisoners, a flicker of relief cut through the fear. A trial was terrifying, but it was structured. It was legal. The law, however harsh, was preferable to the lawlessness and terror of the past few days in the valley. A march to Knoxville meant they would live to see another day. It meant the immediate threat of a roadside execution was over. They believed the worst was behind them. They had no way of knowing that their captors had no intention of marching them to Knoxville. The promise of a trial was just a tool, a way to keep them compliant, to prevent them from making a desperate break for freedom on the long road ahead. The small, weary column of men was formed up, surrounded by the grey uniforms of the 64th. As they were prodded forward, out of the Shelton Laurel Valley they called home. They were not walking towards justice. They were walking towards a ditch. They just didn't know it yet. The march began. 13 prisoners, their hands bound, stumbled through the snow, surrounded by a company of armed soldiers. Every step took them further away from their homes and deeper into the hostile, frozen wilderness. The only sounds were the crunch of boots on the icy trail and the biting wind whistling through the bare trees. The journey was brutal. The prisoners were already weak from days of hiding with little food. They had no warm coats, no proper boots. The cold seeped into their bones, a relentless, aching misery. The soldiers offered them no comfort, no rest, no water, no food. They were prodded along with rifle butts, forced to keep a punishing pace. Imagine being one of those men. You are walking, but you don't know your true destination. You are surrounded by men who, just yesterday, were burning your home and terrorizing your family. You try to read their faces, searching for a sign of mercy or a hint of their true intentions, but you find nothing but a cold, hard indifference. With each mile, the landscape grew more remote, more desolate. They left the familiar paths of Shelton Laurel and entered a wilder part of the mountains. The psychological game was as exhausting as the physical march. The soldiers' promise of a trial in Knoxville was a single fragile thread of hope the prisoners clung to. It was the only thing that kept them from collapsing in the snow, from giving up. At one point during the march, a captain on Colonel Allen's staff, a man named Bascom Deaver, rode up to the column. He looked at the weary, shivering prisoners. He later claimed he told Lieutenant Colonel Keith that these men were prisoners of war and must be treated as such. He insisted they be taken to the proper authorities. Keith allegedly nodded, assuring him they would be. It was another layer to the deception. But the soldiers in the ranks knew better. They whispered among themselves. They knew Keith. They knew the rage that had been building in the regiment since the raid on Marshall. They knew this was not a march of justice. It was a funeral procession. As the day wore on, the sky grew dark, the clouds hanging low and heavy. The column reached a fork in the road. One path led west, towards Tennessee and the promise of Knoxville. The other path led deeper into the woods, towards nothing. The soldiers stopped. An order was given, and the column of men was herded down the wrong path. The fragile thread of hope finally snapped. At that crucial fork in the road, the command structure of the 64th Regiment fractured. Colonel Lawrence Allen, the man whose home had been ransacked and who had led the initial invasion, was not present for this final act. He had ridden ahead, leaving the prisoners in the sole custody of his second-in-command, Lieutenant Colonel James Keith. This moment is critical. With Allen gone, the thin veneer of official military conduct vanished. Colonel Allen, for all his anger, was a man who still seemed to operate within a certain framework. He was a politician, a man conscious of appearances and the rules of engagement. Lieutenant Colonel Keith was a different kind of man entirely. By all accounts, Keith was a hardliner, a zealot. He was a man who viewed the Unionist mountaineers not as misguided countrymen, but as vermin to be exterminated. He saw the rules of war as an inconvenience, a weakness that prevented true justice from being done. He had been given a mission to suppress insurrection, and he intended to interpret those orders in the most final way possible. The decision to turn off the main road was his and his alone. It was a deliberate choice to move the prisoners away from any potential witnesses, away from the possibility of another officer like Captain Deaver intervening. He was taking them somewhere private. This is where the official story, the one Keith would later tell, begins to fray. He would claim that he received an order from a higher command to execute the prisoners. He would say his hands were tied, but no written evidence of such an order has ever been found. It's a claim that historians widely dismiss as a self-serving lie, an attempt to deflect blame for what was about to happen. The truth is likely much simpler and much darker. The fork in the road was the moment Lieutenant Colonel Keith decided to become the law, judge, jury, and executioner. He led the men down a narrow, secluded track that followed a winding creek. The air grew colder, the trees thicker. The world closed in around the small column of soldiers and prisoners. They marched for another mile, the only sound the rushing water of the creek beside them. Then, Keith gave the order to halt. They stopped in a small, unremarkable clearing, a slight depression in the land not far from the road, but completely hidden from view. It was a place with no name, a place that was about to be given one, written in blood. The prisoners looked around, their hearts pounding in their chests. They knew now. There was no Knoxville, there was no trial, there was only this place. The finality of the moment hung in the freezing air. The quiet clearing became a stage for a grim, predetermined play. The soldiers of the 64th, who had been marching in a loose formation, now moved with a sharp, mechanical precision. On Lieutenant Colonel Keith's command, they formed two ranks facing the prisoners. The sound of dozens of rifles being checked, of cartridges being seated, was a series of sharp, metallic clicks that cut through the silence. For the 13 men from Shelton Laurel, the world narrowed to this single, horrifying scene. The last vestiges of hope evaporated, replaced by the cold, stark certainty of death. This was it. This was the end of the road. An order was barked. Kneel. Some of the men dropped to their knees immediately, their bodies drained of all resistance. Others hesitated, their minds reeling in disbelief. A few, in a final act of defiance, remained standing, choosing to meet their fate on their feet. In those last minutes, the conflict became deeply personal. One of the prisoners, a man named James Shelton, recognized a soldier in the firing line. It was someone he knew, someone from a neighboring community. He called out to him by name, pleading, "You're not going to kill us, are you? You wouldn't kill me." The soldier, his face pale and grim, reportedly turned away, unable to meet his gaze. But he did not lower his rifle. Another prisoner, Joseph Woods, was a Free Will Baptist preacher. As the soldiers took aim, he began to pray out loud, his voice clear and steady in the winter air, a final appeal not to his captors, but to his God. One of the men, a prisoner in his late 60s, saw a familiar face in the line opposite him. It was a man he had traded corn with just 2 years before. He stared at the man, a silent question in his eyes. How did we get here? There was no answer. This wasn't an anonymous execution of faceless enemies. It was a settling of accounts between people who knew each other's families, who walked the same roads, who understood the same mountain dialect. It was the brutal, logical conclusion of a war that had turned neighbor against neighbor. The men in the firing line were not just soldiers following orders, they were participants in a community's self-destruction. Lieutenant Colonel Keith stood to the side, his expression unreadable. He had brought them here. He had made the decision. Now, all that was left was to give the command. He raised his hand. The prayers of the preacher were cut short. The forest held its breath. The hand dropped. The command to fire shattered the silence of the clearing. A single deafening roar of gunpowder erupted from the line of rifles. For an instant, the world was nothing but a flash of orange light and a wall of concussive sound that slammed into the trees and echoed back across the valley. A thick cloud of acrid white smoke billowed out, momentarily obscuring the scene. It smelled of sulfur and hot metal, a chemical stench that clung to the damp winter air. Through the haze, the dark shapes of the kneeling men crumpled and fell. They collapsed into the snow, not as individuals, but as a single, tangled mass. But it wasn't over. Some of the men in the firing line, perhaps unnerved by shooting neighbors at point-blank range, had flinched. Their aim had been poor. Wounded men were still moving, their groans of agony now audible in the ringing silence that followed the first volley. Lieutenant Colonel Keith would not tolerate an untidy execution. Another order was given. The front rank of the firing squad reloaded, their hands moving with a practiced, detached efficiency. Ramrods slid down barrels. Percussion caps were fitted. It was a cold, mechanical process, a stark contrast to the human suffering just yards away. A second volley crashed through the clearing, then a third. It was a messy, brutal affair. The soldiers continued to fire until all movement ceased. The crisp white snow in the small depression was now trampled and stained, a testament to the violence that had just unfolded. The execution, which had been ordered with cold precision, had descended into a chaotic slaughter. When the final shot had been fired, a new kind of silence fell. It was heavier than before. It was the absolute, profound quiet that only exists in the immediate aftermath of extreme violence. The soldiers stood in their ranks, the barrels of their rifles still smoking, their faces impassive or perhaps stunned by what they had just done. The war within the war had reached its climax. 13 men from Shelton Laurel lay dead in a ditch, executed without trial, without charges, without mercy. Their crime was not treason. Their crime was being on the wrong side of a feud in a place where the law had ceased to exist. Now, all that was left was to hide the evidence. There were no prayers said over the bodies, no final words, no rites of passage. The act of burial, a sacred ritual in every human culture, was reduced to a crude, pragmatic task: disposal. Lieutenant Colonel Keith ordered his men to cover up their work. The small clearing where the men fell was already a natural depression in the land, a shallow ditch. The soldiers used their rifle butts and their boots to push dirt and snow over the bodies. They grabbed fistfuls of frozen leaves and dead branches, scattering them on top. It was a hasty, careless effort. They didn't dig a proper grave. It would have taken too long, and the ground was hard as iron. Their goal wasn't to provide a respectful final resting place. It was to obscure the scene just enough so that a casual passerby wouldn't immediately notice it. They were hiding a war crime. The result was less a grave and more a mound. The bodies were barely covered. A stray hand, a patch of worn wool from a coat, remained visible in places. It was an act of profound disrespect, a final insult to the dead and their families. They had not only taken their lives, they had denied them their dignity in death. With the job done, the soldiers of the 64th turned and marched away. They left the clearing as quietly as they had entered it, their grey uniforms swallowed by the twilight of the woods. They left behind the smell of gunpowder and the disturbed earth. They left 13 men in a shallow, unmarked grave, their bodies tangled together in the cold, dark ground. As the soldiers retreated, the wilderness began to reclaim the site. Snow started to fall, a soft white blanket that began to cover the mound, smoothing over the jagged edges of the violence. But nature is not sentimental. The scent of blood carries a long way in the cold air. The local wildlife, made bold and desperate by the harsh winter, was the first to discover the site. Scavengers, particularly the wild hogs that roamed the mountains, were drawn to the barely buried remains. The grave that men had dug to hide their crime, nature would unearth. This final grim indignity was a direct consequence of the soldiers' haste and contempt. The horror of the massacre was not yet over. It was about to be discovered. For 2 days, the families in Shelton Laurel waited in an agony of suspense. The soldiers had left the valley, but their men had not returned. The official story, the lie about a trial in Knoxville, was the only thin reed of hope they had. But a deep, cold dread had settled over the community. Finally, they couldn't wait any longer. A group of women, the wives, mothers, and sisters of the captured men, set out to follow the path the soldiers had taken. They were led by the wife of one of the victims and a few elderly men who had been spared from the roundup. They walked for miles through the snow, their hearts heavy with the fear of what they might find. They found the site not by sight, but by the signs of disturbance. The trampled snow, the unnatural mound of earth and leaves, and the horrifying evidence of scavenging animals. The scene that confronted them was a vision from a nightmare. The work of the hogs had undone the soldiers' hasty burial. The women stood at the edge of the shallow grave, looking down at a scene of utter devastation. Their hope, which they had nurtured for 2 days, died in that frozen clearing. What followed was an act of profound love and desperate courage. Using their bare hands and pieces of bark, the women began to dig. They clawed at the frozen earth, pushing aside the snow and leaves, their fingers raw and numb from the cold. They had to uncover their dead. They had to know. One by one, they identified their loved ones. A familiar patch on a coat, the worn leather of a boot, the face of a husband, a son, a brother, now a frozen mask of its final agony. The clearing was filled with the sounds of their grief, cries of anguish that the cold mountains seemed to swallow whole. There were no hearses, no coffins. There was only a single rickety ox cart that they had brought with them. Working together, these women, their bodies trembling with shock and sorrow, lifted the frozen, stiffened bodies of the 13 men out of the ditch and loaded them onto the cart. It was a slow, agonizing journey back to Shelton Laurel. A funeral procession of women leading an ox cart piled high with the dead, their grief a silent, terrible weight in the winter air. They had found their men. They had brought them home. The massacre was no longer a rumor or a military secret. It was a physical reality, lying in the heart of their community. And as the story of what these women had found spread from valley to valley, grief began to harden into a cold, diamond-hard rage. The truth was out, and the truth demanded an accounting. The story of the Shelton Laurel massacre, carried by word of mouth and desperate, hastily written letters, finally escaped the confines of the Blue Ridge Mountains. It traveled down to the lowlands, to the county seats, and eventually all the way to the state capital in Raleigh. And when it reached the desk of North Carolina's Governor Zebulon Vance, it landed like a bombshell. Governor Vance was no stranger to the brutalities of war. He was a staunch Confederate, a man committed to the Southern cause, but he was also a native of the North Carolina mountains, born and raised not far from Madison County. He understood the people, their fierce independence, and their complex loyalties. The report he received left him stunned. He wasn't reading about a battle. He was reading about the summary execution of 13 civilians, captured and disarmed, killed by North Carolina soldiers under the command of a North Carolina officer. This was a political and moral catastrophe. The Confederacy was fighting a war for its survival, a war it framed as a noble struggle for independence. The story of soldiers torturing the elderly and executing prisoners in a ditch undermined that entire narrative. It was the kind of story that could turn wavering loyalties, that could fuel the Unionist cause, not just in the mountains, but across the entire state. Vance's reaction was swift and unequivocal. In a private letter to a subordinate, he did not mince words. He called the actions of the 64th Regiment a cruel and cowardly outrage and a stain upon the history of the state. He wrote, and this is a direct quote, "It is murder. It has disgraced the name of North Carolina." He didn't stop there. He wrote directly to the Confederate Secretary of War in Richmond, James Seddon, demanding a full investigation. He insisted that if the facts were as they had been reported to him, Lieutenant Colonel Keith must be arrested and brought to justice immediately. Vance even threatened to resign as governor if the Confederate government did not take action. For Zebulon Vance, this was not war. This was something else entirely. It was a descent into a kind of barbarism that threatened the very fabric of the society he was fighting to defend. The official power of the Confederacy, which had been used to authorize the mission in the first place, was now being turned against the men who had carried it out. An investigation was launched. The wheels of military justice began to grind, slowly and reluctantly. It seemed for a moment that there would be a reckoning, that the men responsible for the massacre at Shelton Laurel would be forced to answer for their crimes. But the war had its own priorities, and justice for 13 dead mountaineers was not high on the list. The investigation that Governor Vance demanded began with a flurry of activity. Affidavits were taken, witnesses were interviewed. The horrifying details of the raid, the interrogations, and the final execution were officially entered into the Confederate record. Lieutenant Colonel James Keith was formally arrested and charged with murder. For the families in Shelton Laurel, this must have felt like a monumental step. The system was working. The highest levels of government had acknowledged the crime, and the man they held responsible was in custody. It seemed that justice, however slow, was on its way. But a military court is not the same as a civilian one, and in the midst of a desperate civil war, the priorities are different. The Confederate Army needed experienced officers. They needed fighting men, not a distracting and politically damaging murder trial. Keith's defense was simple and effective. He claimed he was just a soldier following orders. He produced a vaguely worded command from his superior, Brigadier General Henry Heth, which authorized him to destroy the disloyal. Keith argued that the executions, while regrettable, were a military necessity, a legitimate act of war designed to crush a dangerous insurrection. He insisted that he had received a specific verbal order to execute the prisoners, an order which was conveniently never written down and could not be verified. The military court dragged its feet. Hearings were postponed. Key witnesses were suddenly transferred to other units on the front lines. The case became bogged down in a swamp of bureaucracy and legal maneuvering. While Keith sat under a loose form of house arrest, the war raged on. The 64th Regiment was needed at the front. The political will in Richmond to prosecute one of their own officers for killing Union sympathizers began to wane. After all, weren't they the enemy? In the end, Lieutenant Colonel Keith was quietly released and returned to his command. The charges were effectively dropped. No one was ever convicted. No one spent a single day in prison for the murder of the 13 men. The system had failed. The outrage of the governor, the sworn testimony of the witnesses, the grief of the families, none of it was enough to overcome the simple, brutal calculus of war. The message sent by the Confederate authorities was clear. The lives of Unionist mountaineers did not matter. Their deaths were, at best, an unfortunate consequence of war, and at worst, a justifiable act of state-sanctioned violence. The official channels of justice were closed. The war would eventually end, and the Confederacy would cease to exist. But for the people of Madison County, the verdict from the military court was not the end of the story. It was the beginning of a new one. If the government would not provide justice, they would find it for themselves. When Lee surrendered at Appomattox and the Confederate armies dissolved, the soldiers of the 64th Regiment put down their rifles and returned to their farms. For them, the war was over. They believed that the chaos of the conflict, followed by the formal end of hostilities, had granted them a kind of amnesty. They had survived. They thought they were safe. They were wrong. The war was over for the country, but it was not over for the families of Shelton Laurel. The official justice system had failed them, so they turned to an older, unwritten law. The law of the mountains. A law of blood for blood. The law wouldn't touch them, so the valley decided to write its own law. What followed was not a passionate, chaotic burst of violence. It was a slow, patient, and utterly ruthless campaign of retribution that unfolded over the next decade. The men who had stood in that firing line, who had pulled the triggers, were now the hunted. One by one, they began to die. One was found shot in his own cornfield, a single bullet from a long rifle. Another, who had boasted in a local tavern about his role in the massacre, disappeared on his way home one night and was never seen again. A third, sensing the danger, sold his farm and tried to move west. but was found dead on a roadside hundreds of miles away. The men of the 64th lived in a state of constant, quiet paranoia. Every snapped twig in the woods, every stranger on the road, every silhouette seen at dusk could be the end. This was a war fought from the shadows, with no battle lines and no uniforms. It was a grim accounting, and the names were being crossed off a list, one by one. The final name on that list, the one that mattered most, was James Keith. After the war, he moved to Arkansas, trying to put as much distance as possible between himself and the ghosts of Madison County. He tried to start a new life, but the mountains have long memories. According to local legend, a small group of men, relatives of the Shelton Laurel victims, tracked him down. They found out his routines, where he lived, the paths he walked. They waited. One day, as Keith was crossing a river, a single rifle shot echoed from the trees. He fell into the water, the final victim of the massacre he himself had ordered. The cycle of vengeance was complete. By the time it was over, more than a dozen of the men directly involved in the Shelton Laurel massacre had met violent, untimely ends. It wasn't the justice of a courtroom. It was the brutal, unyielding justice of a feud. The scales, in the eyes of the mountain families, had finally been balanced. But the cost was immense. The violence had carved a deep, silent wound in the heart of the community, a scar that would last for generations. The gunshots eventually faded. The last act of the vendetta was carried out, and an exhausted peace settled over the mountains. But what happens when the violence stops? The story doesn't end. It just goes underground. It becomes a ghost. For the next 100 years, Madison County lived with that ghost. The story of the massacre and the subsequent revenge gave the county a new name, a label whispered in neighboring communities and printed in sensationalist newspaper articles. It became Bloody Madison. A name is a hard thing to shake. It became a kind of curse, a shorthand for a place defined by its darkest chapter. The name suggested a community that was backward, violent, and best avoided. It was a reputation that clung to the county like the mountain fog, shaping how the outside world saw it and eventually how it saw itself. But inside the county, especially in the isolated hollows of Shelton Laurel, the reaction was the opposite. There was no boasting, no storytelling. There was a profound and heavy silence. The event was too raw, too personal. The wounds were too deep. Families who had lost men in the massacre lived just down the road from the descendants of those who had sympathized with the Confederacy. To speak of it was to risk reopening those wounds, to reignite feuds that had been settled with so much bloodshed. And so, the community locked it away. It became a secret that everyone knew, but no one spoke of aloud. The first generation knew the faces of the dead. The next generation knew the stories, but told them only in hushed tones. By the third generation, the specifics began to fade, but the feeling remained, a sense of a dark, unspoken history, a sadness that seemed to linger in the very soil. The silence was a scab over a wound that had never truly healed. The land itself seemed to remember. The small clearing where the men were executed became a place that locals instinctively avoided, a haunted space on the mental map of the community. The stories became whispers, then legends, then fragments of folklore passed down, their sharp edges worn smooth by time. It wasn't until the mid-20th century that historians and descendants began to carefully break the silence. They pieced together the story from old letters, military records, and the fading memories of the elderly. They sought to replace the curse of Bloody Madison with the truth of what happened. They gave the victims their names back, and in doing so, began the slow, painful process of lancing the wound that had festered for a century. The story of Shelton Laurel is a powerful reminder that the end of a war is not the beginning of peace. For communities that have torn themselves apart, the silence that follows the final gunshot is often just another kind of battle. It's a fight against forgetting, a struggle to understand how neighbors could become monsters, and how a place of such profound natural beauty could become the scene of such profound human darkness. The story of the Shelton Laurel Massacre is not a grand epic. It is a small story. It's a story about a few dozen families in a forgotten valley, pushed to the brink by a war they did not ask for. It began with a desperate, hungry act, a raid for salt, and it ended in a shallow grave, with a cycle of revenge that would poison the community for a century. This story is often lost in the shadow of the great battles of the Civil War. There were no famous generals here, no sweeping cavalry charges. But perhaps because of its small scale, its lessons are clearer and more chilling. It reveals how quickly the structures of civilization, law, justice, mercy can be stripped away, leaving nothing but the raw, brutal dynamics of us versus them. This wasn't a conflict born of grand ideology. It was born from the geology of division. The mountains that isolated the people of Madison County also became an incubator for their fear and resentment. Political disagreement, when trapped in a closed space, festered into hatred. And hatred, when given a uniform and a rifle, became murder. The men who pulled the triggers at Shelton Laurel were not monsters from a distant land. They were neighbors. And that is the most terrifying and important truth of this entire story. It serves as a stark warning of what happens when we stop seeing the humanity in the people we disagree with. When we allow labels, Tory, traitor, rebel, to erase the face of the person who lives just down the road. Today, the Shelton Laurel Valley is quiet. The forests have reclaimed the old homesteads. The streams run clear. The ditch where 13 men were killed is now just a gentle depression in the earth, indistinguishable from any other, unless you know exactly where to look. The mountains remain, silent witnesses to the fury that once consumed this place. They stand as a permanent, solemn reminder, a reminder that the most dangerous wars are not always fought between nations, but within communities. A reminder that the deepest wounds are not inflicted by strangers, but by the people we once called our own. And a reminder that the line between a neighbor and an enemy is a fragile thing, terrifyingly easy to erase. The rope creaked in the cold February dark, a sound swallowed by the Missouri woods. The body of Ben Bolin swung from the limb of a white oak, a grim pendulum marking the end of a bloody Ozark chapter. To the men who put him there, he was a monster, a tyrant who terrorized the hills under the guise of justice. But just a few years earlier, many of those same men, or their neighbors, would have called him a savior, a dark angel sent to deliver them from chaos. So which was he? A righteous crusader who lost his way? Or a brutal killer who simply found the right mask to wear? Today, we're not just telling the story of a vigilante's death. We're peeling back over 100 years of rumor and legend to find the man himself, to understand how the iron fist of the bald Nobbers became a ghost, forever riding the haunted backroads of the Ozarks. To understand the firestorm that was the bald Nobbers, you must first walk through the world they burned down. Imagine the Ozarks in the 1880s. This wasn't a land of gentle hills and quaint cabins. It was a fortress built by nature. Light struggled to pierce the dense canopy of oak and hickory, leaving the hollows in a state of perpetual twilight. Creeks cut through limestone like silver knives, their waters running cold and clear. A man could get lost a mile from his own home and never be found. The land was beautiful, but it was a hard, unforgiving beauty that demanded respect and bred a deep sense of isolation. The people were as rugged as the land they worked. They were farmers, loggers, and hunters, their hands calloused and their faces etched by sun and hardship. Their lives were governed by the rhythm of the seasons, plowing the rocky soil in the spring, enduring the suffocating humidity of summer, harvesting their meager crops in the fall, and hunkering down for the long, cold winter. Their world was small, often no larger than the valley where they were born. A trip to the county seat in Forsyth was a major event. The law, headquartered in some far-off city like Springfield, was less than a rumor. It was a ghost, a thing that had no power here. But beneath this quiet surface of toil and survival, the poison of the past was still at work. The Civil War had never truly ended in these hills. It had simply shattered into 1,000 personal feuds. Neighbor had fought neighbor as bushwhackers and jayhawkers, and the memories of burned-out farms and midnight raids were passed down from father to son like a cursed inheritance. Trust was a rare commodity, usually reserved for immediate kin. At night, heavy wooden bars were dropped across cabin doors, and the sound of an unfamiliar horse was enough to make a man reach for the rifle he kept over the mantel. This simmering fear created a vacuum, and into that vacuum crept a new kind of evil. Gangs of thieves and cutthroats, like the notorious Taylor brothers, roamed the countryside, preying on the very people the law was supposed to protect. They stole livestock, burned barns, and terrorized families, knowing there would be no consequences. Decent folk felt helpless, trapped between the ghosts of old hatreds and the very real threat of modern outlaws. They were good people pushed to the edge, praying for a savior. And in the smoky corners of general stores and under the shade of churchyard oaks, a dangerous idea began to take root. It was whispered at first, a desperate question passed between men who were tired of being afraid. If the law wouldn't protect them, who would? If justice was blind or simply too far away, then perhaps it was time for them to create their own. They didn't know it yet, but they were laying the foundation for a movement that would offer them salvation with one hand and deliver damnation with the other. The storm was gathering, and its name was justice. The Ozarks weren't settled, they were conquered. Not from some foreign power, but from the wilderness itself. The families that put down roots here in the generations before the war were mostly Scots-Irish, a people known for their fierce independence and a deep-seated suspicion of any authority they didn't create themselves. They weren't given land grants from a distant king. They earned their homesteads with an axe, a plow, and a rifle. Every field cleared of rocks, every cabin raised log by log, was a testament to their grit. This land wasn't just property to them, it was a part of their identity, paid for in sweat and blood. To threaten a man's land was to threaten his very soul. Then came the Civil War, and it fell on these hills not like a conventional war, but like a plague. Missouri was a border state, and that border ran straight through the heart of every family and every town. This wasn't a war of blue and gray armies marching in formation. It was the war of the torch and the rope. It was a war of neighbors. Confederate sympathizers formed guerrilla bands known as bushwhackers, while Union men became jayhawkers. They didn't fight over grand strategy. They fought over livestock, loyalties, and long-held grudges. A midnight raid could leave a family homeless, or worse. The violence was intimate, personal, and it left scars that wouldn't heal for a century. When the war officially ended in 1865, the fighting in the Ozarks didn't stop. It just lost its flag. The men who had spent 4 years living by the gun found they couldn't simply go back to the plow. Some of the most brutal bushwhackers and jayhawkers simply became outlaws, continuing their reign of terror without the thin veil of military corps. They knew the secret paths, the hidden hollows, and the fear in people's hearts. They were the war's bitter harvest, and they choked the life out of the fragile peace. This is where the weight of a name became a life or death matter. A family name in Taney County wasn't just a label, it was a history. It told people where your father stood in the war. It whispered of old debts and unsettled scores. To be a Taylor was to carry the reputation of Confederate defiance and post-war banditry. To be a Kinney suggested a history of staunch unionism. Long before the bald knobbers ever pulled on their masks, the battle lines were already drawn, etched into the landscape by the ghosts of the war. The conflict to come wasn't new. It was simply the old feud, waiting for a spark to set the hills ablaze once more. In the center of this simmering pot was Nat Kinney. He wasn't a vigilante by nature. He was a Union veteran, a respected farmer, and the Sunday school superintendent. People listened when he spoke. He saw the moral decay, the fear in his neighbor's eyes, and it offended his sense of order. On the other side were men like the Taylor brothers, who swaggered through the county as if they owned it. They and their associates were the festering wound, a constant source of trouble, known for their love of whiskey, brawling, and taking whatever they pleased. They were the embodiment of the lawlessness that Kinney and other decent folk were growing to despise. The conflict didn't start with a gunshot, but with 1,000 smaller cuts. An old farmer's fence would be cut in the night, his cattle scattered for miles. A man who spoke too loudly against the outlaws in the Kirbyville saloon would find his corn crib burned to the ground a week later. These weren't random acts, they were messages. One of the most galling incidents involved a public fistfight where one of the Taylors brutally beat a younger man over a perceived slight, all while the local constable conveniently looked the other way. The message was clear. There is no law here but us. Fear is a patient poison, and it spreads through whispers. In the general store, while weighing out flour and salt, men would speak in low tones. Heard the Taylors were seen near John Green's place, right before his best mule went missing. At church socials, women would exchange worried glances, sharing stories of strange riders seen on the road after dusk. Every unsolved theft, every act of vandalism was laid at the feet of the same handful of families. Rumor hardened into fact, and suspicion curdled into a collective certainty. This constant drip of intimidation and gossip created a siege mentality. The community wasn't just being attacked from the outside, it was rotting from within. The outlaws were emboldened by the lack of consequences, and the law-abiding majority felt increasingly isolated and powerless. The air in Taney County grew thick with a toxic mix of fear and resentment. It wasn't just about stolen property anymore. It was about honor, dignity, and the terrifying realization that if they didn't draw a line in the dirt themselves, the tide of violence and chaos would soon wash away their homes, their families, and their entire way of life. The winter of 1884 bled into the spring of 1885 with a strange and heavy feeling in the air. The old folks, who read the land like a book, saw bad signs everywhere. They said the woods themselves seemed to hold their breath. Panthers screamed from the high ridges with an unusual frequency, their cries sounding almost human. The screech owl, the death bird of Ozark lore, was heard calling from the eaves of more than one cabin, a sound believed to foretell a coming tragedy. A sudden violent hailstorm in late March flattened the first green shoots of corn, and men looked at the bruised sky and muttered that it was a sign of God's displeasure. But the true omen wasn't in the sky or the woods. It walked on two legs and reeked of cheap whiskey. The Taylor gang and their ilk grew bolder, their crimes escalating from nighttime thievery to brazen daylight intimidation. The final straw came when one of their crew publicly horsewhipped a well-respected farmer in front of his own family over a disputed line fence. They didn't just injure the man, they humiliated him, stripping him of his dignity in the eyes of his children and neighbors. The act was a declaration. We are the law, and your honor means nothing to us. It sent a shockwave of rage and fear through the county. This was the moment the dread became a living thing. You could see it in the eyes of men like Nat Kinney. He felt the immense pressure from his community to do something, to lead them out of the darkness. But as he looked at the hard, desperate faces of his friends and neighbors, he felt a chilling premonition. It was a gut-wrenching feeling that in order to fight the monsters who plagued their hills, they would have to become monstrous themselves. He knew that the path they were about to choose was a one-way road, and he couldn't shake the feeling that it led straight into a darkness from which none of them would ever truly return. The public humiliation of a good man was the spark that finally lit the fuse. For Nat Kinney, the time for talk was over. Word was sent out, not by letter, but by quiet visits after dark. A trusted friend would ride to a neighbor's cabin, speak a few hushed words on the porch, and then melt back into the night. The message was simple. Be on the Bald Knob, east of town, after midnight. Come alone and come armed." There was no need to explain what it was about. Every man who received the summons knew in his bones that the time for choosing a side had arrived. They gathered under a cold, star-dusted sky on a treeless hill that would give them their name. They were ghosts in the moonlight, emerging from the woods in twos and threes, rifles cradled in their arms. These were not criminals. They were farmers, blacksmiths, and church-going men, their faces grim and set. At the center of the clearing, a small bonfire crackled, casting their long, dancing shadows across the barren ground. The only sounds were the whisper of the wind and the nervous shuffling of boots on stone. Nat Kinney stood before them, his large frame silhouetted against the flames. His voice, when he spoke, was not a shout, but a low, steady rumble that carried a weight of cold fury. He spoke of the law that had abandoned them, of the thugs who terrorized their wives and children, and of the honor that was being stripped from them, piece by painful piece. "The law won't protect us," he declared, his words cutting through the night air. "So we will become the law. We will be the answer to our own prayers. We will sweep this county clean of the filth that infests it, or we will die trying." A low murmur of agreement rippled through the crowd. This was what they had been waiting for: a leader, a plan, a cause. Kinney had them raise their right hands, and there, in the flickering firelight, they swore a solemn oath. They swore secrecy upon pain of death. They swore loyalty to one another, and they swore to mete out justice with rope and switch to any man who threatened their homes and their peace. In that moment, they ceased to be individual farmers. They became a single entity, a phantom army born of desperation and rage. They were the Bald Knobbers, and as the men dispersed, melting back into the darkness from which they came, a new and terrible power was unleashed upon the Ozarks. They had a name, an oath, and a list of targets. Among them stood men like Ben Bolin, his hands still tingling from the oath, his mind already turning to the work ahead. He and his brothers were not thinkers like Kinney. They were doers. The first drops of blood had not yet been spilt, but the promise had been made. The hunt was about to begin, and the hills would soon echo with the sounds of their swift, brutal justice. Their justice was a terrifying ritual, repeated in dozens of darkened hollows. It always began with the sound, a low thunder that started far off and grew steadily closer. It was the sound of shod hooves, dozens of them, moving as one through the night. To the family huddled inside their cabin, it was the sound of a coming judgment. The dogs would bark themselves into a frenzy, then fall eerily silent as the phantom army surrounded the home. And then, the waiting. A silence so heavy you could feel it pressing in on the log walls. From the darkness would come a single commanding voice, often rough and distorted by the flannel mask. "Come out, or we're coming in." Inside, a man would have to make a choice that was no choice at all. To surrender was to face the switch, the tar, the rope. To resist was to invite something far worse. This ritual of fear was the Bald Knobbers' true weapon, and for a time, it worked. They drove out the worst of the outlaws and brought a fragile, terror-enforced peace to the hills. But the night they rode on William Edens, the ritual changed. Edens was not a notorious outlaw. He was just a man who had defied them, who had spoken out against their methods. He refused to be intimidated. When the thunder of hooves surrounded his cabin and the voice called out, Edens refused to open his door. He would not surrender his home to masked men. From inside, his family heard him shout his defiance into the darkness. What happened next was not justice, it was an execution. The night didn't just splinter with the sound of a kicked-in door. It exploded in a blinding, deafening roar. A volley of rifle and shotgun fire ripped through the thin wooden walls of the cabin. To the children cowering on the floor, the world became nothing but the flash of muzzles painting terrifying momentary pictures in the dark, the scream of lead tearing through wood, and the smell of gunpowder filling their lungs. The air itself seemed to shred around them. When the shooting stopped, the silence that rushed back in was profound and absolute. Heavy boots stomped onto the porch. The remnants of the door were torn from its hinges. Through the smoke and darkness, the family saw only hulking shapes, demonic silhouettes against the moonlight, as their father was dragged from the home he had tried to defend. There was a final, terrible struggle in the yard, a woman's desperate plea cut short. Another shot rang out, sharp and final, and its echo was the only eulogy William Edens would receive. The next morning, when the neighbors arrived, they found a scene of unimaginable horror. They didn't need to see the body to understand what had happened. The cabin itself was the testament. It looked as if it had been clawed by some great furious beast. The log walls were pockmarked with dozens of dark, ugly holes, silent witnesses to the chaos. This was not a whipping. This was not a warning. This was murder, cold and brutal. On that night, the bald nobbers crossed a line, and in the blood of William Edens, their righteous crusade was drowned forever. The saviors had become the monsters. To understand what happened at the Edens cabin, you have to try for a moment to look through Ben Bolin's eyes. In his mind, he wasn't a murderer. He was a surgeon, and the Ozarks were his patient, riddled with the cancer of lawlessness. A tumor doesn't have rights. You don't reason with it. You cut it out, cauterize the wound, and move on. The tailors and their kind were the primary tumor, but men like William Edens, men who defied the cure, who obstructed the surgery, were part of the disease too. In Bolin's brutally simple logic, if you weren't actively helping to save the patient, you were helping the sickness spread. The switch didn't flip for Ben Bolin on the night of the Edens murder. It had been welded into position the moment he took the oath on that bald knob. While other men, perhaps even Kinney, saw their night riding as a temporary necessary evil, Bolin saw it as a righteous calling. He was the hammer, and it was not the hammer's place to question the nail. Each whipping, each threat, each act of terror was simply a tool for the job. He likely felt contempt for the weakness he saw in others, for the men who flinched at the sound of a switch on bare skin. They didn't have his clarity. They didn't understand that to fight monsters, you must be more terrifying than any monster. So when William Edens shouted his defiance from behind that door, Bolin didn't hear a brave man defending his home. He heard the sickness talking back. He heard a direct challenge to the new order, the only order that could save them. The hail of gunfire that shredded the cabin wasn't a moment of lost control. It was a calculated, overwhelming response to that challenge. It was a message, written in lead and smoke, not just for Edens, but for anyone else who thought they could stand in the way. This was the cold calculus of his crusade. After the final shot echoed into silence, as the other masked men stood in the shocked aftermath, Ben Bolin likely felt no remorse. He wouldn't have felt the thrill of a killer, nor the chilling emptiness of a man who has lost his soul. He would have felt the quiet, grim satisfaction of a job well done. A problem had been solved, a lesson had been taught. He was the iron fist of the bald nobbers, and that night the fist had come down hard. In his own mind, he hadn't committed a crime. He had enforced the only law that mattered. Dawn broke over the Edens homestead, but the light brought no comfort. It only served to illuminate the full scope of the horror. The silence that had followed the final gunshot was a heavy, suffocating blanket. The first neighbors to arrive walked onto the property as if treading on cursed ground. They saw the cabin first, its log walls looking like they had contracted some terrible disease, a pox of dark bullet holes. On the porch, a shattered butter churn lay on its side, a mundane casualty in a night of unimaginable violence. Inside, they found what was left of the Edens family. The widow sat on a low stool, not weeping, but staring into a space beyond the walls, her mind shattered by the events she had been forced to witness. The children were huddled together in a corner, their faces pale and streaked with soot, their eyes wide with a terror that might never leave them. But it was in the yard, lying in the cold, dew-covered dirt, that the finality of the act was laid bare. William Edens was dead, and the bald nobbers had killed him. But they had made a fatal mistake. In their furious volley, they had also shot Charles Green, Edens's son-in-law. They had left him for dead, but he wasn't. He had survived. Wounded and bleeding, he was a living witness to the slaughter, and more importantly, he had recognized some of the men behind their crude flannel masks. He knew their voices. He knew their names. His survival was a ticking clock, and with every breath he took, the bald nobber's reign of terror was 1 second closer to its end. The news of the murder didn't spread as a whisper. It tore through the Ozark Hills on a current of shock and rage. This was different from the stories of whippings and warnings. This was a line crossed in blood. The story reached the courthouse in Forsyth, and from there it traveled by telegraph to the state capital. The tale of the bullet-riddled cabin and the defiant man murdered in front of his family was so brutal, so brazen, that the state of Missouri could no longer afford to look the other way. The law, which had been a distant rumor for so long, finally awoke with a vengeance. The governor authorized the militia. Warrants were drawn up, bearing the names of the most prominent bald nobbers, including Nat Kinney and the Bolin brothers. A substantial reward was offered for their capture, dead or alive. The official documents went up on posts and walls in every town, turning the masked riders from a secret society into a list of wanted men. The hunters had become the hunted. The murder of William Edens split Taney County down the middle like an axe splitting a log. There was no more middle ground, no room for quiet neutrality. You were either for the nobbers or against them, and you had to choose a side right now. The pot-bellied stove at the general store, once a place for shared stories and friendly gossip, now radiated a cold silence. Men who had known each other since childhood would now pass on the road with a curt nod, their eyes hard, each wondering if the other had been among the masked riders that night. The church itself was divided, with some praying for the souls of the vigilantes and others praying for their swift damnation. From the ashes of this division, an opposing force rose up, calling themselves the anti-bald nobbers. They were not lawmen. They were the friends and family of men who had been wronged by the nobbers, joined by those who were simply horrified by the Edens killing. They armed themselves and swore their own oaths, promising to hunt down the vigilantes and deliver a justice of their own. The old Civil War feud was reborn, but this time without uniforms. It was neighbor against neighbor once more, and the hills became a checkerboard of loyalty and hate, where taking the wrong path or trusting the wrong person could get a man killed. A thick, suffocating fear settled over the county, creating a conspiracy of silence. Many people knew the truth. They had seen the riders gather, heard the boasts in a saloon, or recognized a man's horse tied up outside the Edens place. But the bald nobbers' power, even when they were fugitives, was immense. Their kin were everywhere, and the threat of a burning barn or a midnight visit was far more immediate than the protection of a distant law. When the sheriff and his deputies came asking questions, men would suddenly suffer from bad memories, their eyes cast down to the floorboards. To speak the truth was an act of incredible courage, because everyone knew the nobbers had a very simple law for informants. Amidst this climate of fear, small acts of profound courage and startling cowardice played out in the shadows. One neighbor, at great risk to his own family, would leave a basket of bread and salted pork on the Edens widow's porch before dawn, a silent gesture of support. But another man, bound by blood or fear, would stand before a magistrate and provide a false alibi for his cousin, swearing he was playing cards with him on the night of the murder. The community was tearing itself apart at the seams, its moral fabric tested and frayed. It was in this fractured, paranoid landscape that the real hunt for Ben Bolin and his brothers would have to begin. While the official law, the state militia, and the county sheriff made a great show of organizing and searching, they were outsiders. They knew the main roads, but they didn't know the hollows. But the real hunters, the men who moved with a purpose that was colder and sharper than any legal duty, were the anti-bald nobbers. These were men who had lived in the shadow of the nobbers' terror. They weren't hunting for a reward, they were hunting for revenge. And they knew the mountains just as well as the men they were chasing. For months, Ben Bolin and his brothers were ghosts. They slipped through the deep woods and limestone caves they had known since childhood, a landscape that was now both their sanctuary and their cage. They reverted to a primal existence, living off poached deer and foraged nuts, their clothes turning to rags. Every snap of a twig, every rustle of leaves in the wind sent a jolt of adrenaline through them. They tasted paranoia in every bite of squirrel meat and felt it in the cold dampness of the caves where they slept. The familiar woods, the kingdom they once ruled with masked terror, had become a labyrinthine prison. The hunt was a slow, methodical strangulation. The anti-bald nobbers were patient. They had men among them who could track a single man across solid rock and read a broken twig like a page in a book. They moved in small, quiet groups, checking the remote cabins of known sympathizers, finding the faint traces of a recent campfire, and slowly, painstakingly, tightening the net. A farmer who gave the Bolins a slice of cornbread might find his fence cut the next week, a quiet message that help was no longer an option. The fugitives' world shrank with every passing day. The end for Ben Bolin came not in a hail of bullets, but in a moment of exhaustion. It was February 1889, and the cold had gnawed at him for months. He had risked getting close to his brother's cabin, perhaps seeking a moment of warmth, a real meal, a sliver of the life he had lost. It was a fatal mistake. A tracker for the anti-bald nobber posse had found his trail in the thin layer of snow. They didn't storm the cabin. They simply waited, melting into the grey woods, becoming part of the landscape. When Bolin stepped outside, perhaps to fetch water or check the perimeter, he was allowed to walk 20 yards into the clearing. Then, a single voice cut through the cold air. "That's far enough, Ben." He froze. From behind every large oak and limestone outcrop, a man rose, rifle already at his shoulder. There was no shouting, no chaos, just the quiet final click of a dozen rifle hammers being pulled back. In that instant, Ben Bolin, the enforcer, the Iron Fist, saw the faces of his neighbors, his enemies, and knew that his war was over. He didn't reach for a weapon. He just stood there, a gaunt, tired man surrounded by the cold, unforgiving justice of the hills he once ruled. There would be no judge in a black robe for Ben Bolin. There would be no clever lawyers arguing points of law, no jury of his peers weighing evidence in a dusty box. The men who captured him, the anti-bald nobbers, had seen what passed for justice in the Ozarks. They had seen how a well-connected man could intimidate witnesses, how a sympathetic jury could ignore facts, how the slow, clumsy machine of the law could let a monster slip through its gears. They didn't trust it. They believed that to bring a man like Ben Bolin into a courtroom would be to mock the memory of William Edens. They had decided in the cold silence of the woods that Bolin would face a different kind of court. His trial was the long, grim ride from the place of his capture to a sturdy white oak tree on the side of a lonely road. The woods were his courtroom, the pale moonlight his only illumination. The jury was the silent procession of armed men on horseback who rode beside and behind him, their faces set like stone. There was no testimony offered, no evidence presented, because in their minds the case had been proven long ago, in the bullet holes of the Edens cabin, in the terrorized eyes of his family, and in the arrogance of the masked crusade Bolin had helped lead. Through it all, Ben Bolin remained unbroken. He did not beg for his life or plead for mercy. Accounts passed down through the generations say he sat tall in the saddle, his hands bound tight behind him, his gaze fixed straight ahead. His silence was his final act of defiance. He had lived his life by a code of brutal, unforgiving strength, and he would not abandon it in the face of death. He looked at the hard faces of his captors, not with fear, but with a quiet, burning contempt. He was a wolf cornered by hounds, and he would grant them no satisfaction. The verdict was delivered without a single word being spoken. When the posse stopped under the thick, bare limbs of the oak tree, the judgment was clear. They didn't grant him a final prayer or a chance for last words. The justice they dispensed was as swift and impersonal as the justice he had once delivered with a hickory switch. The rough hemp of the rope was thrown over a branch. The noose, tied with an efficient knot, was slipped over his head and cinched tight against his neck. A sharp slap on the rump of his horse, and it was over. Ben Bolin, the iron fist of the bald nobbers, was executed by the very vigilante justice he had championed. The question that hangs in the air, even to this day, is a chilling one. Was this justice? Or was it just another murder, another link in an endless chain of Ozark violence? The anti-bald nobbers had rid the world of a man they saw as a tyrant, but in doing so, they had become a mob, acting as their own judge, jury, and executioner. For the other captured bald nobbers, the official law would have its day in the Forsyth courthouse. But for Ben Bolin, the verdict had already been rendered, not by the law of men, but by the cold, hard law of the mountains. Ben Bolin's death was not the end of the story. It was merely the end of a chapter written in rope and vengeance. The consequences of the Bald Nobber War continued to ripple through the hills for years, leaving behind a landscape of broken lives and bitter silence. For the survivors of the Edens family, the mountains that had been their home became a prison of memory. Every creek, every ridge, every shadow held a piece of the horror they had endured. They could not rebuild their lives on ground soaked with their own blood and grief. Sometime after the trials, they packed what little they had left, turned their backs on Taney County, and vanished, seeking a place where the name Edens didn't echo with tragedy. For the other captured bald nobbers, the law of men finally arrived in Forsyth. The trial was a spectacle, the biggest in the county's history. And in May of 1889, 3 men, Dave Walker, his son William, and John Matthews, were led to a specially built gallows in the courthouse square. Before a crowd of thousands, they paid the ultimate price, their public execution serving as the state's final, brutal statement that the reign of the masked riders was over. But for the dozens of other nobbers who were acquitted or never charged, their freedom was a curse of its own. They walked out of the courtroom not into the arms of a grateful community, but into a life sentence of suspicion and contempt. These men, who had once been the secret kings of the night, now lived as pariahs in the daylight. Neighbors who had once feared them now simply shunned them. Their businesses failed, their crops seemed to wither on the vine, and they were met with the justice of cold shoulders and closed doors. They were haunted men, forever looking over their shoulders, wondering if every stranger on the road was a relative of someone they had wronged. Some stories say a few of them met quiet, untimely ends years later. A hunting accident, a fall from a bluff, accidents that no one ever questioned too closely. They had escaped the hangman's noose, only to find a slower, colder justice waiting for them in the unforgiving memory of their neighbors. And so, the community, exhausted by hate and bloodshed, made a collective, unspoken decision to forget. The name Bald Nobber became a curse, a word not to be spoken aloud. The grotesque horned masks were burned in secret, the records of their meetings buried or destroyed. Parents stopped telling their children the full bloody story, opting instead for a vague tale of troubles in the old days. They tried to plow over the history, to plant a new crop of peace and pretend the soil beneath wasn't filled with bones. They wrapped the entire saga in a thick blanket of silence, hoping that if they didn't speak its name, the monster they had created would finally die. The forced silence that fell over Taney County could never last. A story this soaked in blood has a way of seeping back up through the ground. Walk through the Ozark Hills today, and you will still find the old names, Bolin, Kinney, Taylor, on mailboxes and in the phone book. The descendants of the riders and their enemies now share pews in the same churches and shop in the same stores. The blood feud is long over, the wounds scabbed over by generations of peace. But the echo remains. To carry one of those names is to carry a piece of that violent history, a faint whisper of a time when your great-grandfather might have been either the masked man on the horse or the one bolting his door in fear. The physical scars on the land have faded more slowly. For decades, the white oak where Ben Bolin was lynched stood as a dark monument on the side of the road. Locals knew it as the Bolin tree, and it became a place of dread, a landmark to be passed quickly, especially after dark. It was said that nothing would grow in its shadow. Eventually, time and nature did what the community could not. The old tree withered, died, and was cut down, its wood likely burned to ash. But even today, the old-timers can still point to the exact spot where it stood. The tree is gone, but the ground remembers. In the town of Forsyth, the old courthouse where the other nobbers were tried is gone, replaced by a new one. But in the local cemetery, you can find the graves of the 3 men who were legally hanged. Their tombstones are simple, weathered by 100 Missouri winters, giving no hint of the spectacle of their deaths. They are quiet, stone reminders of a time when the law finally brought its terrible, formal power to bear on the chaos. But the most powerful remnant of Ben Bolin isn't made of wood or stone, it is the ghost story. As the facts were buried under the community's silence, the man was replaced by the myth. History became folklore. To this day, on the dark roads around where he was killed, people still tell stories of the Phantom Rider, a lone, gaunt figure on horseback, seen on moonless nights, forever repeating his last fatal ride. Ben Bolin the man is dead and gone, but Ben Bolin the spectre became immortal, a cautionary tale whispered to children to keep them from straying too far into the woods after dark. The people tried to forget, but the story simply refused to die. So we come back to the question that hung in the air at the very beginning, a question that has haunted these hills for over a century. Was Ben Bolin a righteous crusader who lost his way? Or was he a brutal killer who simply found the right mask to wear? The honest truth, buried under years of myth and silence, is that he was both. He was the inevitable and terrible answer to the chaos that surrounded him. He was a man forged in the crucible of a lawless land, and he became the very thing he sought to destroy. The story of Ben Bolin is the story of a cure that becomes its own disease. This is more than just a tale of Ozark vigilantes. It is a timeless warning about the desperate hunger for order and the terrible price that is sometimes paid to achieve it. It is the story of what happens when good, frightened men, abandoned by the law, decide to walk the razor's edge between justice and vengeance, only to lose their balance and fall into the abyss. The bald nobbers rose from the dirt to give their community hope, but their legacy is a stark reminder that a society's saviors can all too easily become its tyrants, and that a revolution born of righteousness will almost always end by eating its own. And so the story returns to the darkness, to a lonely road and the sound of a single horse. The ghost of Ben Bolin isn't just a campfire tale meant to scare children. He is the restless spirit of this lesson. He is a permanent warning, etched into the very landscape, a silent testament to a brutal truth. In a land without law, the man who promises to save you from the monsters is often the first one to become a monster himself. And now, my friends, you know the rest of the story. The world knows their names, Hatfield and McCoy. They've become a punchline, a cartoon of feuding hillbillies chasing each other with shotguns over a stolen pig. But on the first night of 1888, in the frozen darkness of the Tug Fork Valley, there was no laughter. There was only the smell of kerosene and the glint of rifle barrels in the moonlight as a war party surrounded a small family cabin. The goal wasn't robbery, it was extermination. They say it was all about a pig, or a Romeo and Juliet romance gone wrong. But the old-timers in these mountains and the dusty court records tell a different story. A story of Civil War wounds that never healed, of wealth and political power, and of a brand of Appalachian pride so fierce it would rather see a valley drenched in blood than surrender an inch. Today, we're not just telling the story, we're putting the legend on trial. We will find out what really happened on the Devil's Backbone and why this family war nearly became a real war between two states. Before the gunfire and the headlines, there was just the Tug Fork Valley, a rugged, isolated world carved between the mountains of West Virginia and Kentucky. The river itself was the lifeline and the boundary, a ribbon of muddy water separating two states and soon two families. In these hollows, life moved to an ancient rhythm of planting and harvest, of hard work and quiet faith. The forests were thick with timber and game, the creeks ran clear, and a family's wealth was measured not in dollars, but in the number of children they had and the loyalty of their kin. This was a world unto itself, governed by its own codes, where a man's word was his bond and his honor was worth more than his life. On the West Virginia side, the undisputed patriarch was William Anderson Hatfield, better known as Devil Anse. This was no simple-minded hillbilly. Devil Anse was a shrewd businessman who had built a successful timber operation, employing dozens of men. He was charismatic, fearless, and a natural leader. During the Civil War, he had led a Confederate guerrilla unit called the Logan Wildcats, earning a reputation for being as tough and unforgiving as the mountains themselves. He was a force of nature, a man who bent the world to his will, and his family, the Hatfields, were a powerful and respected clan. Across the river, in Kentucky, lived Randolph McCoy, or Randall. He was a different kind of man, older, leaner, and weathered by a life of farming. Where Anse was a booming presence, Randall was a quieter, more stubborn man, his pride rooted deeply in his land and his large family of 13 children. He, too, had served in the Civil War, but he had worn the blue of the Union Army. In a valley where allegiances were everything, this fact alone was a crack in the foundation of their community. For a time, this difference was just a quiet fact of life. The Hatfields and McCoys were neighbors, after all. They attended the same church picnics and harvest festivals. They traded livestock and did business together. There was even a Hatfield who had married a McCoy. They lived by the same mountain code, sharing a life that was both beautiful and brutal, a world that outsiders could never truly understand. They were two sides of the same coin, forged in the same Appalachian fire. But beneath the surface of this neighborly peace, a wound from the war had been left to fester. In 1865, Randall's brother, Asa Harmon McCoy, returned home after being discharged from the Union Army. A marked man in a region full of Confederate sympathizers, he was hunted down and killed by a band of ex-Confederate guerrillas. The leader of that posse was believed to be Jim Vance, Devil Anse Hatfield's own uncle and fiercest lieutenant. While Devil Anse was reportedly sick at home that day, the killers were his kin and his men. No one was ever arrested. For Randall McCoy, it was an unforgivable crime, a debt of blood that the law had ignored and the mountains had swallowed. The valley was calm, but it was the calm of a loaded gun. The Civil War was over on the battlefields of Virginia, but here, in the isolated heart of Appalachia, the resentments lingered. All it would take was a single spark, a stray pig, a careless word, a forbidden glance, to ignite a fire that would consume them all and turn this peaceful valley into a private battlefield. For 13 years, the valley sat on a powder keg left over from the war. The death of Asa Harmon McCoy was a wound that never closed for Randall, a quiet, bitter reminder of the justice he never got. The spark that finally lit the fuse came in the autumn of 1878, and it wasn't a bullet or a threat, but the grunting of a pig. Randall McCoy walked onto his property and accused his neighbor, Floyd Hatfield, a cousin of Devil Anse, of stealing one of his hogs. In a world where a fat hog could mean the difference between a hard winter and starvation, this was no small charge. But it was never about the value of the animal. It was about honor. It was a McCoy telling a Hatfield to his face that he was a thief. The dispute was taken to the local justice of the peace, Anderson Preacher Anse Hatfield. In an attempt at fairness, he assembled a jury of 6 Hatfields and 6 McCoys to hear the case. The makeshift courtroom, likely a small schoolhouse, was thick with tension. The fate of the pig, and perhaps the fate of the valley, rested on the word of one man, Bill Staton. He was related to both families, but everyone knew his loyalty lay with the Hatfields. Staton took the stand and swore that he had seen the pig and that it rightfully belonged to Floyd Hatfield. The jury was deadlocked until one of the McCoys, Selkirk McCoy, swayed by Staton's testimony, cast the deciding vote. The pig belonged to the Hatfields. For Randall McCoy, this was the ultimate betrayal. The law, run by a Hatfield and his own kin, had sided against him. He stormed out of the hearing, his simmering resentment boiling over into open rage. The system had failed him again. He was heard declaring that if he ever lost another pig, he wouldn't go to the law. He would handle it himself. This was more than a threat. It was a declaration of war against the Hatfield clan. The lines were being drawn not in the dirt, but in blood. The first of that blood was spilled less than 2 years later. Bill Staton, the man whose testimony had cost Randall his pig and his pride, was not a man to forget a grudge. One day, he got into a heated argument with 2 of Randall's nephews, Sam and Paris McCoy. The argument escalated quickly. Words turned to threats, and threats turned to action. In a flash of violence deep in a wooded hollow, guns were drawn. When the smoke cleared, Bill Staton lay dead on the forest floor. Sam McCoy had been shot and seriously wounded, but he would survive. Now it was a Hatfield who was dead, killed by McCoys. Sam McCoy was arrested and put on trial for murder, but he claimed self-defense. The trial was held in a Hatfield-controlled county in West Virginia. Citing the lack of evidence and the known animosity between the men, the court acquitted him. To the McCoys, it was justice. To the Hatfields, it was a slap in the face. A McCoy had killed one of their own and walked free. The cycle was now complete. A theft, a trial, a murder, and an acquittal. The courts were useless. From this moment on, the only justice either family would recognize would be delivered from the barrel of a gun. In the midst of this simmering hatred, something dangerous and beautiful bloomed. At a local election gathering in 1880, Devil Anse's son, John C. Hatfield, laid eyes on Randall McCoy's daughter, Rosanna. He was handsome and reckless. She was strong-willed and passionate. In the closed world of the Tug Fork Valley, their attraction was like a lit match tossed into a barrel of gunpowder. They fell into a whirlwind romance, ignoring the storm clouds gathering over their families. Rosanna, blinded by love, soon left her family's cabin to live with John C. among the Hatfields, a betrayal her father Randall would never forgive. But their love story was doomed from the start. John C., a known womanizer, soon abandoned the pregnant Rosanna for her own cousin, Nancy McCoy. Heartbroken and carrying a Hatfield's child, Rosanna was now an outcast, scorned by her own family and discarded by her lovers. She tried to return home, but her father's door was closed to her. She found shelter with an aunt, a woman alone, trapped between the 2 warring clans. Her story became a tragedy within a tragedy, a symbol of the innocence that was being crushed between the 2 great millstones of Hatfield and McCoy pride. The point of no return came on Election Day, 1882. In Kentucky, these were boisterous, drunken affairs where men from all over the hollows came to vote, trade, and settle scores. That day, a dispute over a fiddle ignited between Tolbert McCoy, one of Randall's sons, and Ellison Hatfield. Devil Ance's powerful, well-respected brother. Insults flew, fueled by moonshine and years of bad blood. The argument escalated into a brutal fistfight, and then, in a moment of fury, Talbot McCoy pulled a knife. The festive air of the gathering curdled into horror. The crowd scrambled back as Talbot, joined by his two brothers, Farmer and Randolph Jr., set upon the lone Hatfield. The powerful frame of Ellison Hatfield shuddered again and again. He didn't cry out, but a look of profound shock crossed his face as he stumbled backward. A dark stain began to spread across the front of his shirt, then another and another. He collapsed into the mud of the clearing, gasping for air. The McCoy brothers stood over him, their faces a mask of rage, unaware that they had just sealed their own fates. Hatfield constables seized the three McCoy brothers, but instead of taking them to the jail in Pikeville, Kentucky, they dragged them across the Tug Fork River into West Virginia. They were now prisoners, not of the law, but of the Hatfield clan. When Devil Anse arrived and saw his beloved brother lying on a makeshift cot, riddled with 26 wounds, his response was cold and absolute. He made a vow. If Ellison died, the McCoy boys would die. For 2 days, the brothers were held captive while Ellison fought for his life. And then, he breathed his last. That night, the McCoy boys were taken from their makeshift prison and marched to the Kentucky side of the river. They were tied to a series of pawpaw trees, their pleas for mercy swallowed by the darkness. There was no trial, no judge, no jury. There was only Devil Anse and a firing squad of his kin, their faces grim in the moonlight. The night was shattered by a single command. What followed was not a battle, but a ceremony of vengeance. A volley of gunfire ripped through the quiet valley, a sound so loud it seemed to shake the stars from the sky. The pawpaw bushes shuddered violently in the dark. And then an unnatural silence fell, broken only by the gentle lapping of the river against the bank. When the sun rose, it revealed a scene of chilling stillness. The dew on the grass around the pawpaw trees was dark, telling a story that needed no words. The silence that followed the pawpaw tree massacre was heavier and more terrifying than the gunfire itself. It was Randall McCoy's wife, Sarah, who found her sons. In the grey light of dawn, she saw the terrible stillness of the scene, a mother's worst nightmare made real under the drooping leaves of the pawpaw trees. The news spread like a sickness through the Kentucky hollows. 3 sons, executed without trial. Randall McCoy, a man already hardened by grief, seemed to turn to stone. The sorrow in his eyes was replaced by a hollow, burning void. He had followed the law with the pig, and it had failed him. Now, his sons were dead, and the law seemed a million miles away across the muddy waters of the Tug Fork. The funeral for the 3 McCoy brothers was a grim affair. The entire Kentucky side of the valley mourned, not just for the boys, but for the peace that had been shattered forever. The caskets were lowered into the cold Kentucky earth, and with them, any hope of reconciliation. Randall McCoy now had a singular, all-consuming purpose: justice. Not the rough justice of the mountains, but the cold, hard justice of the law. He went to the courthouse in Pikeville and swore out warrants against Devil Anse Hatfield and 20 of his kin and allies, including his sons. The charge was murder. Indictments were officially issued. The names of the Hatfield clan were now wanted posters, but the warrants were little more than paper. The Tug Fork River was more than a boundary. It was a sanctuary. In West Virginia, the Hatfields were powerful. They had friends in the law, friends in politics. They were seen not as murderers, but as men who had simply administered a brutal but necessary form of mountain justice. West Virginia authorities refused to recognize the Kentucky warrants. Devil Anse and his men were untouchable, living freely just a stone's throw from the state that wanted them hanged. For 5 long years, a tense and bitter Cold War settled over the valley. The warrants became legal ghosts, a source of constant frustration for the McCoys and a point of defiant pride for the Hatfields. The feud might have faded into a stalemate of simmering resentment if not for the arrival of a new, powerful player, Perry Cline. A sharp and ambitious Pikeville lawyer who was married to a McCoy, Cline had his own deep-seated grudge against Devil Anse over a bitter land dispute years earlier. He saw an opportunity to use the power of the state to settle a personal score. Cline used his political influence to go over the heads of local law enforcement. He lobbied the governor of Kentucky, J. Proctor Knott, convincing him that the honor of the state was at stake. Governor Knott agreed. He announced a formal reward for the capture of the Hatfields, dead or alive. Suddenly, this was no longer a family squabble. It was a state-sponsored manhunt. The feud was professionalized. Bounty hunters, known locally as pikes, began to appear in the Tugfork Valley, sniffing around for a chance at the reward money. For the Hatfields, their home was no longer a fortress but a trap. For the McCoys, it was a terrifying new reality, knowing that this escalation would surely be met with an even more violent response. The valley held its breath, waiting for the next shot to be fired. The state of Kentucky's bounty was not just a piece of paper, it was a hunting license. The law now had a face, and it was the face of a cold-eyed killer named Bad Frank Phillips. A relentless manhunter and a cousin to the McCoys, Phillips became the instrument of Perry Cline's legal war. He led posses into the heart of Hatfield territory, a place no lawman dared to go before. Gunfights erupted along the Tug Fork, turning the feud from a series of ambushes into open guerrilla warfare. The valley became a place where every shadow could hide a rifleman. The Hatfields, led by the ruthless Jim Vance and the hot-headed Cap Hatfield, decided on a final, desperate gamble. On New Year's night, 1888, they would end the feud by erasing Randall McCoy himself. They crossed the river under the cover of a freezing winter night and surrounded the McCoy family cabin. They didn't knock. The first sound was the crackle of flames as they set the home ablaze to smoke out their quarry. What followed was a nightmare of chaos and gunfire in the flickering orange light. Randall McCoy managed to escape into the woods, but his family paid a terrible price. His daughter Alifair was shot down as she fled the burning home. His son Calvin was killed in the yard. His wife Sarah was brutally beaten, left for dead with a crushed skull. This single act of savagery was a fatal miscalculation. The New Year's night massacre horrified the nation. Newspapers from New York to San Francisco printed sensational stories of the lawless Appalachian War. The full weight of the law could no longer be ignored. Frank Phillips, now fueled by a cold fury, hunted down Jim Vance and killed him in a fierce shootout. One by one, the other members of the raiding party were captured and dragged in chains to the jail in Pikeville. The war was over. The trial was about to begin. Pikeville, Kentucky, transformed from a sleepy mountain town into an armed camp. The captured Hatfields and their allies were paraded through the streets, not just as prisoners, but as living symbols of the savage mountaineers the papers wrote about. The trial was a national spectacle. Reporters packed the courtroom, scribbling down every detail. Armed guards lined the walls, their presence a constant reminder that the feud was not truly over. The prosecution, led by Perry Cline, was determined to make an example of these men. The defendants sat in the courtroom, a mix of defiance and bewilderment. Most of them were just foot soldiers in a war started by older, more powerful men. The key to the prosecution's case was Ellison Cotton Top Mounts, the illegitimate and simple-minded son of the murdered Ellison Hatfield. Under interrogation, Cotton Top confessed to firing the shot that killed Alifair McCoy. Whether he was telling the truth, covering for others, or was simply coerced into a confession is a question historians still debate. For the jury, it was enough. The verdicts came down like hammer blows. Several of the men were sentenced to long years in the state penitentiary. But for Ellison Cotton Top Mounts, the sentence was death. On February 18, 1890, Thousands of people crowded into Pikeville to witness the hanging. The scaffold stood stark against the Kentucky sky, the final monument to the bloodiest chapter of the feud. Cotton Top's last words were reportedly, "The Hatfields made me do it." But was it justice? Randall McCoy had won his legal battle, but he had lost everything else. Devil Anse Hatfield, the patriarch who ordered the first executions at the Paw Trees, was never arrested. He would die peacefully in his bed decades later. The law had spoken, but its voice seemed to ring hollow in the mountains, leaving only the ghost of a question. Was the hanging of one simple-minded man a triumph of justice, or just the final ugly act in a war where no one truly won? And what became of the two patriarchs who started it all? Randall McCoy, the man who lost everything, never recovered. He left the Tug Fork Valley, the land that held the ghosts of his children, and tried to start over. He ended his days operating a small ferry in Pikeville, a broken man haunted by memories. He died in 1914 after being badly burned in a cooking fire. A tragic, almost mundane end for a man whose life was defined by such epic violence. He was buried in the Dills Cemetery in Pikeville, alongside his wife Sarah and the children who were stolen from them. Across the river, Devil Anse Hatfield lived out his days as a legend in his own time. Untouched by the Kentucky warrants, he grew into a respected, almost revered elder. In a final, surprising twist, the man they called Devil was baptized in 1911, washing away his sins in the waters of Main Island Creek. He died of pneumonia in 1921, surrounded by his family. If you go to the Hatfield Family Cemetery in Logan County, West Virginia, today, you can still see his final act of defiance. A life-sized Italian marble statue of Devil Anse stands over his grave, watching over his clan, even in death, a powerful testament to the man who fought the law and won. The feud did not destroy the families. It forged them in fire. Today, the descendants of the Hatfields and McCoys are doctors, lawyers, judges, and even a former governor of West Virginia. They have moved far beyond the bloody legacy of their ancestors. In a remarkable act of reconciliation, the families began holding a joint reunion in 2000. Every year, they gather in Pikeville for a festival of peace and friendship, playing tug-of-war across the very river that once divided them. They share stories, shake hands, and symbolically sign a truce, declaring an official end to the hostilities. Yet the land itself refuses to forget. The Tug Fork Valley is now a tourist destination, with historical markers pointing out the site of Randall's burned cabin, the Paw Trees, and the place where Bad Frank Phillips shot Jim Vance. You can drive the roads and hike the trails where these men once hunted each other. The names Hatfield and McCoy have become a brand, stamped on everything from whiskey bottles to ATV trails. But if you stand quietly by the banks of the Tug Fork and listen past the hum of the tourists, you can almost hear the echoes of the past. The mountains remember the truth, even if the world has turned it into a story. So we come back to the question we asked at the very beginning. What really happened in the Tug Fork Valley? Was it all for a pig? No. The pig was just the excuse. Was it about the star-crossed love of Johnsy and Rosanna? No. They were just casualties. Their story, a single sad chapter in a much larger book. The truth, my friends, is that the Hatfield-McCoy feud was a war that began long before the first shot was fired. It was born in the divisions of the Civil War, fueled by the iron-willed pride of two patriarchs and ignited by a profound distrust in a system of law that seemed foreign and unfair. This story is a brutal lesson in what happens when honor curdles into vengeance and family loyalty demands a price paid in blood. It shows us how a community can turn on itself when it feels abandoned by the outside world, creating its own savage code of justice. It's a conflict that marks the violent transition from the old ways of the mountains, where a man's clan was his law, to the new world of courthouses and state lines. It's a testament to the fact that once the cycle of violence begins, it rarely ends with a winner. It only ends with graves. Today, the names Hatfield and McCoy are known across the world, often as a joke. But the real story is not a comedy. It is an American tragedy. It's a reminder that behind every legend, there are real people with broken hearts, and behind every punchline, there is a headstone. It's a story of hatred, yes, but it's also a story of the fierce, unyielding spirit of the Appalachian people. A spirit that could endure so much bloodshed and somehow, generations later, find its way back to forgiveness. I'm standing on a piece of ground that has a story to tell, though you wouldn't know it to look at it now. All that's left is a ghost of a chimney, clawing its way out of a tangle of kudzu and briars, and a few foundation stones sweating in the humidity. This was once the heart of the Lincoln family homestead, here in the deep hollows of Lincoln County, West Virginia. The air feels heavy, weighted down by memory. If you listen close, past the wind in the pines, you can almost hear the echoes of a conflict so brutal it was called a war that poisoned this ground and set neighbor against neighbor, kin against kin. Today, we're going to find out why. We're going to listen to these ruins and understand what happened right here that turned a family's dream into this pile of forgotten stone. Let's wind the clock back 150 years. The year is 1870. The chimney we see today isn't a ruin, it's the heart of a home, breathing a steady plume of wood smoke into the crisp morning air. The house it's attached to is a testament to hard work. 2 stories of hand-hewn poplar logs chinked tight against the mountain cold. The porch is wide, and on it sits the patriarch, Colonel Absalom Lincoln, a man as hard and unyielding as the rock-laced soil he commands. His face is a roadmap of hard-won battles, framed by a graying beard, but it's his left sleeve, neatly pinned to his shoulder, that tells the most important story. It's a constant, silent reminder of what he lost at Gettysburg, and a symbol of the cause he still believes in. From this porch, Absalom doesn't see a wilderness. He sees his kingdom. He sees the bottomland, dark and rich, where his sons are already working the fields with a pair of mules. He hears the rhythmic turn of the water wheel at his grist mill down on the creek, the only one for 10 miles in any direction. His world is one of order, built on the unshakable pillars of family, honor, and the sweat of your brow. The Lincolns are not just a family, they are a clan, the closest thing this part of West Virginia has to aristocracy, and Absalom is their unquestioned leader. They believe the old ways are the best ways, and that a man's worth is measured by the land he holds and the word he keeps. Life here is hard, but it's whole. In the house, the women are already at their chores, the smell of baking bread and boiling coffee mingling with the wood smoke. Children's laughter spills out from the yard. This isn't just a farm. It's the center of a community, a place where people come for justice, for advice, or to have their corn ground. For Absalom Lincoln, this homestead is more than property. It is the physical manifestation of his soul, a legacy he intends to pass down through generations. It is a symbol of survival, a piece of the old South rebuilt here in the mountains. But a shadow is beginning to creep up the hollows. Strangers have been seen in the hills, men with tripods and measuring chains, men in city clothes who speak with northern accents. They talk of progress, of timber rights and railroad lines. They speak of the black rock that lies in seams beneath the earth and the fortunes that can be made from it. To some, this is the sound of opportunity. To Colonel Lincoln, it sounds like a second invasion, a new kind of threat to the way of life he sacrificed his arm to defend. And he knows who is welcoming these invaders. The McCoy clan, led by Black Elias McCoy. They are new money, men who didn't fight for a cause but profited from the chaos, selling to both sides and getting rich while their neighbors bled. The Lincolns see them as scavengers, men without honor, who would sell the very ground from under their feet for a stack of Yankee dollars. For now, the conflict is a cold silence in the town square, a stiff nod at the crossroads. But on his porch, Absalom Lincoln watches the sun rise over his land, and he knows a storm is coming. He can feel it in the ache of his missing arm. To understand how a family's pride curdles into a generation of hate, you have to look beyond the soil and stone. You have to follow the paper trail, as thin and fragile as it may be. I've spent weeks doing just that, digging through dusty boxes in the archives, and I found something. This is what I believe is the first drop of poison. It's a page from the Lincoln County Ledger, dated November 6, 1872. The paper is brittle, the color of old tobacco, and it smells of time itself. Most of it is what you'd expect: crop prices, an ad for a liver tonic, a notice about a church social. But tucked away in a small column on the back page is a single dry paragraph that announces the results of the county election. It officially declares that Jedediah McCoy, brother of Black Elias, had been elected sheriff of Lincoln County. On the surface, this is just democracy at work. But you have to understand, in a place like this, the sheriff's badge was the keys to the kingdom. He controlled everything: who got arrested, whose land got seized for back taxes, and whose brand of justice was enforced. For as long as anyone could remember, the man wearing that badge had been a Lincoln, or a man loyal to the Lincolns. This small, forgotten news clipping wasn't just reporting a political upset, it was documenting a coup. This was the moment the McCoys seized the levers of power, and for Colonel Absalom Lincoln, it was an intolerable insult. This piece of paper tells us what happened, but the question that haunts this story, the question that led to all the bloodshed, is how. That small newspaper column was the official record, the final word. But the story of how Jedediah McCoy's name got printed there was written not in ink, but in sweat, whiskey, and the cold glint of northern silver dollars. On Election Day in 1872, the air outside the Hamlin courthouse was thick with a tension you could taste. It wasn't the celebratory mood of a civic duty. It was the quiet, watchful stillness of two armies waiting for the other to blink. The Lincolns and their supporters gathered on one side of the dusty square, the McCoys on the other. It was a division as clear as a property line drawn in blood. Colonel Absalom Lincoln stood on the courthouse steps, his one good hand resting on a hickory cane. He expected his cousin to win. It was a matter of tradition, of respect. The Lincolns had always guided the county, and their people, the families who had been here for generations, understood that. He watched the proceedings with a stern but confident eye, acknowledging the deferential nods of his fellow farmers and veterans. To him, this election was merely a reaffirmation of the natural order of things, a way of telling the world that the values of the Old South were still alive in these hills. But then came the strangers. They arrived in wagons, a rough-looking collection of men Absalom had never seen before. They weren't farmers. Their hands weren't calloused from the plow, but from the pickaxe and the sledgehammer. They were the survey crews and clearing gangs hired by the railroad interests that Black Elias McCoy had been courting. They were paid in cash and loyalty to the man who signed their checks. One by one, they cast their ballots, their unfamiliar faces a stark insult to the local men who had bled for this ground. A low murmur rippled through the Lincoln crowd. This wasn't an election, it was an invasion by proxy. When the final tally was read aloud, a moment of stunned silence fell over the square. It was quickly shattered by a triumphant roar from the McCoy side of the crowd. Jedediah McCoy had won by a handful of votes, just about the same number of strangers who had been brought in. Black Elias McCoy stood in the center of the celebration, a thin, knowing smile on his face. He had not won an election, he had purchased an office. Colonel Lincoln descended the steps, his face a mask of cold fury. He walked directly to Elias, the crowd parting before him. Their confrontation was quiet, but more menacing than any shout. "You bought this election," Absalom said, his voice low but carrying like a rifle shot in the winter air. "You bought it with northern money and railroad trash." Elias McCoy didn't flinch. He looked the one-armed colonel square in the eye. "The world is changing, Absalom," he replied, his own voice smooth as oiled steel. It's a new time. You can either get on the train or get run over by it. In that moment, the lines were drawn. It was no longer about politics. It was about honor, about survival. And both men knew, standing there in the dust, that this conflict would not be settled at the ballot box again. Paper and ink can give you the facts, but they can't give you the feeling. They don't have a soul. To find that, you have to talk to the people who carry the story in their blood. That's what led me here, to a small, neat house perched on a hillside, to sit on a front porch with a woman named Sarah Lincoln Vance. She's 87 years old, the great-granddaughter of Colonel Absalom Lincoln's eldest son. Her hands are gnarled with age, but her eyes are sharp, and her memory is a library of stories that have never been written down. I showed her the newspaper clipping about the election. She looked at it, gave a slow, knowing nod, and handed it back to me. "That was the start of the trouble, all right," she said, her voice a soft mountain drawl. "But it ain't the start of the hate. Politics is one thing. That's about power. The hate started later. It started over a boy defending his father's honor. According to the story Sarah's grandmother told her, a few months after the election, there was a church social. It was one of those rare times when the whole county came together, a fragile truce under the eyes of God. But the McCoy victory had made their young men bold, arrogant. One of Elias McCoy's nephews, a boy barely 20, had too much corn liquor and decided to make a show of his family's new standing. He saw Colonel Lincoln standing by himself and said, loud enough for a dozen people to hear, "Looks like the colonel left his voting arm at Gettysburg along with his sense." The insult hung in the air, a stunning act of disrespect. The colonel, a man of immense pride and control, simply turned his back and walked away. But his youngest son, Daniel, who was only 16, saw it all. His face went white with rage. Sarah told me that her grandmother said Daniel was the apple of the colonel's eye, a boy with his father's fire and his mother's kindness. To see his father, a war hero, humiliated like that by a McCoy pup, it was more than he could bear. That, Sarah explained, is the real story behind the first death. The official record, the one whispered in the courthouse, was that Daniel Lincoln got into a dispute with that same McCoy boy over a property line a few days later. But the Lincoln family has always known the truth. Daniel didn't go to that hollow to argue over a few feet of dirt. He went there to demand an apology for his father. The property line was just the place where a boy's pride finally caught up with him. The election gave the McCoys the power, but it was that cruel joke that provided the spark. And that spark was about to ignite the whole damn county. The insult at the church social was a hot coal in Daniel Lincoln's gut. For days, it smoldered. He was only 16, but he had his father's unbending pride. He saw the way the other men looked at the colonel now with a hint of pity. He heard the whispers, and he saw the shame in his father's eyes, a look that cut the boy deeper than any knife. While the older men of the family spoke in hushed tones of political strategy and legal challenges, Daniel was consumed by a simpler, more primal code. An insult to his father's honor was an insult to the entire Lincoln name, and it had to be answered. He wasn't thinking of war or consequences. He was thinking like a son. He found Caleb McCoy, the boy who'd made the joke, working a stand of timber in a narrow hollow where their property lines blurred. It was a lonely place, the sound of the axe echoing off the steep hillsides, the air thick with the smell of pine sap. Daniel didn't come with a rifle leveled. He came on foot, his hands empty, his heart hammering against his ribs. "I want you to apologize to my father," Daniel said, his voice shaking but firm. Caleb McCoy, flush with the arrogance of his family's recent victory, just laughed. He leaned on his axe handle, a smirk on his face. "Your daddy's a cripple and his time is past," Caleb sneered. "Just like the rest of you Lincolns. Now get off my land before I run you off." He spat a wad of tobacco juice near Daniel's feet. That was the final spark. Daniel lunged, his fists clumsy but flying with all the pent-up rage of a wronged son. Caleb, bigger and a few years older, was taken by surprise but quickly recovered. The two boys tumbled to the ground, trading blows in the dirt and mud, a desperate, graceless fight fueled by generations of growing animosity. It wasn't a duel, it was a brawl. They rolled over roots and rocks, their grunts and curses swallowed by the vast indifference of the woods. The struggle carried them to the edge of a steep, rocky ravine that cut through the hollow. Caleb had Daniel pinned, his knuckles bloodying the boy's face. Daniel, in a surge of desperate strength, bucked and twisted, trying to throw him off. For a split second, their weight shifted. Caleb's boot slipped on a patch of wet moss. His eyes widened, his smirk replaced by a flash of genuine terror. He scrabbled for a handhold, but there was nothing but air. With a cry that was cut short by the sickening crack of a branch, he disappeared over the edge. Silence. A profound, ringing silence broken only by the gurgle of the creek below and Daniel's own ragged breaths. He crawled to the edge and looked down. Caleb McCoy lay twisted on the rocks below, his body unnaturally still. The fight was over. A 16-year-old boy, defending his father's honor, had just committed the first act of war. He scrambled back from the edge, a wave of cold horror washing over him, and he ran. He ran not as a victor, but as a terrified child who had just opened the gates of hell. When Caleb's body was found, the McCoys screamed for blood. Sheriff Jedediah McCoy declared it murder and swore to hang the Lincoln boy responsible. But Colonel Absalom Lincoln, seeing the terror in his own son's eyes, made a decision. He would not give his child to a McCoy sheriff and a McCoy mob. He gathered his clan, and at the funeral for the young Lincoln boy, because that is what the official story now became, a tragic hunting fall, he stood over the simple pine coffin and made his vow. "The law of this county is a tool for our enemies," he declared, his voice like iron. "From this day forward, we will be our own law, an eye for an eye, a life for a life." The point of no return had been crossed. The time for words was over. After a death like that, vengeance doesn't wait long in these mountains. It just waits for the right time and the right place. That place is here. I'm standing beside the Guyandotte River at a sharp, angry turn in the road that locals have called Devil's Elbow for as long as anyone can remember. Today, it's peaceful. The water rushes over the rocks and the sun filters down through a thick canopy of leaves. It's a beautiful, forgotten corner of the county. But if you know where to look, the scars are still here. This wide gravel shoulder I'm standing on isn't the original road. The old wagon trace ran closer to the water, right along the base of this sheer rock wall. And up there, about 50 feet above me, is a high wooded ridge that looks down on this entire bend. It's a perfect natural ambush point, a kill box designed by God himself. The sandstone up there is still pockmarked, weathered by a century of rain and ice, but you can still make them out. Dark little circles against the grey rock, each one a silent testament to the chaos that was unleashed right where I'm standing. This is where the Lincolns delivered their answer to the death of young Daniel. It wasn't a back-alley knife fight. It was a calculated military-style operation, planned and led by a man who had learned the art of war on the bloodiest battlefields in the nation. You have to imagine it. A slow-moving wagon, heavy with the payroll for a McCoy timber crew, rumbling down that narrow trace. The men inside, feeling safe, probably not even thinking of trouble. They never saw the shadows moving in the laurel up on that ridge. They only heard the sound of Colonel Lincoln's justice speaking all at once. The McCoy payroll wagon creaked its way along the river trace, moving at the slow, steady pace of the mules that pulled it. Inside, 3 McCoy kinsmen were relaxed, their rifles leaning against the wagon bed. The money, a heavy lockbox full of silver dollars, was a comforting weight between them. It was a warm afternoon in 1875. The air was sweet, and the only sounds were the jingle of the harness, the rumble of the wheels, and the endless rush of the Guyandotte. As they rounded Devil's Elbow, the high rock wall threw the road into deep shadow, offering a brief respite from the sun. It was the last moment of peace any of them would ever know. The first shot, was not a warning. It was a declaration. A single sharp crack echoed from the ridge above, and the lead mule went down as if struck by lightning, its collapse throwing the entire wagon into a groaning, tangled halt. Before the McCoy men could even register what had happened, the ridge exploded in a volley of synchronized fire. It was not the scattered shooting of a brawl, it was the disciplined, concentrated fire of soldiers. The sound was a physical blow, a deafening wall of noise that hammered the wagon from above. The wooden sideboards of the wagon splintered instantly, peppered with a dozen heavy-caliber impacts. The air filled with the smell of gunpowder and hot lead. The man holding the reins was thrown backward from his seat, the leather straps falling from his hands. A second man, who had been scrambling for his rifle, suddenly slumped forward over the lockbox, his own weapon clattering, unfired, to the floorboards. The third and final man managed to raise his pistol and fire a single wild shot toward the trees before he too was silenced, collapsing in a heap beside his comrades. Then, as suddenly as it began, an absolute silence fell over the bend in the road. It was a heavy, profound quiet, broken only by the panicked breathing of the remaining mule and the ceaseless murmur of the river. From the dense laurel on the ridge, a line of figures emerged, moving with quiet purpose down the steep incline. They were led by Colonel Absalom Lincoln. His face was grim, his eyes cold and methodical. He was not a man consumed by rage. He was a commander inspecting a battlefield after a successful engagement. He walked to the wagon and looked upon the scene of instant, overwhelming destruction. His men watched him, waiting for a command. Absalom surveyed the interior of the wagon, his gaze falling upon the untouched lockbox full of silver. He made no move toward it. This was not about money. This was about payment of a different kind. Reaching into his own pocket, he pulled out a single spent rifle cartridge, a 56 Spencer, the signature of his old cavalry unit, and placed it deliberately on the driver's seat. It was a message, a signature left in brass and smoke. He turned without another word and led his men back into the woods, vanishing as quickly as they had appeared, leaving behind a monument of splintered wood and terrible silence. The war had begun in earnest. After the smoke clears and the bodies are carried away, the machinery of the law, however rusty and biased, has to turn. And this is what it produces. This is the official coroner's inquest, filed in the Lincoln County Courthouse just 2 days after the ambush at Devil's Elbow. The handwriting is a spidery, formal script on paper that has gone thin and brown with age, but the words themselves are cold, hard, and clipped. They are the official story, the version of events that was meant to be preserved for history. I'll read you the key passage. It says, "The deceased, identified as Silas McCoy, John R. McCoy, and Peter Vance, did come to their deaths by means of multiple gunshot wounds. Evidence suggests the attack was carried out from the high ridge overlooking the road. The company payroll box, containing approximately $200, was found undisturbed. The perpetrators are, at this time, unknown. Perpetrators unknown. In a county this small, where every family knows every other family's business, that phrase is a lie. A necessary, legal lie, perhaps, but a lie nonetheless. The whole county knew who had the skill to organize an attack like that. The whole county knew who owned Spencer repeating rifles, and the whole county knew who had a fresh grudge and a score to settle. This document, in its sterile official language, scrubs the passion from the event. It doesn't mention the insult at the church social or the death of a 16-year-old boy. It reduces Colonel Lincoln's methodical act of vengeance to a simple, anonymous triple homicide. But this dry, passionless report was more than just a historical record. For Sheriff Jedediah McCoy, it was a weapon. It was the legal justification he'd been waiting for. It transformed a family feud into a matter of state law. Armed with this piece of paper, he could deputize his kinsmen, raise a posse, and legally ride out to the Lincoln homestead, not as an avenging McCoy, but as the High Sheriff of Lincoln County, serving a warrant and hunting down fugitives. The law had officially chosen a side. Sheriff Jedediah McCoy didn't waste a moment. That coroner's report was the only authority he needed, a piece of tin and paper that gave his vengeance the color of law. He deputized a dozen men that very day. This was no impartial posse of civic-minded citizens. It was a swarm of angry hornets. Every man was a McCoy by blood or by payroll, their faces hard, their eyes alight with a hunger for retribution. They rode out from Hamlin not as peacekeepers, but as an army, with Sheriff McCoy at their head, the warrants for Absalom Lincoln's sons tucked safely in his coat pocket. Their destination was the Lincoln homestead. They thundered up the hollow, a column of armed horsemen that was a clear and brutal message. This was not an attempt at a quiet arrest. It was a show of force meant to intimidate and to break the will of the Lincoln clan. But when they arrived, they found not a terrified family, but a fortress. The heavy shutters were barred on the windows, the porch was empty, and the long barrels of several rifles poked from carefully cut loopholes in the log walls. Colonel Absalom Lincoln himself stepped out onto the porch, his Spencer rifle held ready in his one good hand. Sheriff McCoy held up the warrants. "Absalom, I'm here for your boys by the authority of Lincoln County." The colonel's reply was as cold and sharp as a winter wind. "Your authority ends where my property begins, Jedediah. Your piece of paper means nothing here. Now turn your riders around before I am forced to defend my home." For a long, tense moment, the two sides faced each other in absolute silence. Then, a nervous McCoy deputy shifted his weight, his horse stamped, and a rifleman inside the Lincoln house took it as a threat. A single shot cracked the stillness, kicking up dirt just in front of McCoy's horse. That was all it took. The posse unleashed a ragged volley of fire at the house, which was answered by the disciplined, withering fire of the defenders. McCoy's men were exposed, out in the open, and after several minutes of taking the worst of the exchange, they were forced into a humiliating retreat back down the hollow. Furious and thwarted, Jedediah and Elias McCoy devised a new strategy. If they couldn't take the Lincoln fort, they would seize the counties. They rode their posse back into Hamlin, but they didn't disperse. Instead, they dismounted and, in a shocking act of insurrection, stormed the county courthouse. They threw out the Lincoln-appointed clerk and barricaded the doors. From the windows of the very building meant to dispense justice, McCoy riflemen now aimed their weapons out at the town square. There was no trial. There was no capture. The verdict was delivered by Jedediah McCoy himself, who hung a hand-painted sign from the courthouse balcony. "By order of the sheriff, martial law is in effect. All sympathizers of the Lincoln clan will be deemed outlaws." The pursuit of the law had ended with the law itself being taken hostage. Lincoln County now had two armed camps, two governments. The Lincolns, barricaded in their home, and the McCoys, ruling from a stolen courthouse. The town of Hamlin became a no-man's land where the slightest movement could draw a sniper's bullet, and the promise of a full-scale battle hung over the valley like a storm cloud waiting to break. Every war, no matter how large or small, ends in the same place, a quiet plot of ground under a silent sky. I'm here now, in the old Hamlin Cemetery, a place where the stones lean like tired old men, and the stories they tell are slowly being erased by wind and rain. The grass is high, and the only sound is the drone of cicadas in the ancient oaks. I came here to find the final chapters of the two men who started it all, to see where their ambition and their bitterness finally led them. It wasn't hard to find Colonel Absalom Lincoln. His grave is on a small rise overlooking the valley. It's a simple, dignified stone of grey granite, the kind a soldier would choose. The inscription is clear and deep: Colonel Absalom Lincoln, CSA, beloved father and husband. A small, sun-bleached Confederate flag is planted in the earth beside it, a sign that even after all these years, someone still comes here to remember the man and the cause he fought for. His legacy, at least to his own family, is one of honor. Finding Black Elias McCoy was a different story. His grave is tucked away in a low-lying corner of the cemetery, where the water gathers and the weeds grow thickest. His headstone was clearly once more expensive than the colonel's, a tall, ornate piece of marble, but time has been cruel to it. It's tilted badly, stained dark green with moss, and a thick vein of ivy is slowly choking the inscription. I had to pull it away to even read the name. Here lies the man who wanted to drag the county into the modern age, the man who dealt in railroads and northern money, yet his final resting place is forgotten, sinking back into the earth. And here is the final bitter irony of the Lincoln County War. They lie just 100 yards apart now. The proud colonel and the ambitious McCoy, enemies who set the hills on fire with their hatred, are now silent neighbors for eternity. They fought for control of a whole county, for timber rights and political power, and in the end, this is all they hold, a 6-foot plot of dirt. Their war of sieges and snipers didn't last forever. It had to end. And standing here between their graves, the question becomes unavoidable. What was the final act that brought these two powerful men to this quiet, humble end? The journey from the courthouse siege to those two lonely graves was not a short one. It was a slow, grinding descent into a hell of their own making. The standoff was eventually broken by a traveling circuit judge, a brave man named Theron Parsons, who rode into Hamlin flanked by federal marshals. He brokered a fragile truce, a peace as thin as January ice, forcing the McCoys to relinquish the courthouse and the Lincolns to lay down their arms under the threat of state intervention. For a few tense months, an uneasy quiet settled over the county, but the hate was still there, simmering just beneath the surface. That fragile peace was shattered by a single rifle shot in the summer of 1878. Judge Parsons, seen as sympathetic to the Lincolns, was sitting on the porch of his boarding house when a bullet from the shadows found him. The assassination was a message. There was no room for impartial law in Lincoln County. The truce was over. The act was so brazen, so final, that it pushed both sides past the point of no return. The rules of engagement, if there ever were any, were burned along with the judge's body on the funeral pyre. The conflict then devolved into a new, more ruinous kind of warfare: economic destruction. One moonless night, McCoy riders swept through the Lincoln holdings, their torches finding the grist mill and the barns full of the year's harvest. The orange glow against the night sky was visible for miles, a signal that the McCoys were no longer just trying to win, but to erase the Lincolns from the land entirely. The retaliation was swift and terrible. The Lincolns, led by Absalom's remaining sons, no longer targeted barns. They targeted homes, setting fire to the McCoy homesteads and driving women and children out into the cold. It was a war of total annihilation, where the goal was to leave the enemy with nothing but ashes. This was the war that finally broke both clans. Black Elias McCoy, for all his cunning, found his fortune turning to ash in his hands. He had spent everything on hired guns, legal fees and bribes, and with his timber operations constantly under threat, his northern business partners abandoned him. He died a few years later, not from a bullet, but a broken man, his dreams of a McCoy dynasty ruined, leaving little behind but debts and a legacy of hate. Colonel Absalom Lincoln met a more direct, but no less tragic, end. In the spring of 1880, believing the worst of the fighting was over, he was out plowing his field, trying to bring life back to the soil that had soaked up so much blood. The man who had survived Gettysburg, who had fortified his home against a sheriff's army, was shot in the back by an unknown assassin from the tree line. He died with his hand on the plow. With the patriarchs of both families gone, the war simply ran out of fuel. The long shadow it cast, however, would stretch for generations, a darkness that fell not just on the families who fought, but on the very soul of the county itself. You might think that after 150 years, the dust would have settled, and the story of the Lincoln County War would be just that, a story. But you'd be wrong. The shooting may have stopped in 1880, but the war of words, the war of whispers and memory, never truly ended. It's still being fought today in quiet conversations on front porches and at family reunions. The truth of what happened depends entirely on who you ask. Because in Lincoln County, history isn't a single solid thing. It's a fractured mirror, and every family holds a piece. To this day, if you find someone with the last name Lincoln, they will tell you a story of heroes and villains. In their version, Colonel Absalom Lincoln was a tragic patriarch, a man of unshakable honor who was forced to defend his family and his way of life against a tide of corruption. The McCoys were nothing but greedy upstarts, puppets for northern industrialists who stole an election and used a tainted badge to wage a campaign of terror. The ambush at Devil's Elbow wasn't murder, it was justice. Fortifying their home wasn't insurrection, it was a desperate act of self-preservation. Absalom Lincoln, they'll tell you, died a martyr for the old ways. But go down the road a few miles to a hollow where the McCoy name is still common, and you will hear a very different tale. They'll tell you Black Elias McCoy was a visionary, a man of progress who saw a future for Lincoln County beyond subsistence farming and isolation. He was trying to bring jobs, money, and the railroad into these hills, but he was blocked at every turn by the Lincolns, a violent, stubborn clan who couldn't accept that the world had changed. In their story, the Lincolns were the aggressors, murderers who killed a boy over a petty squabble and ambushed honest men on a public road. Jedediah McCoy wasn't a crooked sheriff. He was a brave lawman trying to bring killers to justice in the face of an armed rebellion. So who was the hero and who was the villain? The truth, as it so often does in these mountains, probably lives somewhere in the grey shadows between those two stories. Most of the other old families in the county, the ones who weren't Lincolns or McCoys, have their own version. They'll tell you it was a pointless feud between two proud, power-hungry clans that tore the county apart, bled it dry, and left it weak and vulnerable. They see both Absalom and Elias not as heroes or villains, but as two stubborn old fools who, in their fight over who would rule the county, ended up destroying it for everyone, paving the way for the real conquerors, the coal and timber companies who bought up the land for pennies on the dollar from the widows and orphans left behind. When a story is carved into a place with this much blood and sorrow, the facts themselves often become too heavy to carry. Over the generations, the sharp, painful edges of history get worn smooth and the story transforms. It stops being a dry account of an election and an ambush, and it becomes something else entirely, a legend. The Lincoln County War didn't just leave scars on the landscape, it left ghosts in the minds of the people, specters that still walk the high ridges and whisper in the deep hollows. The most enduring of these is the tale of the phantom rider of Hart's Creek. Even now, some old-timers will tell you that if you're out on the ridges at dusk, you might see him, a lone figure on a pale horse silhouetted against the dying light. He never gets close, never makes a sound. He just watches. During the war, men from both sides claim to have seen him right before a killing, a silent omen of the violence to come. Some say he's the ghost of a soldier, eternally watching his home tear itself apart. Others believe he is death himself, drawn to these hills by the sheer volume of hate. The historical fact of the ambushes and killings has been given a supernatural guardian, a way for the people to personify the sense of doom that hung over the county. This is how the community processed the trauma. The raw greed of Black Elias McCoy was too mundane, so it was transformed into a legend of a devil's bargain, a story that he sold the souls of his kinsmen to a dark-suited stranger in exchange for power. The cold-blooded tactics of Colonel Lincoln were easier to understand if you believed he was acting under a curse laid on the land by a crooked surveyor. The facts of the war became the bones, but folklore, ghost stories, and cautionary tales grew over them like flesh. It's the final stage in a story's life, the moment history dissolves and a legend is born to carry the emotional truth of what was lost. And so we find ourselves back where we started, here at the lonely chimney, standing sentinel over the ghost of the Lincoln homestead. When we first stood here, this was just a pile of stones, a forgotten ruin in a tangle of weeds. But it's not just a ruin anymore, is it? Now we see it for what it is. It's a monument, It's a testament to the pride of a one-armed colonel, to the fury of a son defending his father's honor, and to the terrible final silence that fell when the war was over. These stones are heavy with the weight of that story, a story of how a home can become a fortress, and how a fortress can become a tomb. We have walked a long and bloody road today, from a dusty newspaper archive to a quiet front porch where memories are still kept alive. We stood at Devil's Elbow, where justice was delivered from the barrel of a rifle, and we walked between the graves of two old enemies who are now neighbors in the silent earth. We have seen how a political squabble, fueled by a simple, cruel insult, could ignite a fire that would consume two families and poison a county for 100 years. The ultimate tragedy of the Lincoln County War is that in the end, nobody won. The Lincolns and the McCoys fought over who would control the future of these hills, and they fought with such ferocity that they destroyed each other. Their war left a vacuum, a void of power and leadership that was quickly filled by the very outsiders they both, in their own ways, distrusted. The coal and timber barons swept in, and the true conquest of Lincoln County began, not with a gunshot, but with the stroke of a pen on a deed. So the next time you pass a forgotten ruin on a lonely road, remember that it's not just a pile of stones. It's a library filled with stories of love, loss, and the choices that define us. The people are gone, the houses are gone, but the story remains.